Hello and welcome everyone back to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. It's going to be another fantastic weekend of Chinese League of Legends.
Absolutely. A lot of the top teams, in fact, everyone except for first place Edward Gaming in action today. Those standings, we're getting closer and closer to the playoff points. We're in the second half of the season. Every series matters.
Yeah, really starting to see things shake up and develop. You mentioned Edward Gaming, of course, miles ahead as far as first place goes, but everything else definitely under contention. So lots of room here for teams as we do move through the back end of the season.
And that's kind of the exciting thing for me to not see Edward Gaming today. You know, we expect them to win series 2-0. They've been so clutch this season, but they were actually a bit shaky last week. You know, the draw with King, the draw with OMG. We're going to see some of the other teams start to kind of make their big stake. And none more so than our first series, where we're going to have to start to talk about these teams that if they don't start to pick up wins now, they might not be able to get them at the end of the season. They might even miss out on playoff contention.
Yeah, we've got so many great games. So let's see what we do have lined up for today as well. So we do have take a quick look at the schedule here. King versus M3 are going to be our first match, so it should be a good one to start things off with.
Just having a couple production issues, but hopefully soon going to get into...
There we go. M3 versus King, our first match. Royal versus LDD, match number 2.
Yep, and World Elite, you know, I am Katowice for them next weekend, but this weekend in action twice. First, they take on a Snake team coming off their first 2-0 loss of the season. That was the only series we remember for Snake last week, so they're going to want to bounce back against World Elite. And finally, a massive one actually for the top of the table standings. A second place OMG take on one of those aspiring top 4 teams, Vici Gaming.
Yeah, and you know, every team is starting to move through here. Again, apart from the clear leader, standings look pretty messy right now, and you already alluded to it. This particular match has a lot on the line as far as playoffs go.
So M3 versus King, that's our first series for the day. Both those teams are tied for 7th, so 7th and 8th, you know, the order, of course, not specific given they have identical records. Both teams 1 point ahead of Starhorn Royal Club. Starhorn Royal Club in 9th place at the moment, mathematically out of playoffs. These teams just at the bottom here. If a 2-0 comes through, it's going to be so massive for those playoff standings. And both these teams, strong performances last week in Week 6. Both these teams confident they can score a 2-0, but of course only one team on the day can do that.
Yeah, and important to note that a draw would not be good. They just sit in the same spot and go up a point each, and that would obviously give teams below them, like Royal that you mentioned, maybe some room to leapfrog them slightly in the standings. And, you know, we've still got quite a number of games to play yet, but we're running out of weeks to say there's 44 games in the LPL, because we've played through more than half of them at this point.
Absolutely, and Starhorn playing the next series. So basically the fate is in the hands of both M3 and King. M3, you have to say, come in perhaps slightly the favorites. They didn't have... They took the big win over Snake. That was kind of their season-defining win. And kind of the critical thing for me, Pastry Time, is, you know, we said the names Dade and Lupa. They played well in that series, but Candy, he was the breakout player in that series.
Yeah, kind of considered not a throwaway player, but just not a big player in a team with massive names like Dade and Lupa, but slowly but surely, very consistently every week, playing the Corky, playing these, you know, very popular AD carries. And, you know, he's not a big standout player. He's not Deft. He's not Uzi. He's not Crystal even from Snake, who've all had big impacts in the LPL, but he's just so solid. And that's exactly what Dade and Lupa need on their team.
And the thing that's important to remember is that, you know, previously World Elite Academy, now M3, last season, it was SMLZ that was the starting AD for that lineup. The surprise actually was not necessarily that he was an unheralded player. It's that he wasn't even expected to be the starting AD carry by most people based on their LSPL performance, based on their previous performances, has stepped through, you know, was kind of warm to kind of live up. And there's a lot of star names in the LPL in terms of the AD carry role we have to remember. But his performances last week, breakout performances against Barker in that series, really shutting down even his Draven. The feared Barker Draven was conquered in that series, playing well on the meta picks like the Corky, but just looking good in general. And Lupa, you have to say, he's had a bit of a renaissance in the top lane after kind of going with the Annie top, throwing out of meta picks, and, you know, balancing it with some of his pocket picks like the Singed. It was a return to Na that actually saw the start of his strong form in Week 6.
Yeah, M3 have certainly been looking good. They are, I think I agree with you, coming in as semi-favorites here, but King have looked okay. I mean, you talked about LSBL teams. This was the LSBL team that was supposed to come through, and unfortunately for them, mixed results kind of throughout the LPL so far.
Exactly. We bigged them up. You know, we thought maybe even top 4, top 5 was realistic for that team. Very much has struggled to find an identity. You know, they weren't necessarily the lane-dominating, early rotating team that we've expected, at least on balance. There's been games where they've brought it out. There's been games where they look very impressive. But if we're going to, you know, be pinned down to find a coherent strategy for King, we might struggle. They've looked good in isolated champions. Assassin, for example, living up to his namesake. The Zed has looked very good for him, even in team fights. Sky's Rumble, something we talked about a lot of times. It's had its good games and its bad games. King is kind of the excitement, the enigma of this King lineup is we're never really sure which King is going to show up. You can say the same thing for M3, but they showed more of a coherent identity in Week 6, whereas King, they took a game off Edward Gaming. That shows what the potential, what the ceiling is for this team, but they have to work to achieve it on a regular basis. Again, you talk about the long league season. They need to start working towards 10, 12 games of consistent performance instead of 1 or 2 games where they just show their brilliance.
Yeah, and I mean, M3, as you said, definitely stepping up more. That star power almost finally being supplemented now by a good supporting roster and a team that is, like you said, coming together very cohesively. And King, for me, they look most consistent in some of their drafting. That's their best looking games for me. When they've got a plan, when they come in, they execute well. That early game against Snake that they had, which is one of Snake's first losses, I believe, at all in a game in the LPL, that looked really good. So they've had a lot of flashes of brilliance, but as you said, just haven't put it all together in 1 week yet.
And that's what we're waiting to see. We're waiting to see them execute on the plans they take in and kind of perform to levels that right now we can't really graph. We don't really know what King's ceiling is. We can only talk about the lofty expectations of the team. The reality is what we're starting to find out. And look, reality is that we're halfway through the season. They're only just scraping into the playoffs. They need results against other top teams or other teams at the same level as them as M3. You'd have to say that based on points. These two teams, very comparable. But where they're going to lie at the end of the 44-week game season, we don't know.
Yeah, and there you can see as well the current standings. Actually, they're up to date, I believe. And you can see M3 and King sitting there at 7th and 8th. That's, of course, effectively tied 7th and exactly the same amount of points, 13 each here. And, of course, Royal just a point behind them.
And just looking up, that's 5 points difference between Vici Gaming, who we'll see in a later series, and M3. That's a considerable advantage. Only 1 point available in a draw, 3 points available in a 2-0 win. Nothing we know so far suggests there's going to be a 2-0 win. A 1-1 based on the strong performances of both teams in Week 6 looks likely, but it doesn't help them moving up. And the Royal are snapping at their tails, only a point behind. You have to take it onto yourself to try and move yourself up, but it's so difficult. And that's kind of the interesting thing about the best of two is it rewards consistency on the day just as much as consistency over the season.
Yeah, and the other cool thing, I guess, is that when two teams do clash, whether it's on the top or bottom of the table, there's always points up for grabs that a team can get here as well. And this is probably one of the closest matchups we've ever had, at least as far as the standings go. So we already talked about it. It's a huge match for these two teams.
I mean, the standings become so much more relevant in the second half of the season. We've talked about these teams forging identities. We've talked about these lineups, integrating Korean players. Dade and Lupa coming from the Samsung organization, having their good games, having their struggles. There's been all the people who made conjecture about how serious they're taking this league. I'll tell you one thing about Dade. He's a big game player. He likes to perform in the off season. He likes to really get there. He's always talking about the king of spring. Spring's coming soon. And Dade, he showed some glimpses of his ceiling. His ceiling, we know, is right up there with the top players in the world. He definitely hasn't shown it on balance in the LPL, but I feel like Dade in that form is just around the corner. You have to say that for those top players. He's shown a renaissance before. He's risen like a phoenix in previous months. It's up to him to show that again here in the LPL.
Yeah, and if there's one place that Dade really wants to show off, it has to be playoffs, right? And unfortunately for M3, they have to get there first at this point. Still sitting in playoff contention, but how long will that last? Royal still there as well. And we'll see Royal later today. Still waiting for a certain AD carry to come play with them as well. So the standings, especially towards the bottom half, I think, of really, really cluttered. I mean, the top half at this point's kind of settled. EDG, if you caught it, 29 points up so far, 6 points ahead of the second place OMG there as well. And I guess the top middle of the pack's kind of cluttered there as well. But for these teams especially, if you get knocked out of playoff contention, it's a long way back playing games to make sure you get back in there.
The 7th, 8th, and 9th, 1 point separating them. And the difference between 9th and 8th, as we've already said, is massive. So again, this series, very integral to the standings, at least as they stand right now. Still plenty of games to go after it, but we're just waiting to see whether M3 can translate the 2-0 win over Snake, whether King can translate the 1-1 draw with EDG. Again, a massive result for them. And just get the best parts of those comps, the best parts of that preparation into a series victory that would mean so much in the standings.
It would indeed. So we'll see how those two teams line up here. We're going to start off with M3. There you can see their win percentage, I believe, on your screen. They've done relatively well, certainly coming up a little bit more. And there's Lupa. Look at the now game.
And so many meta picks. You might think, this guy just plays the meta, but we all know Lupa has some off-the-ball picks. The Annie top, perhaps the highlight of that. Hasn't found much success on those, but the Na and the Lissandra, if he gets those top-tier meta picks, he's still that player who won, of course, the Season 4 World Championship.
I mean, I believe he has wins on Singed as well. So Lupa's been doing some stuff here, and this is the other news that we now get to mention. M3 have a new jungler there, Condi. We don't know anything about him realistically, but he's stepping in. Dreams played very well last week, but They're going to use a sub for this
You
game.
have to remember they started the season for so many weeks with Rowe, the long-time World Elite and then World Elite Academy jungler, moved on to Dreams, who did, as you say, very well. I was surprised to see the change. Not sure if it's necessitated or not, but Condi rotates in, and Dade, his KDA, it's creeping up. The meta picks coming through. The Assassins, I don't know about the LeBlanc. He does still like to bring out. It's definitely not a big Dade champion, but Candy, this is the man that M3 has really looked upon to actually shoulder a lot of load and carry games.
And you can see the big popular carries, the short range ones there. Corki and Callista, his big plays there. We talked already about his Corki. Candy's Callista has been quite good as well.
And Love CD, the second part of that lane, has also been an integral part. Love CD and Candy, unheralded as a lane. You know, in terms of rankings, perhaps at the start of the season, you have them 9th, 10th, 11th, right at the bottom behind all the star names. But coming through and shining on an M3 lineup that looked top heavy. We were like, Rowe, he's always been a strong jungler, strong solo lane ganking jungler. Dade and Lupa already very heralded as top talents. We didn't even look to the bot half of the map to carry, but they're coming through with breakout performances.
Yeah, we can see. I think Dade there as well has a World Elite mousepad, interestingly enough. So, you know, clearly just found something needed to use, had a game to play, so did it. Although I guess it was formerly the sister team, so that would make a bit of sense. And Callista to me has been a big story just in general in the LPL. Forget Candy's 4 plays there on the champion. Callista's been popular everywhere.
And we finally saw kind of a move away from the Bloodthirster Hurricane build the last time out. Of course, World Elite against Vici Gaming. The last game of Week 6, we saw the standard Infinity Edge Static Shiv, you know, the prototypical AD carry build, shine through in a game against Vici, get through as a double AD lineup, and Callista's still doing a lot of single target damage. We always talk about her potential for Ren sets, the AoE damage. But single target, you build her standard. She does a lot of damage.
She really does. And moving over to King now as well. There's Sky on your screen. Rumble and Aurelia. That's pretty much Sky to a T.
And that's what we'd expect in this series. Those have been his picks. MLXG, it was the jungle Nidalee, actually, that took a win. Some surprising wins last season. He's shown a lot of proficiency in that champion, even picking up the Magi, showing his aggression on the Nidalee. But that's an aggressive jungler. He likes to get in the face. He has the good games and bad games as a result. But he's actually an important barometer for this King lineup.
Yeah, it really is. And we talk about, again, an aggressive early game laning-based team that came from the LSPL. Makes sense that the jungle would be a big part of a lot of the early stages there as well. So King, again, a very young team. That's probably important to know. One of the youngest probably in the LPL, coming through from the Amateur League, playing together. They're still one of the few all-Chinese teams left here. They just need to find something to really push them over the edge because they've had so much potential since the LPL started.
And you make those assets. That's what we expect. We set dominating lanes, opening up MLXG's aggression. It's just the lanes have been unsettled by other junglers. MLXG's fallen behind. They haven't been able to execute their LSPL plans to a T. And it's whether they can rise up, if the lanes can shore up their small champion pool difficulties and the individual lane matchups, and just really try and reset and form that identity that carries them towards the playoffs.
Yeah, important to note as well, we are still on patch 5.2 as well, so that hasn't changed yet. You know, sometimes in China it takes a little while for the patches to roll over, but we've seen a lot of this patch so far, I feel like. We're probably going to skip 1 or 2 or maybe more when we do make the transition over, but that means that these teams know exactly what they're getting in these games.
And not a lot of time to practice on champions like Azir, though, because Azir saw such a drop-off in play on patch 5.3 and 5.4. It's a couple of weeks removed from the other scenes on those patches. So Azir is still going to be a very important factor. We saw Dade doing wonderful things on the Azir last week, picking up, even though he was dying, you know, the flash Emperor's Divide into the turret was one of the kind of defining moments, the top players of last week. Still very proficient in that champion, still very important, but Xerath versus Azir, that's the matchup that really kind of bogs down the mid lane, you have to think. A lot of wave clear coming through. That's still a very real possibility. And Ari, she's at top power.
Yeah, she is. And we've seen actually a lot of Azir banned still. I feel like teams are shifting over. We have seen a lot of Veigar last week. That was sort of the thing that happened in LPL, despite, again, the patch is not really changing all that much for Veigar. I mean, 5.3 is still good. Maybe on live, not quite as good, but still seeing a lot of play. And I feel like the teams, even with the patches maybe being a little bit slower, still do develop and adapt, even on the same patch.
And the Veigar support will still be a very contested pick this week. I imagine the 100% pick and ban isn't going to disappear because it was very effective when we did see it. Only one loss coming through on the Veigar support. And that cage being instant cast rather than delayed cast there is on live just makes him so desirable as a support. Because if you get through lane, and even if you have to baby him through lane with either a lane swap or a lot of jungle pressure, you come into the mid lane, throw down that cage, and just take turrets. It's so key in taking structures. It's a very powerful tool.
Yeah, and we are into Champ Select now as well, so we'll see just how that breaks out here. M3 on the blue side for this first game, King over on the red, Nidalee and Cassidy the first 2 bans there, and Lissandra makes sense, going to be the first ban for King.
And it's important for players like MLXG to start drawing bans for their champion pool, just to open up those strong laning players, Assassin and Skye. So Nidalee ban targeted towards the jungle. That's a win, you'd have to say, for King to have that champion, one of the target bans come through. It just means that something will slip through. No Veigar ban just yet, but Lissandra and Zed, stock standard bans against M3.
Yeah, I like the Dade Zed ban there as well. He's definitely shown a lot of recent success on that champion as well. And of course, is classically a big Zed player. There's the Veigar you were talking about. Not going to see him today.
But Veigar ban on the blue side is very interesting. So Love CD, maybe not confident to pick it up. Maybe M3 wanting a bit more of bot lane power. I see your surprise pastry time as Yasuo hits the ban pool. Dade, we know how much he loves Yasuo. He actually did an interview recently where he quoted Yasuo as his favorite champion. Teams have had struggles trying to get Yasuo into team comps, of course, with all the base health nerfs. He's just that much more risky to run. His laning phase is less safe. But I feel like King must know something. They must know that M3 have been scrimming with Yasuo because they've just banned it straight out.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, Dade, a quintessential Yasuo player, but M3 are going to take Rek'Sai for themselves here. So Condi going to get his first LPL game in on Rek'Sai. Very popular jungler.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen so much top-tier Rek'Sai play. She has so many options from the jungle. She can be a control jungler. She can gank. She has global pressure. She can split push in the late game with her Q and just even a small amount of damage items, even just the warrior's enchantment, just push lanes and then teleport into fights. Rek'Sai has been a power pick across the LPL, and with Nidalee banned, she's right up there in terms of contested jungle pickups.
Yeah, I'd have to think so here. Is King going to take some comfort here for themselves? Skye looks like he's going to run it back on Aurelia for, I think, probably the 3rd game in a row or something like that. And Kalista going to be a pick away. Do like that a lot for Woosh, but also like that it's a pick away from Candy.
And even just talking about his champion pool and say, all right, let's just be reductive and say Aurelia and Rumble only. At least Aurelia has a quite favorable matchup against Rumble. She can play from in front. She can snowball on that lane, and Rumble can just never walk into lane because Aurelia always has kill potential once she finishes Trinity Force. So she's gone for the more aggressive option, but also flexible, also so wonderful in a 1v2 for so many years now. Aurelia is a first pick. No risk there at all.
No, just such a strong pick here as M3. We're going to consider their 2nd and 3rd choices now as well. Looks like they'll be going for probably a completed bottom lane here as well. And it is going to be a Corki once again, for Candy, and the Annie support.
So much magic damage coming from that duo. So much laning power coming through from Corki and Annie. Not many champions can really look to trade favorably with Corki in lane. Perhaps the Kog'Maw, the Caitlyn, just champions that have the potential, at least situationally, to outrange the Corki. There's a lot of pick potential coming through, and already you can see rotation's going to be so strong for M3 because they've got the rotating AD carry, maybe the strongest AD carry on this patch, Trinity Force Corki. And you can always have that flexibility to have Rek'Sai split push in the late game.
And I feel like we've seen so much of the Corki-Kalista matchup just in general, as King are going to consider the next 2 picks here. So it looks like Lee Sin has already been locked in for MLXG, so we'll take another aggressive jungler through, like you mentioned. And it seems like Morgana is going to be the next pick there as well. It's a pairing with Kalista, I guess.
It's smart to pick the Morgana, of course. Vi is available. It still is a very contested jungle pick, especially in China. So just potentially having the flexibility to have a defensive option. Of course, with Rek'Sai already locked in, probably not going to be the Vi. Rek'Sai top isn't necessarily weak. It's just not very meta at the moment. But just giving us your Kalista, the Black Shield, giving her CC reduction or CC immunity, it's very important.
And that was my big question to you. What do you think of Corki Kalista? Because it's a very common matchup now.
I feel like it's so... I mean, level 2 is such an important factor in all 2v2 matchups, but I feel it's even more important in this matchup because if Kalista can push in the first couple of waves and just look to play aggressively and force Corki to use his mana on clearing waves, I mean, Kalista's late game, especially in team fights, is going to be stronger whether it's the Hurricane Bloodthirster Kalista or whether it's the Infinity Edge Kalista we saw coming out last week. So, I mean, in late game, you definitely favor Kalista, but in terms of early rotations, which you have to think to some degree, M3 are looking for a very aggressive dragon-taking and turret-taking comp with the Corki and now the Na, Azir, Rek'Sai combo. They have a lot of mid-game power coming through. You'd have to think if Woosh can get an advantage in lane, it'll be just a critical factor to kind of unsettle Candy. Because Candy, again, on the Corki, that's been his power pick so far in the LPL.
Yeah, and almost can't believe, speaking of power picks, that Azir and Nara have gone through here to Dade and Lupa, possibly M3's biggest star players here. But that's what they've got. Very strong champions for them. And Twisted Fate is going to be our last pick here for Assassin.
Twisted Fate against Dade, no less. One of the famous Twisted Fates players in the world. We started to see Twisted Fate creep through. Of course, Cool played it very famously in that victory over Edward Gaming. Pawn played it as well. for EDG. Both of them picking up wins. We know the amount of flexibility Twisted Fate comp gives you, but a risky champion in lane, okay, you might say, well, the jungle pressure is only medium at best coming through from the unburrow ganks from Rek'Sai. But you have to be so careful with Twisted Fate, because if you fail that first Destiny, if you're just kind of relegated to wave clear duty, and if you fall behind in CS, late game damage can be difficult if you don't pick up quite a big gold advantage.
Yeah, and we are going to go through the matchups now. So Looper here against Gnar versus Aurelia. I feel like we've seen this a lot in the LPL.
Absolutely. Gnar's going to auto-attack away at early levels, and Aurelia will scale up and then outscale him in terms of 1v1 pressure set level 7 to 9. Rek'Sai versus Lee Sin, it's control jungling versus early skirmishing. Again, very standard at the top of the map, but this is not standard. The Azir versus Twisted Fate matchup. In lane, you have to think Azir going to be relatively unharassed, going to be just fine, even has the cleanse, does Dade. But Twisted Fate, what happens at level 6? What happens with the first Destiny? Always the question you ask when Twisted Fate's in the game.
We'll have to see. Candy and Woosh going to go head-to-head as well. Corki versus Kalista, another very LPL-centric matchup, it feels like, here. And two pretty aggressive supports as well. Lamb not going to go for the Thresh. He's played a lot of that so far. I believe it was left open here, but Morgana instead against Annie.
I mean, the Morgana makes a lot of sense. It's a blocker pick to a lot of single target CC, but you have to remember that there's so many magic damage sources. We already said Corki, Annie. There's going to be so much latent AoE magic damage that this Black Shield's going to fall off due to somebody. So the CC reduction is going to be very short window before someone on the team can take advantage of their AoE magic damage and get rid of that important cooldown.
Yeah, and with that, let's get straight onto the Rift. And welcome here. M3 versus King is our first game of the LPL here this weekend. We'll see what happens here in this one. Both teams really looking for points as Assassin, just dancing very fancily there in the mid lane with his Twisted Fate here. Best of 2 here, our first game between these two teams as well, and both sitting at equal points at 13, tied for 7th. They both need a 2-0.
And you can see from this early defensive position that both teams want to win this series. Both teams don't necessarily come in with an aggressive plan. They're just looking for a defensive fan. They don't want to give up any advantages at level 1. And I expect a very, very close series coming out between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, a draw at this point is almost a loss for both teams at this particular point. So someone's going to have to get ahead, and we'll see, you know, once the first game's over, which team decides to defend here. So a very important opening game in this best of 2. It's weird to talk about momentum in a best of 2, but if there ever was a game that was going to determine momentum in this sort of series, it's this one.
And you might wonder why I was saying, okay, Dade, he has a pretty good matchup against TF. TF's lane pressure in a 1v1 sense is quite low. So why does he take the cleanse? Why does he go for the defensive summoner? On the one hand, you can look at the kit of Azir and say, look, in a team fight, he wants to be doing consistent damage, so it makes sense to take a summoner that prevents him from being crowd control for multiple seconds. But we have to respect, you feel like Dade has to respect Twisted Fate Lee Sin as a duo, because then a targeted stun and all the early skirmish damage that Lee Sin can do with early ganks, I feel like Dade has picked just to get himself through laning phase with this summoner choice.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen Dade's Azir in team fights and skirmishes look absolutely beautiful. So we'll see how the early lanes break out. We do break out into standard lanes here as well. Both junglers actually going to start on the right-hand side of their jungle as well.
Yep, so it's going to be interesting to see when the first ganks start to hit mid lane, as in the bottom lane. Relic Shield Annie is the pickup from Love CD.
Very interesting stuff, and we saw Relic Shield Vega, I believe, last week. I know one of your favorites, Papa Smithy. What are your thoughts on this particular Relic Shield support?
It's actually the second Relic Shield Annie. I can't say for sure whether it was coming out from Love CD, but at the end of the day, you can build up stun charges last hitting a minion, and you actually provide sustain for your lane. So in a lane swap situation, I don't like it as much. But in a 2v2 where you're going to be auto-attacking a lot, you're going to be taking down minions, and you're not going to necessarily be roaming early, the sustain and shared gold is actually a fine pickup in a 2v2.
Yeah, Dada, though, getting aggressive in the mid lane. Assassin forced to back away there as well. And again, Azir full power pretty much here on this particular patch. Just so good at poking people out.
I mean, of course, he has seen a small nerf on this patch, but nothing like what he saw in 5.3. So still a very viable choice. It'll be interesting to see whether Azir completely leaves the LPL once we hit 5.3, 5.4. That's what we've seen across other scenes. But Dade, while that champion's strong, going to pick it up.
Yeah, you best believe Dade is going to be playing it here as we'll continue the lane matchups. Twisted Fate actually pretty significantly behind in CS, but does have almost a full wave to try and collect here. So we'll see how much Assassin can get done, and just general across the lanes. Things looking pretty safe. MLXG a little low in his jungle. Might even look for a gank here, but he's very low on health.
Yeah, but Twisted Fate has controlled his lane. Okay, he's given up CS, but Azir has to overextend to push in the wave. This is an open timing for MXG.
He's going in there as well. Now Q's on to Dade. Dade very low there. The red buff doing work. Looper is down here, but first blood already over to MLXG. Dodges the next boomerang, but can't dodge the auto, and Sky has come down. A good knock up there from Condi moving in as well. And just the trade there. First blood, though, does go to King.
Yeah, Condi actually stayed on killing the Scuttle Crab for quite a long time, so he's very slow in reacting to the 2v1 situation. Dade falls first. Okay, they move double buffs onto Looper. If he can take massive advantage of that, it might be okay, but you have to say, if Condi was faster to react, Dade might have lived.
He might have. Instead, Assassin actually going to collect a lot of extra CS here in this lane. Push that in there. Now be ahead on CS against Dade, who's looking very aggressive. Gone back for double Doran's ring.
I mean, this game just sprung to life in an instant. You can understand Condi in his first competitive game, really just trying to get there. That Chinese jungler perhaps made a small misdecision. It hasn't cost his team a lot. It's only 100 gold is the advantage coming through with the first blood, but going to have to really be on point this game as Condi.
Yeah, and MLXG going very, I want to say, defensive with his early build here. We've got the Chilling Smite built up for Condi early on after some of that farming. But Sightstone before Jungle Item here is the choice for Lee Sin.
And look, when we see a tier before Jungle Item, say a Nidalee, you might say, okay, he's going for a more aggressive snowball choice. I actually feel like Sightstone on Lee Sin is a bit of a snowball choice because you open up so much mobility for ganking. Okay, you might think, if this was a Nunu, you'd say, okay, very defensive start. It's going to ward up the enemy buffs and bring predictability. But Lee Sin's kit, he just synergizes so well with the mobility that wards bring him that this actually gives just as many offensive options as it relieves pressure for his lanes.
And of course, we mentioned King wanting to get their lanes going early, MLXG wanting to play aggressively. This Sightstone will enable him to get more vision and make more plays.
Well, I mean, if you want to consider defensive options for a jungler, it's clearing their camps. And it doesn't help you clear your camps at all picking up a Sightstone. So he's actually, if anything, looking for just a bit more jungle pressure, whether it's relieving pressure for his lanes or creating pressure with the ward jumps.
We'll have to see how that pans out here as Dade back in his lane with the Doran's rings, as we said. Assassin has also gone back, got a Doran's ring and an Amp Tome for himself after starting with Boots, actually, was the interesting first item choice.
Twisted Fate always is slightly ahead in terms of items. Of course, he has the passive, the loaded dice, so picks up just that much more gold from early CS. Ahead in terms of stats, you'd have to say, in terms of AP, but doesn't have that little burst of health from the double Dorans.
No, and again, Twisted Fate lands, you really are just happy if you're farming up safely, which seems like Assassin is getting done here as well. Back down the bottom, no Candy. Couple CS ahead here against Woosh's Kalista, but everything going pretty much normal for them.
I'd like to see a second visit to the mid lane coming through from MLXG. He knows that both summoners are down for Dade. Actually, Cleanse on a shorter cooldown is going to come up in the next 40 seconds or so. But take advantage of Dade early. Make sure he's on the defensive in lane, and you open up so much space for Twisted Fate. Always poke his head out of the lane, always walk through the brushes, and threaten that level 6 Destiny.
Well, instead, MLXG actually gone back now has his own Chilling Smite, but will be quite delayed to the Warrior enchant if that is what he wants to go for. So, you know, investing in some early vision here with the Sightstone, we'll see if that does make it work for King, as M3 still but very slight gold lead.
In terms of laning phase, it's been so even across the board. The only big CS advantage is Candy once again. 8 CS, look, it's nothing to write home about, but at least in this matchup where you'd expect Corki to win it early, he's been able to do that. There was no early push with the Destiny's popped.
Yeah, that actually spots Condi there as also. Sky actually now going to join in MLXG here as well. A good stun lands in. They want Rek'Sai as the first target. Sky might look to dive in as well. The Hyper about to proc on Assassin. Condi flashes out. The stun card comes back here, but Assassin can't find a target, and Destiny misfires there, you have to say.
And I feel like King and Assassin particularly should have initiated onto Looper. Looper didn't have flash. They would have been able to communicate that Condi didn't use flash in the previous engage. But in this situation, they focused onto Condi. He was able to flash away defensively. Maybe he didn't even need to use that summoner as the fight turned out. But the result, Destiny used very long cooldown now, coming for the Destiny, and no pressure really got.
No, and some spare time now for Dade actually in the lane here just to clean out some creeps, continue shoving the wave into turret, and actually get quite far ahead. 10 CS and counting now for this Azir.
And Azir's going to keep powering up through the game. He's not able to follow these ganks, so his only answer is to power farm, just the same as if it was a Karthus in the mid lane. Going to respond to roaming with farming and doing turret pressure. So he's very happy with the lane, especially that no gank came through, no bonus gold comes through to the Twisted Fate, and he'll just keep farming away.
Oh, well played here. Is back in towards the bottom. Condi, you can see, actually cleaning out his red buff, so going to be level 6 fairly soon on this Rek'Sai, able to use that ultimate for just mainly efficient farming purposes. Here's Condi, there we go, does ding level 6, and red buff again, maybe even look for a gank here.
His neural network right now is centered towards the top of the map, so he has more flexible options ganking around the top if he wants to respond to any pressure on the top wave. He needs to actually add some of these tunnels towards the 2v2 lane and down the bottom, just to give him an option to respond to the Twisted Fate ult.
Yeah, with Dragon potentially being a lookout as well here for these teams also would make sense. But just in general with Rek'Sai, it's such an interesting playstyle, but kind of getting ahead by farming your jungle consistently, putting tunnels through it really is the cornerstone of Rek'Sai, I feel like.
But your global has so much counterplay. If you try and be too aggressive with your tunnel positions, they can be standard on, and of course you remove the power that comes through from the option to have global presence. He needs to be the one reacting to the pressure from Twisted Fate, because otherwise they'll lose an advantage in the top lane if it's not a double teleport. And if it is, it could potentially be a 4v3. So if he doesn't have a tunnel towards this bottom lane, of course he has them around his buffs, but he just needs one to give him a realistic option to show up in a very fast 4v4.
Yeah, just to extend the network here as Looper and Sky going to continue farming up against each other. Both actually have finished their first early item, so a Phage apiece here. A bit more of an aggressive choice here for Looper.
But everyone is holding on to masses of gold in the bottom lane. No one's been harassed enough to fall back. 2,400 gold versus 2,300, nothing to write about. Candy definitely going to have at least the Phage Sheen, so it's going to be a massive first buy for him. He's about 200 gold to complete those items, though he does eat a Dark Bind.
Yeah, good poke there by Woosh, actually throwing in the spear and then just tapping him for a couple of Ren sets here. And again, dancing around the Phosphorus Bomb. At this point especially, Woosh looks very comfortable, but I want to draw your attention to the mid lane again here. We've seen the early pickups, and Twisted Fate's gone for very fast cooldown boots.
Yeah, CDR boots. You don't see this from a Twisted Fate. With the Ghost Flash, it's probably going to be the early distortion as well. But, I mean, look, at the end of the day, he's doubling down on having global pressure. He's got the extra 15% CDR. He's making up for what used to be the free 15% CDR from Stack Deck many a patch ago. And that's definitely an ult-centric build. Okay, it gives him more wave clear, but it reduces his damage on ganks. He's going to be looking to his laners, specifically the Aurelia and Kalista, to provide the damage when he comes in with the Destiny.
Yeah, and all he wants to do is come in and throw out gold cards if he can, as MLXG in the top. Looking to gank out onto Looper. Nah does have his flash available, though, so we're a bit of a tricky one to try and force.
I mean, Ghost Flash has become the standard pickup on Twisted Fate just because it's about the second gold card. You hit the first one, whether you have to flash for it or not, and then Ghost to hit a second one. So theoretically, you got more gold cards coming through with the CDR boot, but lower damage. So if it gets him the second CC, he's really looking for second, third CCs with Ghost Flash and now CDR boots.
Yeah, really almost dedicating to a lot of the utility parts of Twisted Fate's kit. And MLXG is still here in the top lane. Condi just gets the Dragon solo as Rek'Sai, and he's still here. Lee Sin really wants this gank.
That's why I'm so excited to see Looper on champion, because he knows how to push advantage. He knows how to position in lanes. He doesn't die randomly on these meta picks because he knows the limits of his champion. He's a singed player, so he knows how to run behind turrets and not die. And he's just leading MLXG on a merry chase, just playing so defensively against Sky and has not been punished whatsoever.
I mean, just looking through, I don't think they knew that Lee Sin snuck in here, but Looper is still respecting the possibility, it seems like. And MLXG, after what feels like 2 minutes, is finally going to recall.
And it might be the double whammy, because you have to remember, this is level 8 Aurelia. So in general, I'm not really looking to tussle with level 8 Aurelia, but we're finally going to see the initiate.
Yeah, Flash has fallen for the kick, and Looper just casually bounces away.
Doesn't even have to flash to have the kick to bounce him to safety. He feels just happy that Looper and vindicated for 2 minutes of passive play.
Yeah, I actually like that Condi instantly altered towards the top as well, because of course your next thought is, okay, Lee Sin's here, where's Twisted Fate?
Absolutely. I mean, it can snowball so quickly when we're talking about a Twisted Fate. But for someone who's invested so much into early CDR and early use of the Destiny, we've had one failed Destiny, and Azir's been able to push in aggressively and just not open up any chance for a second one to come through.
No, but as we do see some builds develop here now as well in the early stages of the game, Corki quite obviously going to be going for a quick Trinity Force here. Probably the best Trinity Force user in the game, arguably. So Sheen Phage there, the early pickups, but something a little different here for Woosh. He does have a recurve bow for the Hurricane, but also an early BF sword.
And you can just add up those gold values and realize he could have bought a straight Hurricane. That was an option he had, but he probably felt like he couldn't stand up in a 1v1 trade against what was guaranteed to be the Sheen Phage Corki. Sheen Phage is an insane power jump. It's so close to the Trinity Force power spike that he'll have very, very soon. So now he has balanced last hitting and decent single target damage, but he doesn't have AoE wave clear, so he doesn't have the ability to really push back away if necessary, and he has to very much respect Candy.
Yeah, and instead Woosh just trying to keep the lane where he can. Candy actually doing a good job freezing it earlier down in the bottom side, denying a couple of CS. Condi is down here as well on the Rex side, but instead everyone just going to kind of relax here.
I mean, the only way you get away with this build is not being harassed, but harass is coming in.
Condi comes in, good double knock up there, and Layhem does get away, but Woosh dies almost instantly there, and the all-in from M3 with the jungler coming in very strong.
And Black Shield is just not a realistic option for disengage when you're talking about AoE magic damage from Annie, magic damage coming in from Candy, and then the unbow. It's definitely going to register because, again, you don't have 5 points in the Black Shield till level 11, 12, 13. you just don't have the option to keep this Kalista alive.
No, and actually the turret might go down here as well. M3 bottom lane trying to deny as much CS as they can on that tower, but they should be able to get it pretty much whenever they like, and a number of minions are going to fall to it as well. So finally the tower goes down there. 2-0 actually in that objective.
It vindicates a lot of play coming through from M3 because, again, it's actually quite greedy to go for the recurve bow into BF sword because you have no wave control. You're basically saying, all right, you're going to push me in and I have good last hitting tools. I'm not looking to try and push the wave back with the Hurricane and the Ren sets. So in this situation, they've got double pink wards down, one towards their Raptors, another one towards the River Brush. So they have very aggressive pink wards, and they had to punish the very defensive options taken by Whoosh, and they did that successfully. So Vindicative is an excellent play.
Yeah, it looks like maybe an early Bloodthirster could be the pickup here for Whoosh. Does actually have a Vampiric Scepter, but of course could still opt in for the Hurricane if you wanted to. So we'll see what happens there. Sun Turret also falls down, so Dada's done a good job pushing out the actual mid turret and replacing it there, but King will pick up a bit of extra gold for that. Corki, though, back now with his Trinity Force, and Looper on the way with the Giants belt, so everything coming up M3, about 2,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, the buys are all coming through, very significant buys across the board. The Trinity Force is the big one. They have just broke the turret, I believe, so we have to expect the Trinity Force rotation is going to come soon. But from the minimap, you can see Twisted Fate, he's anchored to the bot lane. He doesn't want to see Corki moving to any other lanes just yet.
No, really doesn't here as M3 are going to continue moving through. Assassin actually was down towards the bottom, but going to go back and spend a little bit more of his gold as he picks some up here. MLXG clearing out the Scuttle Crab there as well. Dragon actually up in a minute 45, so we could see teams look to contest for this next one.
Yeah, the next Dragon is going to be a significant structure to be taken. At the moment, with the power jumps you see from M3, you have to think they're going to be the favorites to pick it up. But we'll have to see in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, looks like, again, Minions still charging into the mid. Dada doing a very good job keeping the CS pushed out here. So looks like Assassin going for a quick Zhonya's now as well, so wanting to very much be that initiation threat for his team.
It's understandable. This is sort of build we expect from Dada. He would always look for the team fighting Twisted Fate build, not the more aggressive, more single target or structure focused split push Twisted Fate Lichbane first. Lichbane's fallen down to 3rd, 4th item territory. But again, he's built the CDR boots, but hasn't been able to get any purchase from them yet whatsoever.
Dada's actually running the top lane as well. Love City is joining him now as well. Rek'Sai's even here. In fact, the whole family is almost shown up, but M3 are going to take up their 3rd outer turret. Didn't even need the Corki.
Assassin split pushing bottom lane. Corki's the only one around to defend it. The turret won't fall just yet, but Assassin, he's on split push duty. Even though he's built, what you have to say is team fight or skirmish fighting CDR and towards the Zhonyas.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just wants, to actually finish that major item before he goes in, but he's at least anchored for now down towards the bottom side of the map, and, that's fine for Candy. He can happily 1v1 this Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and just, I guess it's a situation where the Destiny wasn't providing the important advantage they look for from that cooldown, so just going for the split push, of course, still very fast at turret pushing with the ability to just blue card down a turret. That does the most damage from Twisted Fate's card choices. And again, he'll show up with a Zhonya's, you'd have to think, when the first team fight starts. So, okay, it's not the rotations they're looking for. It results in a 3-to-1 turret advantage. But Twisted Fate sitting in mid lane with no turret to defend, no turret to even retreat to, is a very gankable champion.
And remember, of course, M3 do have the first dragon in this game as well, and the second one has just spawned for them if they want to try and pick it up. So King, with the Twisted Fate, hasn't had time to shop if he does have enough money for the Zhonyas. So this might be the time for King if they want to fight, but it's a little awkward.
And M3 have consistently had the ward advantage around Dragon. Okay, some of the pink wards have been cleaned out. Love City actually takes a nice burst of damage clearing a ward. But again, they've had the monopoly of vision around this area, and they also have the space control Dade DPSing down the Dragon.
Yeah, and Dragon is just dead at this point. Condi will smite it away there. That's 2 for 2 on Dragons early on here for M3, and they're growing that gold lead ever so steadily. 2,500 gold now, plus the 2 Dragons.
Some important purchases come through. Sky's finished the Trinity Force, Aranduin's to answer, and the Phage for laning. So Luca, he's got the laning option. Okay, not the Trinity Force. That'll come later. But the Aranduin's is the direct counter to Aurelia's true damage, health, and the Cold Steel passive to reduce attack speed. Everyone's very loaded for fights at the moment, M3. And we just, again, Twisted Fate, been largely a non-factor.
Yeah, Lamb actually roaming through this. Well, actually spots Dade and gets him there with a binding, but he's going to go back. Does have his Athene tool, see what he wants to go for next. as far as major item choices go through as well. Woosh still finishing his build, probably got quite a bit of gold banked up. It's down the bottom, Assassin gonna get found a hit. Condi knocks him up, and M3 get yet another kill.
Just an instant burst of damage. Twisted Fate doesn't have the base stats to be getting. That's why he was moved to the bottom lane. They thought they would buy him more space to farm. There was less attention coming through from M3, but they pick up the assassination. Okay, no structure to take from it, but M3, they've got the mid-game comp. They've already got the 3 turrets. They've already got the dragons. They've taken all mid-game objectives they've looked for, and they're pushing for more.
They are indeed. I mean, we always talk about Corki wanting to rotate around and take out turrets with the Trinity Force. They have the option of putting that pressure on. It's just a matter of getting the wards done, make sure you get vision. And look, Candy Love City hanging out in the bottom, going to try and take out a tier 2.
Ironically, when we talk about that, we're talking about getting the outer ring of turrets, but Candy was, if anything, defending Twisted Fate picking up the second turret because his team had been so far in front, they'd already taken the outer ring of turrets. They're pushing very fast for the inner ring of turrets, and the items are not finished on the carries. Woosh is quite weak right now, has, of course, split between a Bloodthirster and a Hurricane, but has none of them at all.
No, and you can see Dade actually did a good amount of damage to that turret with the help of Looper, almost getting a kill under it there as well, going to clean out the defensive pinks and even steal away the blue buff. So M3, the gold lead doesn't look like much, but the amount of pressure they're putting on this map at this point is unbelievable.
Well, the efficiency of the gold usage, finishing those recipes, getting the passives and actives that you get with finishing a recipe, for example, the Trinity Force versus just, BF Sword, Recurve Bow, and Vamp Scepter, it's just massive. You get so many extra passives and gold efficiency ratings from finishing these items, and they're waiting for the big purchase. It's going to be Bloodthirster first, perhaps the most defensive option. And again, Woosh definitely doesn't hold up to Candy in terms of team fight damage.
No, Sky's actually found Looper here as well. Looper, though, fancies himself a fight. The Hyper Procs coming in, so annoying. And just the Trinity Force for Aurelia can't fight this right now.
Randomans is definitely a killjoy when it comes to dealing with the Trinity Force coming through from Aurelia. 2 members actually rotating from King. They really wanted to see Looper go aggressive, but I can tell you one thing about this first 20 minutes. Looper's not going to go aggressive, King.
No, he's just not basically has the intuitive top lane in a sense where he just never gets ganked here. I mean, the ward coverage has been decent, but not stellar, but just a lot of experience and good game awareness that are going to keep him safe as we kind of move through. Zonya's done there for Twisted Fate now as well, so things are starting to kind of look up for King, but they've got to find a fight they're actually happy with.
And, we're going to see the very aggressive Valkyrie in bottom lane. Candy's looking for the assassination on Twisted Fate.
Yeah, actually, the Zonyas does get popped in there, but Candy finally gets a kill, and again, they're split pushing TF not working out at all.
And look, Corki standing in a brush, waiting for a face check from an AD carry. That's a natural thing, but he's assassinating a Twisted Fate. It's someone who has CC, doesn't have cleanse, was still able to really DPS him down with the early Trinity Force and the red buff, of course, giving him consistent CC. Yeah,
getting the Bilgewater now as well, looking for possibly a Blade of the Ruin King second. The very aggressive duelist Corki build.
And there's just so few options for King because they've got so few safe places to farm. Everyone who goes bottom lane is getting assassinated by either roaming squads or just a Corki in this case. They rotated Woosh to the mid lane just because, again, he hadn't finished an item. He didn't have counter pushing and his turret had fallen down. So they want him to be the safe farmer. They've clearly identified Woosh as the person they want to build up farm on. But because he's gone for the BT first, he doesn't really have team fight damage. He only really has structure killing damage. Of course, the advantage of an early BT is that you can get turret damage. But here comes the ult.
Yeah, LXG almost dead actually as the fight begins. Dade, good ult pushes everyone back, and now Sky going to dive in there as well. Lee Sin did fall down. Assassin now going to be the next to fall as well. Corki ripping through the members here of King as well. And M3 going to move in. That's 2 for 0 already. Can they make it more? Fate's Call and a Flash will get them out of the way, but M3 will take the 2 clean kills.
They have no answer whatsoever, King, for the Corki damage coming through and the tankiness of the front line. The Randomans is doing so much work. No one can push through Looper. Dade lived, of course, with the cleanse and the Emperor's Divide. And Candy free hitting at the back. Red buff. Trinity Force completed. The Bilgewater, as you mentioned, so tuned for damage in the mid-game. And King, they don't have it. And that's the result of the very defensive BT pickup from Woosh.
And you know what? We talked a lot about M3 in the start of the season. Hyped up Dade, hyped up Looper. At this point, King has had too many good games on a roll, especially on Corki, where we just have to say he's a full-fledged role player on this team. He's a big reason they've started to pick up more wins.
Yeah, Candy's Corki has been so impressive. They're very good at using the Trinity Force power spikes. At this point, might be worth a ban. We haven't seen so many Corki bans, but Corki, probably top 5 champion in League of Legends on patch 5.2, hell, even on patch 5.4 on the live servers. You really need to respect the things Corki can do in the mid game, because this is where he thrives. Those smaller skirmishes when he can just consistently put out those Trinity Force procs and grouping and taking turrets. They've got 5 already. 2 have come down against them, and Twisted Fate is just the 3rd or 4th time he's just really wanting to break that outer ring, but he's getting assassinated every time he's tried it so far.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's bad news for Assassin, as Looper still sticking in the top lane. A second Giants, but already done. MLXG gonna get spotted off here, actually looking to get knocked up. Does happen there. The Smite Wall actually getting won by Lee Sin, who does manage to pick up the buff there. Now Assassin going to get aggressed on the Randuins. Is Pop Dade looking for something, but can't quite find it. And M3 will back off, but again, so much control of this map.
Assassin didn't have to use the Destiny defensively, so still has that cooldown available, so at least he was able to escape with the minimum. Didn't use a summoner, didn't use his ultimate, but the rotations have come in perfectly for M3. Right on point to pick up the 3rd dragon. Trinity Force Corki already quite speedy. 5% movement speed though. Rotation's only going to get better.
Yeah, and there's the 3rd dragon, like you mentioned, coming through for M3, just having a stronger hold on that objective here. Look at the gold lead. It's really shot up recently. It's about 8,000 gold already ahead. 6-1 in kills and 5-2 in turrets. M3, that's a lot of gold that they've got, and that's with a Twisted Fate on the enemy team. As Love CD does flash in the top there. Condi going to try and interrupt Whoosh, but he can't quite get it done. The damage is still coming in. The Ren, not enough, and Love CD will get the kill, but does go down. Now Layham in trouble. Will be the 2nd victim there as Candy gets another kill.
They're looking for skirmishes and getting them at every point. The flash has come off cooldown basically with this distortion boot upgrade. Every time the flashes come through, they've got multiple picks. They're doing a lot of damage this inner turret.
Yeah, Tao actually goes down there. Sky might look to dive in there. A good knock up there for Condi. Dade might dive back in, and actually a teleport coming in out onto the tunnel there. Sorry, so Looper going to push in. M3 are going to try and take it in here.
All these advantages were gotten before Looper group, before their super tank even showed up. It's too risky to take down the inhibitor. It's so early. That's only 5 seconds till Wushin comes back. But Woosh finally has Bloodthirster Hurricane. He finally has some team fight options. They can go aggressive, and MLXG, he tries it at least.
Yeah, blue buff stolen away from Dade there as well. So M3 continuing to get advantages in this game. Gold lead almost 9,000 gold ahead. Now MLXG does spot off Dade. Tremorsense actually going to spot off Lucy in there as well. But instead, M3 just going to back off now. MLXG, nothing he can really take here. Candy actually backing in a bit of an aggressive spot there, but he's totally fine. Got 2 pink wards actually flanking him.
Yeah, M3 are just so confident, and you have to think they are. They've executed on everything in the early game. Dade eats the Q.
Very nice ult, though. Will keep him safe. The Destiny has come in. Love City could get caught out here. Does go down there to Sky, actually, who's finally going to pick up a kill here, but it's sort of a hollow victory there for King. They need a lot more of that in this game.
Well, that's the thing. M3 have recognized their win conditions, the mid-game rotations, and executed them perfectly. All the outer turrets down, except for the last turret living in the inner turret in the top lane. Monopoly on Dragon. I mean, King, they get a pick, they get a red buff, but that's the absolute minimum you could expect from a pick at this point in the game.
Yeah, and I actually love that Candy has gone quite deep actually on the potential rotation series, looking probably for a last Whisper third, it feels like, with the pickaxe in his inventory, but quick Alacrity boots actually. Candy knows that he just needs all of the speed right now.
I mean, he has to match Annie. The mindset from Annie is so clear. Actually completed the Talisman of Ascension, so Distortion boots with the Distortion mobility boots and a Hurricane. You know exactly what's coming from this Annie, and Cookie just needs to keep up because that consistent damage to match the burst coming through from the Annie, that's all they need to win a fight.
Yeah, I mean, even Dade is getting stronger now as well. Finished up his zombies and Merc Treads, of course. Almost a Dade special at this point, you have to think. Condi looking for an Aegis, I believe, with the items in the inventory, so getting stronger. And Looper hasn't spent that much gold recently, but an extra Giant's Belt already on top of the Randuin's Fate. He's very tanky already. In fact, going to go back, and there's a straight-up Warmogs.
He's just so tanky. He's the frontline this team needs, and he knows he has the consistent damage coming from Candy behind him. Assassin finally gets the turret. He spent the last 10 minutes of the game and 2 or 3 of his deaths picking up, but it's a hollow victory. 6 turrets down already for M3, and they're looking towards the Baron.
Yeah, posturing around the area there. Is actually Talisman going to pop in. Condi very fast, actually. Almost able to spot off MLXG, but the pink ward will go down. M3 will reset their vision around the area, and pretty much at any point, Looper's TP not up. He is in the bottom side of the map, but M3 will continue to threaten around this objective.
Well, this is probably the first strategic hole M3 have opened up this game, is having Looper split pushing without teleport available. So there is a potential 5v4 situation. You have to respect Bloodthirster and Hurricane, the Ren set potential coming through from Whoosh, and you have to also consider that the person that's really going to stop Whoosh from getting those Ren sets is Looper. He needs to be grouped with his team to have 100% insurance on them winning a team fight. It's very risky for him to be split pushing, and that's why he started to group.
Yep, Looper already made the rotation, just waddling up towards the inhibitor, and M3 with a couple of King members scattered around the map, looking to pick this up very quickly. If they want to pull the trigger, King kind of have to do it now, but the inhib's already dead.
Yeah, King's positioning was very questionable. They were looking to get a skirmish, almost forgetting that they didn't even have a turret to back. So their timing windows were very limited. Suddenly they were 2 and 3 member split, and they didn't want to engage. And the result is just an easy rush of the inhibitor coming through from M3.
And there's so much control of vision around the top side of the map here as well, around the red buff. Layum actually looking in. Dada going in, actually pops MLXG back into the team, but he safeguards away. A good kick back there keeps Condi out, and Looper does land a boomerang onto Layum, but it's not enough.
Yeah, Looper doesn't have the rage bar fill. The Gnar bar isn't full, so they have to back away. Baron becomes a realistic option. Of course, the Destiny can be popped and provide vision. It's basically a scrying orb when it's going to be popped. He's not in position to actually get into a team fight just yet, and the Baron's not going down that fast.
No, I mean, Condi and Love City with, I guess, a bit of help from Tibbers trying to take out the buff. Candy, though, will move in. Here's the big damage. Darting in as well. Twisted Fate does pop the ulti. He knows they're in there, but M3 might just commit here. The teleport comes in. They are going to back up, actually back in towards the teleporter, but just going to take out the ward there and reset.
Yeah, the teleport was cancelled, so Sky doesn't have the option to threaten with the teleport again. The Destiny's down at well. They just need to get down the pink wards and just repeat the same procedure, M3. The Baron is definitely their realistic objective.
You have to be a bit careful. Do have quite a bit of gold banked on both Candy and Dade right now, so don't want to overcommit with the unspent gold in the inventories. As you can see, Dade's already spent his. Got a stinger actually here for even more mid-game power, and Candy at this point is getting very close to finishing his last Whisper.
Super interested to see what his next purchase is. The confident purchase, last Whisper. The safe purchase would be the QSS, just to give him a defensive option against Twisted Fate.
Yeah, knockup though does come in for Condi. They're going to move through. MLXG does hop away. Love City though, flashing forward with the talisman. Gets the bear down, and Candy going in. Massive ult for Dade. Candy ripping through people, and that's 2 kills already. Sky, he's going to hop away with the Blade Charge. Forced to flash, I believe, and now Looper going to chase in. Candy just does so much damage, and Aurelia will be the 3rd kill.
The 2-man Emperor's Divide, already impressive, but those 2 men included Whoosh on Kalista. Dying first in the fight was the Kalista. Assassin, he goes and split pushes. That's all he can really hope to do. And M3, they want to finish this game as soon as possible.
Yeah, not interested in really faffing around and taking some other objectives. They're going straight in onto the Nexus turrets here. The super minions running. Death time is still relatively long-ish as they're ticking down here, but the turrets are getting melted here, and M3 will take a very clean game 1 against King.
We were wondering which of these 7th place team would be the first to really step up in the first game. It's M3, 3-1 last week, coming out of the blocks really fast with a very fast 30-minute game. Rotations on point, using their comp well. Didn't even need Trinity Force Corki to take down turrets. They were taking them down without them. Just impressive play across the board from M3.
Yeah, just get ahead in their lanes, really dominate towards that mid-game as well. I mean, Condi had a fine game as well. His first outing, of course, in the LPL. Moving in as a fresh player here for M3. And we said it, Candy's Corki looks fine, but he was basically 1-3-1 split pushing on his own.
Absolutely, and the Assassin was on the Twisted Fate was doing the same thing. He was just split pushing, he was just looking for engage. He built for team fights. CDR boots into Zhonya's. You're looking to get in the middle of a fight and get a priority gold card. I can't remember any decisive uses of the Destiny that game at all. It just did not work out for King.
I mean, smart maybe for M3. Almost looked like they were intentionally split pushing. Their Looper was anchored to the top side of the map for a long time as well and got absolutely massive. And Dade had a great game on his ear like he's almost always had.
But King, we always come back to what is their identity? What are they going to do in games? They had double sights done so early, and if anything, they lost in terms of vision pressure. Their wards, there were times they had 6, 8, 10 wards on the map, but they just weren't really using them for any, like, you could see what they had vision of, but you didn't see any kind of plan. You didn't see any trends coming through from their wards. They weren't looking to contest enemy buffs. They were letting M3 play their own game, and M3 said thanks very much and won in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I like some of the aggression for MLXG, but King have to look at something here. I mean, this is the interesting part, is that at this point, they can't win the series 2-0, obviously, with already done a loss. But they have to make something happen here.
Yeah, split is the minimum for King, you'd have to say, coming into this series, and it's the maximum they're going to get now. And if they're playing on that form, if they come in with such a scattered game plan and let M3 actually, for once, execute on a decisive mid-game rotations, they're going to lose 2-0.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Big pressure now out onto King as well. M3 would love the 3 points. Absolutely critical. So we'll see if they can get them. Game 2 is coming right up. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're here for our first match of the evening, or at least halfway through it, as M3 have been taking on King. M3 up a game in what was one hell of a performance. I am Julian Page-Shamkar. Joining me, of course, is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And Papa Smithy, what else to say about that first game?
I mean, M3 were on point, very high-level rotational League of Legends, and King, they just kind of watched themselves lose.
Yeah, I mean, the early start zone from Lee Sin, we talk about the aggressive jungling coming through. The lane is traditionally, at least back in, way back at the start of the LPL, were known as aggressive players, but like it's kind of been the story for King this whole LPL, just nothing's coming together at once, it seems like.
I was always watching the min-map to see, okay, they got the double side stone very early, what are they going to do with it? And they had perfect vision of their own side of the jungle. Unfortunately, it just reflected no red buff, no blue buff. They were all stolen away by M3. M3 were taking everything on spawn, and the vision just didn't count for anything. You have to say, even just picking up a jungle item to clear the jungle might have been a better purchase, given no purchase coming through from the MLXG early side stone.
And if we look at M3, of course, we've already talked about it. They really want a win here to solidify the full 3 points and jump into the standings towards that 6th place, I guess, and basically clear out 7th for themselves, because Royal are a point behind them. They're currently tied on points still, actually, with King here. A draw would just be disappointing. They'd each get a point and just stay in the same place.
I mean, if they do pick up the 2-0 here, M3 would have picked up 7 points out of a possible 9. That is playoff form. That is moving towards playoffs, getting them towards 6th, 5th, and 4th. They're not realistically, they'll still be a game away, I believe, from 6th place, even if they win 2-0, but they'll be entrenched in playoff discussion. And in playoffs, they have the superstars and even the new stars like Candy coming through to be a threat to any team.
Yeah, but we are into Champs League here for our second game. King down a game on the blue side here against M3, who are up a game in the best of 2. Lissandra, the first ban there for King. M3 answer with the Nidalee actually targeting MLXG of all players here. And 10 seconds left for King's second ban. We'll see what they want to go with.
I want to see the adaptive bans coming through from King as I see your horror at the Maokai ban. We need to see something to throw M3 away from their comfort, because M3 on their comfort looked pretty damn strong last game.
They really did. I don't know about horror, but certainly just surprised. They're an interesting ban. 2 top lane bans actually by King. Maokai and Lupa going in. Veigar the ban for M3. Cassidy in their last one as well. So lots of room here for King. We'll see what they want to first pick.
I mean, effectively 4 top lane bans coming through with the flex picks, decimating that top lane champion pool. But this is Lupa. We know that he has pocket picks he hasn't pulled out, let alone his penchant for playing off meta. Maybe they need to get him off meta to really hold him down, because Lupa last game, that control to stay in lane against MLXG, unbeknownst as far as we could tell, 2-3 minutes and live through that pressure, just trivialized MLXG's jungling.
Yeah, and MLXG going to take Rek'Sai away from Condi this game. I do like to pick Rek'Sai, a great first pick currently in League of Legends, and M3 might just go back to some of the same stuff. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see Candy's Corki again.
I mean, Candy's Corki has been outstanding during the LPL, especially in the last few weeks. Definitely been, comparable to the top Corkis in the world, like Deft, of course, from EDG. So if it's working, pick it up again.
Yeah, so it is going to be Corki and Lee Sin the next pick there as well. Almost maybe having a jab slightly at MLXG. They're taking the jungle that he just played, effectively reversing the jungle matchup from game 1.
There are other options. Vi and Jarvan both came through the bans and picks, but again, we don't know much about Condi's champion pool. Everyone can play Lee Sin, you have to say, at a competitive level. So bringing out the Lee Sin is at least going to have the skirmish pressure advantage, but that was no advantage to MLXG in the last series.
No, we'll have to see how that develops here as King are looking at their next few picks as well. I wouldn't mind the Azir pick away, especially from Dade, but King might be mixing it up quite a bit here. They are actually going to lock in their Heck Room, and they're going to give Lamb Thresh.
So the crazy thing to me is that on the red side, we saw bans coming towards Dade, even though Dade had to go for the blind pick. Now, with red side, potentially last pick coming out, Dade, the Zed, the Yasuo, both available. Lupa was the one targeted in this game, so far we haven't seen the top lane champion, although with the Annie being hovered, anything's possible. But you'd have to think Dade, with all his champions available, so flexible. It's not going to be... Well, they've actually hovered these. It didn't lock in the Azir, so the Azir is available, but so many other options as well.
Yeah, it looks like they might just give him the counter pick, which would make a lot of sense here, given Dade's pedigree as a player and the fact that they're on the red side, but might be mixing it up. Seems like Love City going to take Annie once again, but Rumble actually the champion there for Lupa.
We don't see Lupa on Rumble a lot, but again, I like that it's back to the meta. It's not the Singed, it's not some of the unconventional picks. With Maokai and Na taken away, the reliable top lane tanks have been decimated. Lock in that Rumble.
I mean, what do we think of the matchup here? Because by the looks of things, it is going to be Hecarim versus Rumble in the top lane.
I think Hecarim will fine in that lane. In the early levels, he'll definitely be punished. Rumble has kill pressure pre-6, but once he picks up, say, the Spirit Visage, for example, or even just works towards the first parts of that, just even picks up some magic resist, maybe it will delay the Trinity Force and the power spike coming through from Sky. I feel like if he just goes straight Trinity Force, he'll lose duels quite significantly to Looper. But if he's able to get just a bit of magic resistance, Spectre's Cowl and move into Trinity Force, he's going to be happy enough.
Yeah, and King rounded the lineup very well here. Graves there down for the bottom lane to pair him with Thresh. And Ari, a great blind pick mid laner there as well. Love that Woosh is kind of going to take it to Candy here and say, you know what, I'm not going to play Kalista again. Let's really battle with short-range AD carries.
Well, he took kind of the skill matchup, the defensive choice of Kalista into Corki. Looked to outscale Corki and just got outscaled himself. He was just too far behind. He split between 2 item builds, never committed to either of them, and by the time he finished them, but look what that Lucken is. He had a choice of any option against Ari. It was going to be a skill matchup, whatever he went for, even on 5.2, and one of the oldest AD assassin mid lane skill matchups comes through. It's Ari versus Zed.
It is, and Dade Zed is a thing of beauty, and to be honest, despite Dade's early half of the split really being quite lackluster, I think, for a player of his caliber, his Zed has always looked good throughout the LPL. I mean, you know, in his history as a player.
You have to say, though, he struggled on that Zed the first couple of outings during the first few weeks of the season. Last week, very on form. He was playing Zed just like before. His team fight Zed was in full display and excellent split pushing. So I do like the fact that he's gone to the Zed. It's a true skill matchup. It kind of tunnels Ari into leaving out the CDR early, so her skirmishing's just that much weaker if she has to pick up a Seeker's Arm Guard. But if you don't, if you disrespect this Dade Zed, we all know the pressure and the presence he can bring out from the mid lane.
You can see there the reverse jungle matchup, but here's the big one. Assassin on the 5.2 Ari versus Dade Zed. Should be pretty explosive actually here. And this, again, something we're seeing a lot so far in the LPL. We're going to have Graves versus Corki.
And Graves has been one of the standouts of Week 6, especially of the LPL. So aggressive. You can out-rotate a Corki, negate his mid-game item advantage because he builds so well into the Trinity Force, which again builds so well into taking down turrets. If Graves can out-rotate a Corki, negate that mid-game power, he can just be a mid-game powerhouse all on his own.
Yeah, we'll see how it does develop here, of course, in this one. And there's a lot to like here. I mean, King, again, feel like they have just a bit of a scattered draft almost.
I mean, I do agree with you. The Hecarim doesn't really fit in with the other champions, but we just want to see more aggressive, effective laning from them. They cannot let M3 walk on top of them because they let that happen once, and M3 gleefully accepted the win.
And I guess maybe the big thing here for M3 is that, well, you know what, we're going to find out soon. Let's get straight onto the Rift. And welcome back for Game 2 here between King and M3. M3 up a game so far in their first match of this week's edition of the LPL. And Dade is back on Zed.
Dade Zed, always something to be feared. And you look down the King lineup and you wonder, who is going to be split pushing against this Zed? It's probably going to be the Hecarim. I guess they have the flexibility of also having MLXG split push. But that means the Hecarim needs to itemize armor early. And he's not going to get armor early against a Rumble or with the Trinity Force power spike he's looking towards. You have to feel in the mid game, Dade, if he gets going on this Zed, can maybe even overtake this game.
I mean, maybe that's been a lot of the story, I feel like, when we see Dade Zed. So M3 are definitely going to look to set him up here. I guess my one big thing about M3's comp that sticks out is that they don't really have a tank.
Well, they don't have a tank. They're going to rely on a lot of positional play from Lee Sin and Rumble to kind of fulfill that role. They have Love CD is actually going to be lent on, especially because there's no setup CC really at all for the Rumble equalizer. You have to feel like the anti-tip is going to be the critical factor. Smart positioning coming through from Woosh and Liam. They want the 2v2, so they're actually staying in base a long time just to stop being spotted by this ward.
Yeah, and actually M3 set up defensively now in the enemy jungle, it seems like. So playing pretty far forward, might even look for a buff steal here.
Yeah, they are going to be spotted by this ward walking to wave, I believe. I believe you have enough sight radius to see that, but it looks like, as you say, the steal's going to be on.
Yeah, and that's good news here for M3, going to take away one buff, and I wonder with MLXG, starting on the other side, whether or not he'll actually know to jungle up here and take M3's red buff away, but Condi's already started, he is going to steal it, but Candy's on top of a ward.
Yeah, Liam walked in and actually warded that red buff from the Krugs. Very smart warding spot. Smites away the red buff and gets out.
Yeah, I mean, Condi does get it. Forced a flash, actually, there. So both the summoners on cooldown for now, but that should give MLXG enough information to just go ahead and take the red buff away from M3's side.
If he does get his red buff stolen, you have to remember there's a lot of experience put onto the small the small lizards next to the red buff, so actually is only still level 1, doesn't even have red buff finished, so probably going to struggle to take a second camp, going to fall very low in the jungle.
Yeah, looks like he's on the blue buff as well, so going to try and get both his buffs, but like you mentioned, a little bit behind in experience could cost him here. Condi very low, will get the buff, that'll get him level 2 and a little bit more as well, but lost, like you mentioned, a lot of experience, not fully clearing that camp.
And MLXG on the control jungler, on the Rex side, is going to be able to power farm, is going to be ahead in levels because of the flash being blown. And now you have to be so careful if you're Condi. Second competitive game, you make a mistake in a gank, even at level 3, if you use your gap closer to get in, you got no way to get out.
No, and right now, M3's lane's playing pretty aggressively. I guess Dade playing back towards his turret in the early game, but look at Looper already very far forward against the Hecarim.
I mean, level 2 is actually a passive situation in a lot of Rumble matchups, but against Hecarim, you can be pretty confident that Hecarim's going to need to use his Q to AoE down the wave, just forcing him to use mana to counter push and just pushing yourself as Looper. It's against a Rex side, so you're not expecting a very early gank timing, but that might actually be a window for MLXG to get aggressive.
We'll have to see as Dade. He's going to just throw some Qs out there again. Kind of has to just sit in here in melee range and kind of get harassed and pushed in for a couple of levels at least.
Yeah, just for a couple of levels. In a range versus melee matchup, you're going to eat auto attacks, you're going to fall low, doesn't have the door and shield start, so has to use his potions and just try and avoid taking as much damage as possible. But of course, the lane will change significantly once level 6 comes through for both.
Yeah, back down the bottom here, Woosh actually having a bit better time. A great hook there by Lamb landing in. The double flag going to look in there, but a great stun for Love CD. Candy Vacker is out, and that was very well played by M3.
A preemptive heal comes through from Candy. I feel like if he tabbed over and noticed an exhaust coming through from Lamb, not an ignite, he could have been a bit more judicious with that cooldown, maybe kept it available, but just not having that knowledge, uses the heal very early.
Yeah, so that is a summoner spell down there, and a great hook by Lane. We've seen his Thresh time and time again. It's been, I think, possibly his best performing champion.
You see the secondary hook coming through, misses. The trade damage is quite strong, but MLXG is here.
Yeah, good Lantern in. They're going to look for the knockup. Does find onto Love City. That's going to be the flay and forcing of the flash there as well. So very good pressure early on. We already talked about it. MLXG can get the ball rolling here.
And Graves Thresh can now play so aggressively in lane. But speaking of aggression, Condi's there.
Yeah, Dade in now as well. Actually, Condi moving through, but MLXG is rotating in level 5 already for this Ahri. Just going to get the cannon there with some shurikens, and Dade has to back away.
It's good rotation coming through from MLXG. Gets to the mid lane, relieves a bit of pressure. Not sure, but on the minimap, it looks like we might see some more pressure onto the mid lane. As yes, it looks like Condi and MLXG battling.
Actually flashing forward there for the knockup as well. Condi trying to ward hop away, but actually warded down there. Does find the second ward, sorry. And actually lands back with the Q going in. Now Dade going to run in as well, but he doesn't have his ulti to close the distance.
Some interesting geometry plays coming through from Condi. Didn't know if that was a fail ward, but it looks like he just wanted it for an extra mobility option just to have a ward on MLXG's position. Nice smooth moves, but no kills come through.
Yeah, good rotations though do come in, and actually Love City now guarding the brush there next to the blue buff. MLXG and Lamb will back away instead though, and might even look at the Dragon, but both junglers very low level here at 5.5 minutes.
Doesn't feel like the Dragon's a realistic option just yet. Candy and Love CD, you see they have to stand so far in lane. In fact, Love CD's actually gone back, so they've ceded any hope of lane control against a Graves. And if Vasily and Imp have shown us anything so far in the LPL, Graves in the mid game, if you go for that Bloodthirster, which actually has become the more popular pick with the 5.2 nerfs to Infinity Edge, and you can out-rotate the enemy, doesn't matter that there's no Trinity Force in Graves' build. He can be just as important and just as strong at taking early turrets.
Yeah, he can, and a very good freeze hit coming through for Woosh as well. He's actually 20 CS ahead already of Candy, so we talked about it before. Candy really took over the lane with his Corki. This time it's Woosh's turn.
Yeah, Woosh is now the one who's playing very far ahead, and it's against Candy's Corki, like you mentioned, a very important advantage to be getting. If Corki delays that Trinity Force, if we ever see wave clear Corki watching as his turrets fall down to his side, it's just that the advantage and the potential of that champion is largely reliant on just burst trades in team fights.
Yeah, good play back there from Lamb, though, actually going to pop Love City back in, but Woosh took a lot of trade damage there with some nice phosphorus from Glenny for Candy, so probably wants to look to go back, make the first shop here, and with a healthy CS lead, looks like they are going to go for their first purchase.
M3 have definitely comped around early Dragons. They've got Rumble Corki, an excellent duo at picking up that early Dragon, but as you mentioned, the Corki is significantly far behind. Still not sitting on enough gold to pick up a Phage, maybe with pushing out this Wave will be able to take either the aggressive or defensive option between the Phage and Sheen. They're not going to really hit their item timings to get basically an uncontested dragon, and that first dragon, I feel, will be a window into which team wins this game.
Yeah, and on the other side of the matchup, the BF sword already completed there for Griff, so a big spike there for Woosh. Condi, though, poked his head into the enemy jungle, looked for something, but going to find Assassin instead, but a Spirit Rush going to come in there towards the top. Lupin could be in trouble here. Exhaust does move down. The Equalizer, coming down as well. Condi going to try and save him. A little bit of a shield there from Safeguard. Might actually be enough there. Assassin getting low, but a good knock up. Condi chasing in, though, and just gets shredded, forced to flash away.
Unbelievably, no one dies in that trade. Everyone pushing their champion limits and their summoner spells to the maximum. Dade shows up late. He's smelling blood. He thinks he might be able to get an exit kill, but smartly, 3-man recall at the turret.
Yeah, stacked underneath it, so will be safe there from Dade's death mark, which was available. Dade even poking in as well, maybe even contemplating a tower dive there, but does not go in for it instead. Kind of knows that he wants to play it a little safe, and instead will return to his lane and try and get some of that farm back.
But Dade does lose quite a lot from that roam. He was already 10 CS behind. He wasn't able to push out the wave, which of course we saw him do consistently against the roaming Twisted Fate from Assassin last game. So he's behind in CS. And we can see it is the Seeker's Arm Guard first. It's not going to be 20% CDR just yet, so the early power spike from items is lower than most Aries in 5.2. But the Zhonya's, you know it's on the way.
Yeah, as and a great item here for Assassin. We see this a lot with Zed, actually, which is part of the reason I felt like he dropped off slightly maybe towards the end of last year, beginning of this year. It's just that everyone in the game has some sort of answer, usually through their item builds.
And QSS has become cheaper, and because it gives less magic resist, it gives less combat stats, which uses the ultimate just to try and poke Candy out of lane. With the lower combat stats, you can actually pigeonhole it to the active a bit more, so it's even better against the Zed.
Yeah, and that's not good news for Zeg. When he can't assassinate someone as an assassin with that big ulti, he's not doing his job. But we've seen, a lot of teamfight Zed, especially from the likes of Dade, and actually Assassin here from King as well, looking very strong. So we'll see how that develops as we move in. A slight lead here for King, actually. So, what needed to have a bit more of a consistent early game, and have got that here.
And Sky up the top lane against Lupa has gone the Phage, gone the most aggressive option, so does not have the magic resist to stand up to trade. So we should see Rumble winning that top lane as we see harassment, I believe, coming through from Dade.
Yeah, Dade, I think, tried to all in for the kill. Didn't use his Ignite, though. And Assassin didn't have exhaust, so just forced out the ulti there, did Dade. They'll trade those skills back and forth here, but couldn't quite find enough damage to get the kill onto Ari.
Just a bit of poking, not a big trade coming through. He has the blue buff, so of course quite a short cooldown coming through on that ultimate, and obviously just did not think there was any kill pressure coming through from a Condi gank anytime soon.
Not at all, as we do see Dade and Assassin fighting with blue buffs now in the mid lane as well. Pinkward will get cleaned out there by King, looking to keep control of the dragon this particular go around here. Candy has to turn with the Sheen as well, but Woosh is continuing to get big leads in this lane.
And the Sheen gives him burst trades, but of course Graves scales so well with flat AD that I would give him a trading and pushing advantage with the BF sword. So it's a definite power trough for Corki, and we don't often say that when you build so naturally with the Trinity Force.
No, we really don't here. And again, Woosh and Lamb happy to hold the wave here. Just keep Love City and Candy back. Lamb always threatening with a hook here. And again, whenever Candy comes in, just eats a buckshot.
And I has to back away.
Oh, that hook was amazing. Flays back in as well. First blood goes to Woosh.
That is a massive kill in the bot lane. This is just almost a repeat, but with different teams in the second game. In the first game, it was Candy taking over the lane. In this game, Woosh takes a massive advantage of that first kill.
And Lamb deserves some sort of award for that hook. That was outstanding.
It's not the Ezreal Arcane Shift, you have to remember. That Valkyrie, you can be interrupted during the channel, and Lamb just was a sniper with the death
sentence.
Death sentence. Got it. There's a lot of death in League of Legends, patience.
There is, especially when a Thresh with those sort of hooks are involved here. And Lamb, we talked about it, he's looked best on his Thresh, and you can kind of see why. King off to a good early start here. Condi, though, has found Assassin here with Dade now as well. Ari will Spirit Rush out of the way. The death mark might be enough. No, it's not quite. The Ignite is ticking down, but Assassin should be okay. Lives on barely any health, and MLXG sneaks away the Dragon.
Yeah, it could have been a one kill for Dragon Trade. Already not ideal for M3, but Condi kept hold of the kick, did not use the kick during that fight. That damage would have been enough to burst down Assassin. Maybe it was just a call from Dade believing he'd done enough damage and wanting to pick up the kill for Snowball, but the result is no kills whatsoever for that Dragon.
And we haven't quite highlighted it yet, but the exhaust choice there from Assassin, very good in this lane against Dade Zed.
It's a defensive option. It means that he has significantly less kill pressure, but honestly, if he's going to be building a Zhonya's first, he already seeds a bit of combat stats. The CDR is so important now that Ari is less about the burst trades and more about the consistent damage. If you're going to go defensive, why not go all out and ensure you're not going to die in lane?
Lamb here looking looking for another hook, but doesn't quite land that one onto Candy. Gravesdale will return to lane, and King, again, looking very strong in this early game. Got an early Bloodthirster already done on their Graves.
Credit to Sky, even without itemizing magic resist, even going for the very selfish, expensive luxury Trinity Force rush, he's actually winning in CS against Lupa, and Lupa hasn't been rotating, so he hasn't picked up any assists. He's obviously also building into his natural build path, but Trinity Force into tanky is the gold standard for FLICKR. I mean, if he's unpressured, as he is now, even without Flash, you have to remember, haven't seen any jungle pressure coming onto him to try and use any of his summoners, Sky is basically getting a free laning phase, which is super scary. We know how strong a Hecarim can be in a late game team fight.
Yeah, especially if he's able to go the luxury Trinity Force like you mentioned. So Sky looking good here in the early stages. Bottom side the same as well. Even Assassin ahead by a couple of CS and has foiled every aggressive attempt by Dade Zed here. I mean, Assassin still getting chunked out there by the Zed at this point, but everyone's sort of powering up, and King just getting the better end of these early game trades.
My big worry for M3 is that if we do see Sky itemize Trinity Force into, say, armor, like a Frozen Heart or a Randuin's early, and basically abandon building for lane, get through this lane against Lupa without building any magic resist, and build items to counter Dade, remove the option of split pushing for Dade, I feel like M3's team comp just doesn't have the options in the mid game. But speaking of options, that's an aggressive option from Dade.
MLXG coming in, but he gets knocked up immediately out of it, and MLXG just cleans out the next kill.
The moment that he'd opted into taking the W Shadow, he was in no man's land. He had to go for the emergency ult, hope that he could get King to disengage, but no reason to. Full health on both members, and dies in the mid lane.
Yeah, perfectly timed Unborrow there for the knock-up, and even though Assassin had no charm left, plenty of damage between Ari and Rek'Sai to claim that kill. In fact, they get the mid turret out of it as well.
Well, no summoners, gap closer used just for a bit of harass. Dade, he sealed his own fate.
Yeah, now down the bottom, might even look for a dive here, but instead Woosh and Lamb just going to hang out here. Candy trying to get some CS away here with the Phosphorus bomb, but he's fallen critically behind in CS at this point, almost 40 down.
It's 50 CS pastry time is the advantage. Mathematics difficult, but
so
the Bloodthirster build that we see in the LPL, you can take turret shots, you can position so aggressively. Now with the rotation coming through from MLXG.
That was a very nice bear though coming through. Does get the double stun, but it's not enough damage, and cooldown wasted maybe there for Annie. MLXG went for a dive, but Lamb managed to get him out.
It's just such a massive disadvantage. They're actually sitting on the same amount of golds in their pocket. 1,100 to 1,000 gold between Woosh and Corki, but what a difference in terms of item. A completed Bloodthirster, so much efficiency with that purchase. The polar opposite, you have to remember, of his BF sword into recurve bow in the previous game. They've swapped roles pastry time, and to be honest, looking at the scoreboard, so have the teams.
Yeah, they have. Certainly is about 2,000-3,000 gold ahead there for King. The tower up already for them as well, and looking good in multiple lanes actually. Apart from mid lane, which is even, everything's looked fine. And Woosh going in 1v2 effectively here. Fancies his chances. Lamb not around to help him, and Woosh just doesn't care. He's
got 23% lifesteal coming through between the Doran Blade and the Bloodthirster, so he's happy. He's not going to be burst down without the Tibbers being available. Ignite is available. The Death Sentence almost picks up a member. The burst trades, you got to respect them coming out from King on this Graves Thresh lane.
Yeah, and every time Lamb lands a hook, they're able to almost always convert into a kill. So good job by Lamb trying to get into that brush and using the fog of war. They actually have a pink ward there as well as Lamb clears out a trinket ward there. So a good spot to hide in. But all M3 can do is continue to respect the bottom lane. But that means Candy's going to keep falling behind in CS.
It's an even bigger problem than on paper. Okay, your bot lane with Corki losing in the mid game, that's scary. But remember, Lamb actually took a secondary exhaust. He doesn't even have Ignite for kill pressure, but they're still picking up the kills and forcing M3 out of lane. To have the defensive summoner 2 exhausts against Dade, that's massive.
Lupa cancels his teleport though, and you can see why here is Sky actually going to get aggressed on by Condi and Lupa. Hecarim does finally fall there just with the constituent parts of the Trinity Force, but down the bottom, Woo's going to get Love City. Dade's down here as well, though Lamb actually lands a hook there. The exhaust is there as well. The Flays moved in, and Woosh might even get another kill here as Assassin dives in to clean it up. Corki does get the trade, but that's a double kill for Graves.
Yeah, 3 for 2 is the trade. King actually winning out on the trade even after it looked like M3 were going to get a big advantage. Dade, he was so close to killing, but it's that exhaust, the secondary exhaust. They even have a backup one coming through from Assassin. M3, I don't know what options they have to get back into this game because King, they're outplaying them on almost all fronts.
Yeah, 4,000 gold now, the leader's on. It continues to climb as well. Dragon back in 40 seconds. Tier 2 turret going to fall here as well. MLXG happily face tanking that one, although no, not quite low enough. Love City is into defend it. Condi does get the next kill. Rides on top of the Rek'Sai, and the bear stuns them up. King can't answer.
Yeah, they do pick up the exit kill, but it's the absolute minimum pastry time. 25 seconds to Dragon. If they can also pick up this Dragon, that'd be something for M3, but you see the pings towards Dragon. They do not want to cede this objective.
I mean, Rek'Sai's going to be back and will probably have her ulti up by the time she's respawned, so should be fine to get into the dragon fight on time. Trinity Force done now for Sky's Hack Room as well. That's exceptionally scary.
That's a very fast Trinity Force coming through. Of course, no tankiness just yet. Has to be very on point with his use of Spirit of Dread. It's his only implied tankiness with the AoE Spirit spell vamp that he's going to get. But M3, they've started the dragon. Equalizer's available. They can take this objective.
Dragon does go down, but what are they going to lose? If anything here, King are poised to try and fight. MLXG getting in. That's a 3-man knockup. Now Sky trying to dive in, but Looper gets hooked back here. Flayed into the team as well, and Assassin going to dive back in with the ulti. Looper uses his, almost dead there as the safeguard's going to keep him just safe enough for now, and King going to try and run in. They do have Hecarim ulti almost up there. Candy gets flash charmed and hooked there as well, and Assassin gets the next kill. Sky's going to line it up. MLXG's here as well, and he's gotten the kill onto Rek'Sai, but now Graves in the backline ripping through people as well. That's, I think, a double, maybe a triple, and it's an ace.
The true assassin showed up at the end of the fight. It's none other than Whoosh on the Graves. Bloodthirster static shift already completed compared to just the Trinity Force finally finished for Whoosh. They had that turret solo. They pick it up as well. King blew M3 away.
Yeah, 3 turrets to 1 now, and just piling on the gold lead. 7,000 gold ahead already for King. Zhonya's complete now for Assassin. Just so much is going right this time.
Both these teams entered on the same amount of points, the same ladder position. They're going to exit on the same amount of points on this early form from King, you'd have to say. Absolute role reversal of both games. But both teams, when they get that early snowball going, you can see all parts of their comp and their team members coming together.
Yeah, it's not a good kick there by Condi. Actually cancels part of the quick draw, but he's going to rotate in. He's so strong still.
You have to respect the 23% lifesteal and the attack speed modifier already finished with the static shiv. If you don't burst him down instantly, even with 2 members hitting on him, he'll probably be able to out-sustain and pick up a double kill.
Yeah, Graves always been sort of a bruiser AD carry, and Whoosh is really showing that off here in this particular game with the Bloodthirster first build. Looper returning to the top side. Got decent items here, Sork Shoes plus the Haunting guys, but just an Arm Guard is his next one, and Trinity Force Merc Tread's already done. Dade going to come in onto Assassin as well. Looks to use his ulti, but doesn't quite pull the trigger, and Assassin actually going to dive back in. Might even look for it. There's the ulti finally for Dade, but Liam trying to line something up. Assassin does not. Sonya's and actually goes down there to Dade. Love City low there as well. MLXG trying to fire the Prey Seeker in, but the Liam actually does get the kill onto Love City. Play away there as well, but Looper gets the next kill. Very weird exchange, but 2 for 1 in favor of M3.
Assassin dying with both Exhaust and Zhonya's available. Okay, Ari was obviously stunned during the duration at the end, but could have used either of those abilities a bit proactively. Tried to be a bit too cute, tried to hold on to those cooldowns, and gave away her life.
Yeah, Sky going to return to the top side as well. Runs back there with the devastating charge. Whoosh in the middle actually got a pickaxe now. 6-0-1. It's just Graves with almost 200 CS at 20 minutes. Just an amazing game here for Whoosh. And we've seen it. When King look good, it's often their AD carry player that goes off.
And it seems like both AD carries, like you say, have kind of been the benefit of their team's good work. We were saying similar superlatives about Candy last game, but it's all about Whoosh this time around, showing why Bloodthirster Graves is picking up a bit of popularity. Okay, we've already spoken multiple times about the fact that you can go to those turrets, you have a good amount of AD, you can tank a couple of turret hits, makes you very good at picking up structures. But as you mentioned, Graves already has innate tankiness from the True Grit passive, building up the armor and magic resist, with a shield, which of course scales on resist as well. So tanky. You can stand up so strong on those skirmishes. If you're ever focused, people just can't DPS you down.
No, and Whoosh is even counter jungling now as well. Takes the red buff away from M3. This looks so similar to the game that M3 just had here as well. Kinga getting aggressive wards down the jungle, taking it over here, and even MLXG looking for a dive.
MLXG understands he can take a few turret hits, play aggressively, and there's the death sentence.
Yeah, Condi going to get caught up there as well. Does safeguard away. MLXG going to ride in there as Lee Sin comes back in, but Graves gets the tower and the kill. Assassin dives back in onto Candy. Good damage, and he just goes off. Heal Force out as collateral damage. Would have killed the Corki otherwise, and can get a kill, and they keep pushing.
Dade's actually losing a split push against Sky, despite the fact that no armor has been built on Sky. He cannot play aggressive. He's backing away now, but the rest of King are coming to take down Dade.
Yeah, Thresh is here as well. Dade's got so few options left here. Does actually dodge the hook there. Assassin does use his Sonya's this time, and MLXG, he'll take that kill.
The Z mechanics were actually very cute there. Did dodge a lot of skill shots, but 5 members going to fall eventually.
Yeah, can't dodge everything here. Sky even going to continue the push out here as well, rampaging through the minions there with his Q, and Randuin's almost done now for MLXG. I mean, We've talked about it already. The gold lead practically 10,000 gold ahead now for King.
Okay, so let's take a deep breath and kind of dissect what's happened this series. The one thing you can definitely say, both these teams when ahead look great. Both these teams definitely have good proactive shot calling when they're winning. But when they're losing, they just don't seem to have any windows in to get back into games. You can see the ward coverage is wonderful. Aggressive wards across the map coming out from King. M3, they have decent defensive wards, but they just don't look like they have any kind of idea of what to do. With all the structures that have gone down so fast, with the Dragons starting to snowball towards King, M3 are just in as much disarray as we just described King last game.
Yeah, and the Dragon back in a minute now as well. King going to look for their second, I believe. I think it is one apiece. Yep. M3 does have one as well, so haven't quite been able to shut them out of that objective, but pretty much everything else is going the way they want it here. In fact, Whoosh, he's going aggressive. He's not building the Last Whisper that we might have thought about. It's actually Infinity Edge third.
And the person who's been relegated to Last Whisper is Dade. Doesn't even have a Blade the Ruined King at 23 minutes into the game. Has just gone through for armor penetration despite the fact that the armor stack hasn't even begun. He just didn't trust himself to build the 1,000 gold towards the Blade the Ruined King. Wanted to pick up as much instant power as possible. And speaking of power, we see a trade.
Yeah, another good hook there as well, actually landing down for Thresh. Assassin follows through with the charm, and a good chunk down happens, and that might force M3 enough to not contest for this next Dragon.
It's the big worry is we see Sky going aggressively in top.
Yeah, actually looks like Hecarim is going to onslaught away though with the ulti. Looper going to follow in potentially, has already used the equalizer, but he's going to flash forward, lands one harpoon, going to line up the second and gets it overheated now, but Candy's going to rotate in on his Corki as well, and Sky just going to pop the E and run away.
Yeah, the devastating charge comes off cooldown, able to escape. Dade really wants the death mark, but does not have the range, and King, they're going to answer it with an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, Sky might even try and keep Dade back, but thinks better of it, wants his life, but this turret going to go down here. Dragon's available, but they don't want to hit. Condi actually forced to get away. Good blocking actually using the Tibbers in front of the Thresh to try and block off the death sentences, but another inhibitor tower finally falls for King.
So we look at the comp from M3. We've mentioned the fact that they look like they've been relegated to just answering pressure and not being able to initiate anything. We mentioned at the start of this game, they only set up for the equalizer. Their only real initiation comes from Love CD. And look, wonderful Annie play last game. We're seeing kind of the limits of the Annie pick now. Whenever the Tibbers is off and they don't manage to get a pick out of it, M3 can't force anything. They cede everything to the enemies, and King, they're overrunning the map just like M3 last game.
I mean, I feel like with Annie especially, we talk a lot about champions that are good at going forwards or backwards, and Annie really only goes forwards and is very good when doing so, but when going backwards and playing off on the back foot, just a little bit trickier for a champion like Annie that's so aggressively minded.
Yeah, AoE initiation and magic damage is all that Annie provides as Lupa smartly stops Sky's back.
Yeah, actually Sky, like you mentioned, is forced to back off there, so we'll run around the top there and make sure he completes that back. Looks like his first defensive item, is actually coming through here. So looking good. We talk about Hecarim needs the aggression from the Trinity Force and the tankiness, and he's kind of got to that point here.
He definitely got the mid-game gold-efficient tankiness. Not the big ticket item just yet, but happy to teamfight against anyone. It's probably going to be Dade.
Yeah, I mean, Dade's still on split push duty now as well, trying to finish up some items, keep the waves pushing in aggressively, and a smart one to push out as well as the bottom side is exposed now for M3, but even with no major objectives here for them to try and get, King are just so strong. Whoosh has finally finished, quickly finished his 3 damage items.
So M3, we said, okay, they don't have initiation. What can they do to try something? What they can do is put Dade in a split lane and try and get some split push pressure going, because it relieves pressure off all the other lanes on the map. Without Blade the Ruined King, doesn't have a lot of kill pressure, doesn't have the attack speed to take down structures quickly, but with all the armor penetration coming through, can stand up to Sky. You just have to worry, not many defensive wards down for Dade. King, they're doubling down on pushing in the top lane. They don't want to react to this split push, but they may have to.
No, I mean, Sky can just stay there. He does have his teleport if he needs to be up there, and Dade does not have the same luxury, so he's going to run back now. Blade of the Ruined King finally finished up there for Zed, but this Graves is very strong.
But literally the only option Zed has is just to split push and gain an advantage and force reactions from King, because proactively, the anti-stun we've mentioned is the only option they have, and they're not going to win team fights when they're 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah, Assassin does clear out the pink wall there, but Candy actually gets a green ward for his troubles there, so M3 slowly having their defensive vision pushed out of their own jungle again, and just like in Game 1, M3 were doing exactly this to King at this point in the game.
Dade's been forced to group with the Blade the Ruined King. You can be a great team fighting Zed, but I don't think it makes a big difference just how overtuned in terms of items King are at the moment. They're in a significant power spike. And M3, all they can really do is look to clear waves. They have to respond eventually to the global pressure coming through from this massive wave in the bot lane.
Yeah, even Liam actually has like a luxury Aegis here just for an additional defensive item. And everything's just looked good here. Assassin got 2 damage items. Graves has 3 with an unbelievable amount of gold so far. And Sky is still in the bottom lane hanging out.
And there's no words to describe the burst coming through from this level 14 Infinity Edge Bloodthirster Static Shiv Graves. This is the burst build, but also with the attack speed, critical strike modifier of the Static Shiv. So much damage coming through, and no big armor purchases either.
Yeah, quickly just saw the gold for a second. I think he's about 4,000 gold ahead of Candy. And if you just want a really big idea of just how far ahead Woosh is at this point.
It's not even just a Bloodthirster ahead, it's a Bloodthirster and change ahead of the Corki.
Yep, and that's basically translated in that Infinity Edge that he's managed to get as a big ticket item here in the early stages of this mid-game here. Sky, though, actually pressuring down. No one here from MP's been able to answer. Looper's trying to keep him off a bit. Hecarim going to chip away slowly but surely. King going to get something here. In fact, they're on to Baron.
They're on to Baron. It doesn't look like M3 has any way to check it. They do have the scrying orb. Corki's walking towards. They're going to spot it, but they're probably just going to spot a dead Baron if they don't react much faster.
Yeah, they do use it now as well. I don't know if they can do anything about it. Dade, they're going to get chunked down as well. Assassin getting very aggressive, but teleports coming in for both teams now as well. King actually do not finish the Baron. They're going to dive in there. It's really low. Condi steals it away, but Ari gets the first kill. There's the playback onto Lee Sin, and that's Hecarim going to get the next one. M3 got baited into it, but they do get the Baron now. MLXG going to run in. Skyler's looking for it. A charm lands onto Dade. Onslaught of Shadows comes in on top of collateral damage, and MLXG collects the 3rd kill. Candy running for his life, and Liam flash hooks does find the Corki. Flayed back there, and Liam, that's the last kill. 4-4-0 there for King.
Liam is by far the MVP. They need to remove as many Baron buffs as possible to stop any potential reset button coming through with that Baron pickup. Now it's only Looper. They will pick up this inhibitor. They just want to ensure that they haven't given a lifeline back to M3, because credit to Connie, that was a massive steal.
A really strong steal in one of his first LPL games, but King are going to get maybe more out of this push here as well. Middle inhibitor turret getting very low here. Isn't quite going to fall as the rest of M3 are going to respawn here, but a big chunk of gold for everyone to spend here on King, especially that mid lane.
3,300 or so. Ari returns with the items going to be massive. It's going to be a Void Staff and then something coming through from King. Only the Baron buff minions buying 5 minutes or so of defense was really a hope for M3. Split pushing, especially with the Baron buff, will be massive for Dade. Already a strong split push champion Zed. Having the Baron up minions would at least force a reaction coming through from Sky, who had just used his teleport. But dying on the outside, only Looper having that teleport, having the Baron buff, and no teleport or real split push pressure coming out of the Rumble. M3, they'll feel good about it. They got a nice burst of gold, but it probably won't mean much.
Condi actually getting hooked there as all by Lamb, but that's just trying to keep him off the objective. Pickaxe here for Woosh. He's actually got 3.5 damage items now, so looking forward for that 4th last Whisper as his next pickup here. Rabadon's Death Cap the purchase there for Assassin as well, so going big on the damage items, just like the 3-item Graves. And Hecarim now very tanky, Frozen Heart, and almost advantage on the Candy. Just getting destroyed 1v1. He does get ignited, will get away, but this Hecarim is terrifying.
And we ask about the Ignite, we ask about the Trinity Force Hecarim, but when you see it, when you see an instant 800 burst of damage, despite the fact that he didn't even charge up the devastating charge for a long amount of time, you see the burst potential from Hecarim with the Ignite and Trinity Force is unreal.
Yeah, Sky going big on the carry mode here as well for this particular horse. Dragon is going to go over here as it's just respawned to King. They pick it up. Oh, before we can even flick over to it almost, that's 3 dragons now for King. They have, what, 12,000 gold ahead already. M3, they do not have a lot left to give away.
And Hecarim is stoked to pick up even more damage scaling from the passive with the extra 5% move speed. Clippity-clop so fast up the top, and nothing Looper can do to react.
No, Woosh are even pushing almost solo now in towards the middle stage of the map here. Assassin, Lame as well, also rotating through. I mean, Love City with the stun ready could try and make something happen, but Hecarim's insanely strong. Both of the mid and bottom laners are strong here as well. Just everyone is powered up here on King, and it's reflected in gold differences across the map.
It's the god tier Hecarim in the top lane doing massive bursts to the turret. At this point, Looper's been outscaled. There's nothing he can do by hitting a massive equalizer in team fights. And the scary thing is, it wasn't even a lot of gold invested into magic resist till, what, 2-3 minutes ago. It's a very late Spectre's Cowl. Hecarim is looking like a very, very deceptively strong champion against the Rumble as we start the fight.
Yeah, Condi actually goes in, kicks Woosh away, but can't quite finish it there. He will flash out there. Looper's going to dive into the backline, but so many shields onto this Graves. He survives with ease now as Rek'Sai gets the next kill onto Annie. Dade diving in the back, but just gets killed. That's 4 kills already. A double kill there for Graves. Sky charges forward with the ulti, and King have finished the game.
They went for the emergency engage, but that's all it was, with such a big gold lead coming out to King. And in basically a complete mirror of the first game, 1 for 1, 1 point each. It doesn't help either of them, but no big hole to come back from either.
Yeah, Charging going to take out the Nexus turrets here. Supermin is going to help out with the tanking, and King will claim victory here in the second game versus M3, and we will stay even here, still tied 7th to both these teams.
Such a surreal series. MVP performances from both AD carries and almost mirrors of each other. 9-0-6 was Woosh's final score. Went massive on the Graves. Graves definitely suiting him. The Kalista defensive option didn't work, but when they went proactive, King looked wonderful against M3.
And it's crazy to me that we basically saw the same game from both teams. Game 1 was completely M3, snowballing through, picking up advantages, strangling vision out of King's jungle. And in Game 2, we saw almost exactly the same thing.
And you just felt like the top lane matchup was the big difference between the two games. Despite that it was the fact there was a skill matchup in the first game, Lupa took it over. The jungle pressure from LXG didn't affect anything, and Lupa really carried through that game with a very good Gnar performance. In the second game, on the Rumble, never got going, and to be honest, Sky just played around him, outscaled him very early Trinity Force, about 16, 17 minutes, and never looked back.
I mean, how often have we seen the big carry Hecarim, picked up here in the LPL in recent weeks and just fall flat, not do anything? That was not even a big snowball game necessarily for Sky. He just played that matchup out wonderfully.
I mean, without Magic Resist, staying up in CS the whole laning phase, getting the Trinity Force, actually building armor before Magic Resist, just standing up to Lupa's Rumble, and then outscaling him in terms of teamfight impact. The equalizers they could never hit because there was only one setup CC, and Love CD, polar opposite of his previous game, just couldn't get the big picks to justify the wombo combo of that Annie Rumble.
And both teams, might go home disappointed here. A 1-1 split, not what either of them wanted, but they'll stay tied here and just move up a point here in the standings. But don't go anywhere. We have another match coming in just after a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And we're here for our second matchup of the night. Of course, that first game, really interesting. Both teams sort of stomping one another left and right.
And remember, Masters 3 and King sitting at 7th place, joint 7th place, 7th and 8th respectively. Get a 1-1. That's only 1 point each. And who does it suit more than Starhorn Royal Club sitting at 9th? They were 1 point behind, now 2 points behind. They could leapfrog from 9th place to 6th if they get the big 2-0 victory over an LGD squad that's been up and down.
Yeah, but speaking of up and down, I mean, Starhorn Royal Club, they are coming off a victory. Of course, Insect's horse finally managing to have an impact, but it's still a 1-5 last 3 series.
I mean, that's the thing. They had the 1-5. Remember, that one wins against Energy Pacemaker, who have, they've been on an uptick.
Yeah.
They have got a 2-0 win recently, but they're definitely still our last place team. So it's not a massive victory, and they've been on a downward turn. So Acorn will be starting for LGD, as you can see on the lineup coming through on your screen.
Yep.
In the top lane. He's been loving the cannon. It's been hilarious. He's been playing a lot of cannon. Flame's been playing a lot of Rumble. It's bizarro world for LGD's top laners.
Yeah, maybe China got their names wrong, and it's been the other way around this whole time. But, turning it into an Acorn champion here on the Cannon.
And this is, of course, on 5.2 still, so not the 5.3 consistency buff coming through on
true.
the Cannon W. Still a very strong champion. Nice to see him back in competitive play. As we TBQ at a 4.49 KDA. 4.5 is actually a very good KDA for a jungler. When we see Insect, we'll see that the KDAs for junglers in the LPL sometimes a bit on the reverse side.
Yeah, Wayless, the confusing player that he is. That Diana game sticking out like a sore thumb.
You're just still remembering the pentacle coming through from Huey, which is on PTL this week. That was one of the big highlights.
I may need to apologize once more for breaking people's eardrums.
And Imp, he's been basically the barometer for LGD. We thought it would be Wayless. Wayless had a lot of carry performances, but when Imp gets firing, when he gets the Graves in particular, we actually saw a lot of Graves from it before these last 5 games. We've been mixing it up. On the Graves especially, looks still the world champion that we know he is.
Yeah, but Imp also sort of sampling the entire AD carry repertoire, seeing exactly what he wants to play here. 5 different champions in the last 5 games. Imp sort of happy to experiment a little bit there in that bottom lane, even picking up the Twitch.
Now, even getting a win, I believe, on that Twitch. So, I mean, just mixing it up, doing some different things. The Twitch, I don't think we'll see it again, but it always has potential. China always loved the Twitch.
Yeah, actually, unfortunately suffered a loss there against Energy Pacemaker on the Twitch, but then came back with a Lucian, built a Bloodthirster first, and dumpstered.
Well, Graves, Lucian, lane-dominating champions.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we probably expect to see from him here today.
Yeah, he's fantastic on these sort of in-your-face type champions here as far as that Graves and Lucian are concerned. But Lucian really has fallen out. And do you understand quite why that is, Papa Smithy? Because I'm not entirely sure. I still love the champion.
So Lucian, of course, saw the nerfs. He, over multiple patches, was nerfed. So his laning phase in particular got hit quite a bit. In terms of laning, he was always known as an aggressive laner that can get in your face and could potentially build up a CS advantage. Remind you of anyone? Of course, Graves, very similar. Graves at the moment does his job more reliably, more consistently, and you can go for those flexible builds like San showed on OMG. Just go purely for burst and still be reliable in a team fight. The thing about Lucian, one of the reasons why he's still picked up, excellent against Corki, because in those short-range matchups, you can get an instant Q trade, some autos, and because you have such a fast cast on your E, on your escape, you can actually continue and have a very aggressive laning phase against Corki. And given the popularity of Corki, it opens up the Lucian play.
Yeah, Corki has been seeing incredible amounts of play, especially here in China, but hasn't really been picking that one up as much, and we'll see whether Imp is going to still decide to go with that Lucian into perhaps more of a well-styled champion, which is basically Graves, let's be honest.
So Insect, he's the person we've been looking at. Look at that KDA. A lot of assists, but the kills and deaths definitely been a bit of a hole when it comes to the kill-death ratio. The 2.5 KDA, but he's still been very important to his team. His team's shot caller, his team's barometer to some degree. The Hecarim, the teleport smite Hecarim, was his only real standout performance of what has been a very trying time for his team and Insect in the last 6 games.
Yeah, and Acorn. Actually, that's not Acorn.
That's just a corn.
That's a corn. Losing my mind here a little bit, but likes blue champions here. Lots of Lissandra, lots of that Ahri here as well, and Korn actually showing some fantastic play on that Ahri in the mid lane.
So Well, he's come into the team. They've been experimenting with HYY and Well. We're 1 week away, as far as we know, from the free Name days finally being realized. But Well, he just needs to step into his team. They need a win here, potentially 2, to catapult into the competition for playoff positions. But he's been struggling. His Kallista's been his main pick. It's definitely been hit or miss.
Yeah, it's been a little bit confusing. And PYL as well, I mean, he's been playing a lot of different champions here, even brought out the Nami here in conjunction with that Lucian, which is still a really powerful lane, what with Tycola's Blessing being able to be applied using that passive coming through from Lucian very, very quickly. And we'll see whether he continues to mix it up here, because PYL was sort of famed very early on, but in the games that LGD have been losing, which have been against sort of these bottom-tier teams here in Gamty and Energy Pacemaker, they actually suffered a loss against King here as well, being quite inconsistent. And PYL, do you think that it's on him to really carry his team through?
I feel like the identity of LGD was pretty set in the first 3 to 4 weeks of the league, when PYL was aggressively rotating, when Imp was winning lanes on dominating champions like Sivir. They were rotating around, getting the aggressive wards in, and just relying on Wayless in the late game to hit those skill shots and Imp to do the damage. They looked great doing that, but the moment they started sampling the Kalista, Imp YL kind of fell apart. You know, they had to stay anchored together. We saw less aggressive vision, so we saw overextensions coming from particularly Wayless and to some extent the revolving top laners. And they were losing games against, again, both the top teams, but also some of those middle and, you say, lower pack teams. So their identity has been called into question the last 2 weeks. And I want to see PYL, you know, revisiting those Marta-esque days and doing that aggressive warding, because his team needs it. They like to push advantages, but they haven't had the warding to do that safely.
Yeah, and here's the graph of Wayless versus Insec. Interesting picks. Of course, both of these players managing to pick pretty interestingly over the course. And we'll see whether they choose some interesting champions coming through in the next one, of course. I was talking about the Fiddlesticks and the Dianas coming through here. Wayless also sampling some of that Anivia, which has sort of come into a bit of popularity here. Ninja picking that one up as well.
And when you're talking about Insect, there's also the Summoner spells. You know, sometimes he likes a bit of Teleport, maybe the Ignite if he picks up the Shaco once again.
Oh, my goodness.
He loves to mix it up, does Insect. And in those champion picks, a lot of Rengar, a lot of Jarvan. Not necessarily a huge win rate on either of those champions. He loves the aggressive Rengar, of course, loves stacking those brutalizers. What jungler will Insect play today?
Yeah, that's the question, and we'll see whether we find out earlier on or later down the draft. But first ban, no surprises here. 5.2 going to be that Viger, followed up by the Lissandra, Kassadin, and Azir being taken away here as well. Azir sort of the only ban that's sort of going to stick out as far as the 5.2 meta is concerned, but interesting. Going to aim for that corn in the mid lane here.
And we've seen a couple of Azir bans and Azir takeaways. Azir, of course, still very strong on 5.2. A lot of these bans are going to change on 5.4. We know that for sure. Of course, on the live patch, Vega support not as strong. You don't have the instant cast on the event horizon, so it kind of takes away from the flexibility of early picking that Vega. Lissandra and Kassadin. Lissandra is probably the only champion of those four that's still going to be seeing bans.
Yeah, so we'll see what actually happens to this ban list. Of course, 5.4, maybe a little bit more jungle focus going to be there. And LeBlanc hasn't actually been touched, but Korn very, very strong on that champion. But it is also the Ahri that he probably would have wanted to pick up, but Wayless more than happy to take that away from him.
Both Wayless and Korn had massive carry performances on Ahri in Week 6, so it's understandable that on patch 5.2, with that Ahri so overtuned, so strong, understand that it's first picked, a very safe blind pick mid laner. Okay, there's no flexibility. It's not going to be a top lane Ahri. It's going to be a mid lane Ahri, but very, very powerful on 5.2.
Yeah, and speaking of flex picks and comfort champions coming through for Royal Club, Zero, he's picked up his Thresh, the most comfortable champion for that player, and Insec or Cola going to have that Hecarim for either the top or the jungle, but I have a feeling it might be in the jungle here.
He's got Flash Ignite as his summoner spells now, so we don't necessarily know.
Not even jungling.
That would be a big change. Relic Shield, duo lane Hecarim. I don't think we're going to see that, but with that Vi being considered, this of course would pigeonhole Hecarim back towards the top.
Yeah, Vi being considered, but also the opportunity to pick up a Morgana here away from LGD, really focus on Imp, who, you know, probably wants that Black Shield to stop getting locked down here by the potential Vi to come through.
But Imp has locked in the Kalista. We see the Vi does come through. That is the answering perk. Morgana's open. You'd have to think it's going to be the Kalista Morgana lane, or they could go full aggro and take the Leona.
And I very much actually like the Leona pickup, although, you know, the Thresh has already been locked in here, but having their own form of engage to really get aggressive in this game could be huge. And
we didn't consider.
Yeah.
Guess whose Rumble is available? Flames? No, actually, much more scarily.
Actually,
Acorn's
Acorn.
Rumble. Ever since 2011, has been playing this champion in competitive so strong on the Rumble. They even picked the Leona. They don't go for the obvious Morgana pick just to counter the Assault and Battery. They say, all right, you can do that, but Acorn, you can never give him setup CC and then an equalizer because they are always on point.
Yeah, and this is fantastic as well because they've got so much pick potential around this mid-game. What with the Charm being available, the Zenith Blade to come through here as well from PYL if he decides to do some roaming, which may be a little bit difficult as you mentioned, but it's going to be a Lux lock-in here for the mid lane.
Man, some of these picks are exciting to me because they're unconventional. They're not what we'd expect. If we saw, for example, the Morgana come through, you're like, all right, it deals with the Assault and Battery, nice counter pick coming through. But instead, they went for the Solar Flare, layering the equalizer over that cooldown. In terms of the mid lane, against a strong assassin, they've picked Lux. They've gone from a long-range AoE wave clear and just opened up Ahri to roam. Ahri should have plenty of roam pressure coming through because Lux, especially without levels, can't instant clear those minions and can't walk up to a Ahri, otherwise she'll be charmed and die, especially on 5.2 with as strong as she is. And the excitement doesn't end there. Acorn on Rumble, and Cola, for once, wrestles the Hecarim away from Insect.
I know, very interesting. Of course, that Vi coming through, and that might have been what LGD thought. They're like, okay, this is going to be Insect's Hecarim in the jungle. Let's pick that Callista away. We know that she's going to be safe, but that hard engage from the Vi, as we can see in the hands of Insect, going to be very, very powerful. And like you mentioned, this Lux pickup, very strange.
There's a lot of assertiveness available for LGD just because Starhorn Royal Club, they're going to have to be playing defensively. Hecarim doesn't have flash, it has to lane very defensively or can be ganked. Now Lux, we just mentioned, has to lane so defensively because she ever eats a charm and Rek'Sai's around, gonna die as well. However, we just saw in the previous series, Rumble can be run over by the Hecarim. Even the Teleport Ignite Hecarim, without a magic resist pickup, we saw a Hecarim outscale a Rumble, but this is Acorn's Rumble. That's what we have to remember. And his potential, he definitely caps out the ceiling of a Rumble.
Well, that's exactly right, and we'll see whether he can be that strong as we hop onto the Rift.
Okay, hello again.
Oh, hey,
let's
ladies and
get into
gentlemen.
the game.
We kind of want to get into the game. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with LGD taking on Starhorn Royal Club. As you can see, Papa Smithy, he's unseated for this particular matchup because he's so excited and wants to make sure he can demonstrate it for everyone. Of course, TBQ hanging out here next to this brush, and we'll see whether any funny business goes down early on, but I have a feeling, judging by the positioning of these players, that nothing too much going to go on.
And even if you just look at the minimap, but you look at the champions on the left, Acorn's already built up a lot of his passive here. Start Q and try and force an overheat trade at level 1, because no one can stand up to an overheated Flame Spitter auto attack trade at level 1 against a Rumble.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai, fantastic there for clearing early wards if she's in position. Just activates that Q and eats it all the way up. So an extra 10 gold here in the hands of LGD. Good start.
Imp and PYL, they're back to this Callista, which actually also was associated with the start of the decline in fortune for LGD. So they've had a couple of extra weeks to workshop it. This lane matchup had kind of pigeonholed PYL into staying in lane, not being able to roam around the map, and he was kind of punished, both PYL and the team, for the lack of ward coverage that usually PYL would account for. It'd be interesting to see if they have new strategies to counter the fact that they're going to need the whole team to help with warding, not just the roaming support.
Yeah, and their decision is actually to go for a bit of an experience advantage by taking away these Krugs here on the bottom side. Of course, TBQ, formerly, of course, Schwen, we did used to call him that, but I'm going to go back to TBQ for now. But he's going to be clearing away his Gromp. So Cola also about to die to the Raptors.
So what did we learn about Cola taking Raptors level 1? He definitely can't full clear the camp, and he might die anyway.
Yeah, so Strange did actually pop a whole bunch of that flask. Of course, going to regen as he heads back to base, and we'll see whether he teleports there into the top lane. Is just going to teleport to the turret. Hopefully he doesn't miss out on too much, but that is still 3 CS, and those little popcorn chickens still worth a bit of gold.
Yeah, I feel like he'll be a couple of creeps ahead, but in the bot lane we're seeing some very aggressive trading. I don't think Will's going to fall, but he lost out to level 2.
Yeah, and actually, oh my goodness, the damage to come through from him just bounces away from it, and first blood in a 2v2 situation goes to Kalista?
Yeah, Zero only had Flay available, didn't get the right amount of displacement, you'd think, and actually allows him to get the last few auto attacks. And you're right, Graves should be winning this lane really importantly at level 1, but with that extra level 2, they just didn't account for the experience they entered lane with.
Yeah, really beautiful stuff coming through from LGD and capitalizing on that Krug start early, and Royal Club just not respecting it.
You talk about matchups, you talk about theory, but when we get a level 2 kill for Imp, there's definitely a real possibility that Imp could run over this lane.
Yeah, and we've seen this Graves-Kalista matchup go all sorts of different ways, but most of the time Graves has been successful after a lane swap, gets to that level 6 mark, then these players have to go back down to the bottom lane into the 2v2 situation, protect for that dragon, as Schwen's going very aggressive here in the mid lane. Of course, TBQ coming through with that unburrow, but not going to find too much, but they get a flash out of Korn, and that is very important on this immobile Lux.
Well, you thought Korn had to position safely before because of the threat of Charm. So much safer. Now there's the flash.
Yeah, there's the flash unburrow to come through here as well. PYL pays a visit to the mid lane, and they pick up yet another kill. LGD, this is a reinvigorated team.
They're on form. The aggressive rotations across the map, and now suddenly you look at a big hole in this comp of Star and Royal Club. They needed to play passively early if they wanted to get just the matchups navigated, and it's only getting more so now.
Yeah, Wayless actually finds Insec here as well. Orbit Deception going to hit just once there. But, I mean, this is what happens. Of course, Imp gets an advantage to the point where he can stand in lane on his own, and PYL just makes plays.
Absolutely, and it just changes the texture of this game extensively when Kalista's the one that actually runs the bottom lane. When Graves has to play reactively, it's going to be much like Candy on Corki last game, who had just had to seed lane to a Graves. Graves should never be seeding lane to a Kalista.
Yeah, PYL actually so healthy here at the same time. Well in a lot of trouble as the Sentinel's even going to spot him, and he gets rendered to death. There was nothing that Graves could do.
The first kill was a big one. The second one just basically commits this lane straight to Imp YL. Maybe we will be able to see the roaming Leona, because with those 2 kills, Imp is going to have a massive gold advantage over Well. It's almost 1,000 gold at 5 minutes.
Yeah, and Well actually pigeonholed into going for the first buy Brutalizer here, so not going to be able to pick up that BF sword early, but that is going to give him a little bit of earlier pressure. But what does that mean for the late game for this Graves, or for the mid game especially?
So if you can afford to go BF sword into Brutalizer, you can do a lot of burst damage, and with the change on Infinity Edge, it might be the most damage early, but if you just go straight Brutalizer and just don't even have a BF sword item, you're going to have a harder time clearing waves, and you're really pigeonholed into hoping for someone to face check you and to get a massive burst of damage down at 6, but he's going to be under-leveled, he's not going to be able to control the wave as well, and Imp, you thought he had an advantage before, it's just getting bigger.
Oh my goodness, Well actually maybe again a little bit out of position. Quick Draw going to get him over that wall here as well, as PYL, I mean, he's the mobility boots ahead of Zero, and that's exactly what he wants. Of course, we talk about mobility boots. You need to capitalize on having that extra movement speed in order to get deep vision, of course, the roams to come through, and who's more guaranteed to get that value than PYL?
But amusingly, it's not the deep vision that we have to think about the Moby boots for on the lane. Look at the lane. With the lane being held back, PYL, the only challenge Leona has is closing distance before she gets her ultimate. She can just walk confidently, just help Imp zone away the Graves and Thresh, and they were behind before. It's already double CS, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better anytime soon.
Yeah, Wayless even cheating towards that bottom side, and yeah, you were talking about him being able to walk faster. He's basically jogging at Royal Club now.
They're just so zoned in terms of space. There's nowhere they can go. Obviously, PYL dreams of a turret dive, not quite level 6 yet. Gets hooked in, but there's just nothing that Zero and Well can do.
Yeah, doesn't even get hit by that smoke screen here at all. TBQ did manage to steal away some wolves. Oh no, just got spotted out.
The scary thing is that their jungler is Vi, so she can't even really relieve pressure until she hits level 6. And Insect dealing with a losing bottom lane, a losing mid lane, and top lane going competitively. He does have options. They are very, very pushed to LGD, but he's being pressured in multiple parts of the map.
Oh my goodness, Schwen again here in this mid lane. The laser just going to get Spirit Rushed out of the way of. And Wayless just still continuing to get further and further ahead. And look at where the kills are going. 2 on Kalista and 2 onto Ari. That is terrifying for Royal Club.
But it is decisive, calculated jungling coming out from TBQ. Wayless is caught in transition, falling low.
Yeah, there's actually the Assault and Battery here onto Wayless as well. No ultimate to speak of. Orbit Deception going to come through, but Zero just going to auto-attack him away. TBQ just going to take a consolation blue buff. Ari does fall down, but of course it's only a little victory here for Royal Club.
Yeah, TBQ did not scout out the pink ward at the blue buff, so was spotted out. Caught in rotation was Wayless. It's a small victory, as you say, because otherwise across the map, apart from the top lane, things looking fantastic for LGD.
Yeah, and Acorn still going perfectly even here in this top side of the map as Korn just going to clear out this mid lane. TBQ going to yell at his tunnel here at the Raptors and join that one in order to pick up.
So I mentioned decisive jungling and strong jungling from TBQ. What I love is he went in early, blew the flash of Lux, the repeated wraparound gank in 30 seconds, and then ganking Lux a 3rd time before flash was available. Flash was about 30 seconds away from cooldown. The communication, the timing of those ganks, wonderful. And you know from this lane matchup, it's going to be Lux staying far back, wanting to clear waves. The moment she walked up to get some CS, there was TBQ.
Yeah, and TBQ perfect positioning here. Always there in order to pick up the kills, but now there are some pink wards, some deep vision here as well coming through to help Korn out so that he can stay safe in this lane. PYL actually very aggressively placed as Wells moved very far back. Look at Korn just get destroyed by Wayless. More than happy to tank up this turret. PYL now might find himself in a dangerous position as Wells rotated around. There's a Prey Seeker from TBQ, but he doesn't want to go too aggressive. Korn, he picks up PYL, and LGD maybe be going a little bit too aggressive. The charm lands on a Zero here, but the laser beam for the double kill as Acorn's found his way around, silences himself. There's the scrap shield, but not sure whether it's going to be quite enough as he is forced to flash away. But that's a 1 for 2 there for Royal Club.
Just overly aggressive was PYL. They did not need to look for a turret dive with him still close to level 6, but not pinging. About 2 melee minions away from level 6. The extra lockdown, that might have been enough to pick up a couple of extra picks, but Korn's flash was just available. Just praising them on their extra timings. That one was a bridge too far.
Yeah, Imp actually trying to come through here and get some pressure onto Royal Club as they're taking this dragon, but Insects come around here as well. There's the Assault and Battery. Imp, you ain't going nowhere, buddy, and he's just going to die, maybe playing a little bit overly aggressive.
Yeah, PYL giveth and PYL taketh away. That snowball is so quick, and suddenly they lose 3 members and the dragon after being so far ahead in the game. And now even bot lane, the pressure's being relieved. Imp's dead. Wells able to farm, even with his build all over the place. Just, you know, cost effective, whatever he could purchase, buying every AD item that he could. He finally gets to farm and close what was previously a 40 CS lead.
Yeah, well, able to dig a lot of things, and he's got some swords here as well in his back pocket. Flat AD, though, works out quite well here for Graves.
It's not going to be a Last Whisper rush, at least I hope not coming through. But he's, you know, he's going to work towards an Infinity Edge. He's going to work towards his other items. He can't stand up in a trade to the Imp yet, but look, if Imp dies in transition a second time, buys more time for Graves to farm. He's not the hyper carry that Imp is, but he'll be useful in a fight. The burst is still there.
Yeah, and Korn very happy with that double kill that he picked up as well, able to clear out some waves a little bit more effectively as TBQ's looking for Cola. Dark passages there from Zero, who always seems to be in the right position to help out his team. And Wayless not going to be able to find anything with his roam from the mid lane, and they have to be using this Ari for these roams, but that one not quite working out. Does mean that they have a lot of pressure in this top side, though.
And Cola, look, he's on Hecarim. He wants Trinity Force. He's already purchased Merc Treads. Already spent 1,200 gold in his boots. He's looking for a long laning phase. He's the only member of Starhound Royal Club who's really happy with the long laning phase and how this game has started. He's very competitive in CS. He hasn't had to buy a Spectre's Cow. He's only gone for the Merc Treads. But he's not looking to group, so that's why LGD trying to push down his turret and just force advantages early while they have the Equalizer and Acorn to back them up.
Yeah, mid lane turret is under a little bit of pressure here, but going to be moved away from here from Wayless, who really wants to find something to do around this map. Capitalize on his early Morellonomicon double Doran's Ring purchase. Answered by Korn pretty effectively here, of course. Only 400 gold down as far as that item is concerned, the extra Doran's Ring to come through. So he's still doing absolutely fine, and we'll see whether this Lux can be helpful in the late game. Of course, that shield goes pretty underrated.
But the issue is that Korn has to position so safely against Wayless and all the roams that are coming through, with the laning phase ended so early in the bottom lane. And we've already mentioned Hecarim wants to be defensive. He wants a long laning phase as well. So they have significant passivity in both their top and mid lane matchups. And they've got a Graves who's just trying to find farm wherever he can. He's actually killing the Wolves right now because he just doesn't have the ability to enter long lane and farm. Well is falling further and further behind. And with an emergency build, you have to say, the Brutalizer into the pickaxe is certainly not a snowball choice from him. He's just going to fall further behind if they can't find a safe place for him to farm.
Yeah, TBQ going to head towards this tunnel near the Grump, and they're going to start the steal of another blue buff here. Here's LGD. Wayless finding his way actually into the blue buff pit, which is definitely going to help him out as far as getting caught is concerned. They still do have a little bit of a lead. Scrying all going to be used by Well here. And Acorn pressuring him at the same time. And as you mentioned, I mean, this Graves unable to catch a break in this game.
You can understand why Acorn is rotating after watching the previous series. Where if you just sit in a long laning phase and let Kohler get to that Trinity 4 spot, which in terms of a 1v1 laning phase, Rumble just not able to run over a Hecarim, too tanky, too much spell vamp coming through from the Spirit of Dread W, you might get outscaled into the late game. LGD trying to get as many advantages in the early game as possible, and you have to say it's been minimal. It's only been a turret, and they didn't even pick up the first dragon either. They need to double down on picking up some of those early game structures, those early game dragons. Otherwise, you do risk a massively farmed horse in the late game.
Yeah, and of course, actually, Royal Club capitalizing beautifully on poor positioning from LGD in order to pick up that dragon, and that is a massive boon for them because LGD looking to try and keep pressure on this game, and Royal Club, they can sit back and just say, we got our first dragon, this is fine. The rest of them, until that fifth, aren't going to be as important, and we can just farm it out. Kohler can get huge. Korn can build a Magize and pick up every assist on the map and then be able to delete people instantly, and well, he can find his way back into this game.
And with the Assassin nerfs that we've seen, of course, this is 5.2, so Fizz has already been nerfed on this patch. Ari will be tuned down in future patches. Lux just becomes more and more of an attractive pick, but everyone's coming to kill Well.
Speaking of attractive picks, Well is looking very attractive here on this bottom side. Zenith Blade not going to land, but Well, I don't know where you are going to go, my friend, because there are a lot of members of LGD looking to pick up a kill.
I mean, interestingly, they could have left that kill to 4 members of the team. Only Ari not rotating bottom. They choose to give it to Akon, moves him towards the Zhonya's. You'd have to think a little bit quicker. They did not leave it for him.
Yeah, 50 seconds on this Dragon. This top outer turret going to go uncontested here for Royal Club as they make use of a poor situation. And turret for a kill, especially a kill going to a player that's already fairly behind, you have to say. It's going to work out quite well unless this inner turret goes down on the bottom side.
The mid turret is also very, very low. They're finally going to be able to pick that one up. It forces Lux to go even further back and position even more defensively with all the roams and pressure PYL's been put into the mid lane. And as you mentioned, strong damage coming to the inner bot turret as well.
Yeah, and Imp really liking this Bloodthirst to start here. Of course, used that last on his Lucian as well. Now it seems to be just a flavor pick for Imp. Just really likes having that extra shield, the extra lifesteal as well.
Well, he's going to have double shields. Of course, Lux potentially going to get a shield onto him in a team fight. But the one thing it means is he could, well, as we see, the solar flares flashed away from Zero. But the one thing you can say about the Bloodthirster is that the significant thing for him is that there's a lot of gap close coming through from Star and Royal Club. They've got Hecarim and Vi going to be straight on top of Imp in every fight. So a bit more defensive stats, a bit more lifesteal. That could be very necessary in the next fight.
Oh yeah, and we'll see whether Imp does decide to go for that Blade of the Ruin King on top of it. Of course, the double lifesteal items just to keep him as healthy as possible as long as he's auto-attacking. And you have to think the POL going to want a Mercurial Scimitar, Mikhail's Crucible, I'm sorry, at some point in order to keep Imp safe. And especially when he's going to get locked down by Insec almost every time.
I mean, the lockdown is significant onto Imp. He's going to need every defensive option and the defensive peeling coming through from Leona. Leona wants to build tanky because she prefers to be a frontline initiator rather than necessarily a peel support. In fact, in terms of peel, LGD have got almost nothing for Imp, so Imp's going to have to be fairly self-sufficient. The Bloodthirster Shield, that's the beginning. Of course, it scales with levels, so it gets stronger as we go on. And as you mentioned, maybe it has to be the more defensive build. You know, the Blade the Ruin King into the Hurricane, perhaps, just to try and do consistent damage, but can't really focus on, say, the Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, Last Whisper standard 80 carry build, because he just doesn't have the peel to continue to do that damage in a fight.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be very, very difficult for Korn. I mean, thinking about this Lux pick again, just in response to the team comp that's been picked up, especially when the carries, for this team are going to be a Callista and an Ahri. When are they ever going to be standing still enough to get hit by a light binding?
I mean, you say that, but you can see from the item pick on Akon, he's already rushed the home guard enchantments. They're looking to group up and fight as much as possible early. They understand that in the late game, Lux would, double dip defensiveness with offense, stack that AP, get a stronger shield onto her teammates. And Cola, he's just farming up. He's just getting stronger. He's very close to Trinity Force, actually now about 150 gold away from completing that item. I feel like this game is to some degree on a timer for LGD. They need to finish it early. Even as you mentioned, it's going to be hard to hit those Lux combos. Of course, Lux can have a damage flash away from you. Miss one of those spells, you lose a lot of your burst potential. It's the consistent damage and the defensive stats. Team fighting from StarHorn Royal Club in the late game is going to be scary.
Yeah, and there's as well as the fact that, Korn is going to be building a heap of AP, and he's going to be able to insta-clear these waves as well. So not a lot of siege potential coming through for LGD towards the later stages of this game. Insect going to find Akon here as well. There's the final spark, going to get flashed out of the way of here as well. Devastating charge though, doing some work, but Akon turns it around. That equalizer was fantastic. Insect survives, but Caller's going to die.
Just too much aggression coming through from Caller. Thought he could get the exit kill, a 1-for-1 trade, but Akon just...
Yeah, and even on this low health, of course, knows that he's not going to be responded to here. Kohler going to be up in another 10 seconds with that teleport available. We'll see whether he heads towards that top side to capitalize on Akorn's lack of health here, but PYL is hanging around. TBQ also here in order to assist.
A lot of credit to Well. He's actually brought back the CS advantage from Imp significantly. Only 26 CS behind now. No Infinity Edge. Doesn't want a group. Definitely isn't team fight ready, but is clawing back what was looking like an unassailable lead. Remember, Imp was 2-0 in this lane.
Yeah, and of course, has been sitting on that BF Sword Pickaxe Brutalizer for quite some time as well. Might have a bit of bank in his back pocket, as you can see. Does have about 1,000, so wants to wait another 300 gold before he can pick up that item. And still behind 1,300 gold, though, to his lane opponent.
And one of the main reasons that StarHorn Royal Club have lost their outer ring of turrets is they've had to respect the fact that Imp was team fight ready and Well wasn't. They were kind of sticking back, just allowing their carries to farm. Both Korn and Well significantly pressured during their laning phase, weren't close to their big core items, weren't team fight ready, but they'll be looking to team fight soon. Now that Trinity Force is completed, once Infinity Edge comes through and the Death Cap comes closer for Korn, this could be some really close team fights.
Oh, PYL just missing that Zenith Blade onto Insect. Of course, that Vault Breaker really helping Insect out as far as keeping him safe. But another blue steel going to come through. Whaler's going to pick that one up yet again. Well, did go back and pick up that Cloak of Agility, but that's not an Infinity Edge. That's not the power spike that he's looking for in this inner turret now. A massive wave of minions. Final spark going to clear them out fairly well as PYL comes through. That's a beautiful equalizer, and Korn just dies. Collateral damage not going to do enough as the double kills there for TBQ. And LGD, they're not done. The teleport to come down onto this inhibitor turret, but that is just a very defensive move from Kohler. He's got the ultimate. No ignite here, and Insect looking to maybe get something to happen, but without any damage on the side of Royal Club as far as their mid and bottom lane carries are concerned. Nothing they can do.
The solar flare into equalizer combo we alluded to during the champ set was in full effect. Burn down Korn from full health. Of course, hasn't gone through the Theans and Holy Grail. Only has magic resist from runes and masteries. Just dies instantly. Just one burst rotation coming through from Akon. You give this man Rumble, it's very difficult to win a game.
Yeah, and he's got that Zonya's Hourglass now as well, so going to be a whole lot safer, going to get lots of rounds of spells. And we talk about, Rumbles that are equalizer bots. Akorn going to be able to get right into the mix and then use that Zonya's to keep himself alive and get even more Flame Spitter damage down.
I mean, the flexibility of the Zonyas, obviously it gives you AP, makes your equalizer stronger, but it opens yourself up to get into the backline, overheat with the Flame Spitter, and do damage to the backline as well. Usually a Rumble, if you see the Leandries, is going to look to ult and then maybe use the Harpoons for peel for the AD carry. But with this build, you can dive, you have the stasis, you're a bit like Lissandra, doing AoE magic damage to the backline, and you're deceptively tanky just with that stasis option.
Imp going to continue down here. Actually went for a Zeal, and this is very interesting to me. Probably looking to go for more of a 1v1 type, sort of not aiming to teamfight too much, because of course that Hurricane's so fantastic if you want a teamfight, just for that extra AoE, with the fact that Callista's range very, very close to that that Hurricane range and the Rend also stacking on multiple targets. What do you think the thinking is here, going for potentially a Phantom Dancer instead?
So I feel like if this game had gone differently, we wouldn't have seen this Zeal. But you look down the lineup, Rumble's a mid-game champion, 3-0-2, very set for items in the mid-game. Ari, you'd give her the mid-game advantage over Lux as well, has a death cap. So Ari, her double AP is doing a lot of damage. So in the late game, that's the worry for LGD. If they go for this Hurricane build, for example, there is the potential that Cola gets enough armor that he can dive onto Imp, separate him from a fight, and you won't be able to burst through that tanky Hecarim with the Bloodthirster and Hurricane build. That's what we've seen consistently, is that if you have a super tank in the front line splitting away, ensuring that none of that AoE Rend comes in, there's no potential for a Rend set, that's when Imp's Callista falls down. But going for a more traditional AD carry build with the Phantom Dancer, the single target damage is what's being focused on.
Yeah.
At the moment, he'll be able to deal with that Hecarim. And again, if you go that standard AD carry build, you give yourself more options to take out a single diving front line. And that's what it is from Starhorn Royal Club, at least early. It's just Cola with armor.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have all that much of that. He's got the Glacial Shroud, and that's it, apart from his runes and masteries. So going to be a little bit more difficult to tank up all of this damage to come through from a 2-item Callista here.
I mean, if Imp needed power now, absolutely, given the items, go the Hurricane, wreck the next team fight or two, but there is that potential of being outscaled 35, 40 minutes into the game. If you go for less immediate power, but more late game insurance with the Phantom Dancer, you're just looking at Acorn and Wayless on this Ari Rumble combo to do a bit more work in the mid game and buy time for that late game item build from Imp to be finished.
Now turning his attention to the Gromp here on the bottom side. That inhibitor turret is still exposed. In a turret in the mid lane going to be defended as the Dragon. It's come back up, and you have to think that LGD have got a monopoly on this particular objective.
I mean, Royal Club needs setup for their fights. They need Lux to be sitting at the back, doing damage from 1,000 range. That's why you mentioned the Medjais. Her positioning is usually so conservative that you can pick up the stacking item and live, much like maybe a Janna from support would. So given that it's only the second dragon, you don't really need to compete for that second dragon. It only really is a window towards the third and eventually the fifth coming through from LGD. So leave it down, try and get some sort of advantage in this next 6 minutes. You know, look for some wards, look to contest. You need to contest the next one, but for now you can cede most of the objectives. Just no Baron giveaways.
Yeah, you probably don't want your enemy team, who struggles with siege as it is, to be able to pick up that Baron, and we'll see whether Royal Club can actually manage to take this one down. Cola's going to find Acorn here on the top side. There's the flash into the Vault Breaker, finds its target, the Equalizer. Acorn goes for the turnaround, didn't even Zonya's, because he wasn't going anywhere. Royal Club, they pick up a kill, but they might lose some objectives for this one. Wayless in the mid lane, Imp in the bottom lane here as well. Well, unable to do anything to answer this one, and Wayless almost takes down this inner turret. Oh, the flash into the charm, but doesn't quite find it. Korn just gets torn apart by Wayless's damage. There's the Prey Seeker. Orbit Deception doesn't find him. Flash out of the way of that Solar Flare as well, and they can't quite find it, but that's a lot of summoner spells down.
I mean, the consistent damage of this reworked Ari is so insane. A lot like an AD carry, to be honest. It's not the first burst you have to respect, although it almost instant killed Korn. The continuous rotations with those short cooldowns on the Foxfire and the Orb of Deception need to be respected as well. 2 targets limp away from the battle with summoners used, and Wayless, that death cap, okay, if he makes a mistake, he doesn't have the stasis to reset, but the damage has to be respected.
Oh, yeah, and it's actually even items here between Korn and Wayless. Of course, Wayless going to be sitting on a little bit more gold, you have to think, of course, with that 50 CS advantage. The extra couple of assists here as well. Probably got a bit in his back pocket, not to mention 5 turrets to 1, which is a lot of global gold here for LGD. They do have a 7,000 gold lead. And Royal Club looking to try and get back into this one. Of course, they do have some hopes in the late game, but with the likes of Imp sitting on this Callista here as well, things looking dangerous. He has picked up the Alacrity enchantment, going to be bouncing around a lot more effectively, and the pickaxe now as well. So looking to go very, very standard with this build, but not really bothering as far as the crit enhancement with that Infinity Edge is concerned.
Yeah, without the peel, it's Operation Kill the first target that dives at me. Whether it's the Vi or the Hecarim, you know it'll be one or the other, or both potentially. He wants to live through the burst and have enough damage to be able to take down those divers, because he understands nobody on his team is looking to peel from. He won't live long enough to spread damage or to skip past the tanks, so I like the build. I like the adaptation. I also liked it when STYZ pulled out a very similar build against the double dive coming through from Vici last week. So again, moving away from this pigeonholed Hurricane AoE build, moving away from the Ren sets into just being a standard AD carry, I think it really helps Imp in this case.
Yep, SolarFlare going to find Zero this time, though. No flash to get him out of it, and Imp makes short work of the support player. This might mean a Baron if LGD really want to go for it.
You know they do, Atlas.
Yeah.
If they pick up this Baron, Star World Cup are in a lot of trouble. They have good wave clear, but against Baroned up mid, it's going to be so hard. But for now, they've taken the turret bottom. They need to contest soon.
Yeah, I don't think they're even going to go for it. Of course, Kalista so much lockdown, and that steal not going to come through. Of course, Final Spark getting some damage down to the members of LGD. It's going to be difficult for them to fight. But look at the equalizer there, and Insect just gets picked to death. That was ridiculous.
The pick power of the equalizer is not something we have to refer to, but it's Acorn. The sniper sights are on. They pick up the exit kill on Insect. He's dead, and they're going to try and push in, even with a poor siege comp, as you mentioned it. Not a lot of range on either of their carries. With the bound up minions, it's going to be very hard to defend.
Yeah, and look at the tanking part the turret. Cola now going to follow up as well, and this is the power of the single target focus Kalista.
Absolutely completely tuned for single target damage and explodes Cola. He has 2 armor items, but not an armor stack. And they're continuing the push, and they want to finish the game so early.
Yeah, they're looking to finish this one off. Charm lands onto Insect. He's going to die. Acorn now onto Well. Look at that Flame Spitter eat the Graves. And Xuen looking to go back in. Look at the Unburrow going down as well. TBQ may have gone a little bit deep, but is he going to survive? He's going to survive. That is just insane. The rage when he's burrowed there as well, giving him back the extra health in order to survive that fight. And LGD just looking unstoppable.
The regen coming in from Baron. As you mentioned, the re-burrow was so fortuitous for TBQ. He just lives, and again, credit to the single target build from him. He understands, I need to kill divers, and I've got enough lifesteal and this Bloodthirster shield to live through the burst. But Insect, he died instantly after respawn. He spent basically the last 2 minutes with a gray screen.
Yeah, it's just terrifying. And Wayless, yet again, I mean, this is 2 full item purchases that he's made in subsequent backs. He's got the Void Staff. Now he's finished off that Abyssal Scepter as well.
Face check this Ahri at your own peril.
Yeah, Zero actually going to do a very similar thing to the Rek'Sai here, but the rest of his team is round the corner. Lightbinding not going to find Imp on this Kalista as well, but here's Wayless. He lands the Charm onto Cola, tries to get onto Imp. He is going to die finally as Korn so incredibly low. Well, he is going to die at the same time. Solar Flare from the backside from PYL is going to lock that one down, and LGD, I have to feel, probably just going to try and finish out this game.
611 AP completed about the 27.5-minute mark. Wayless is a monster, so are LGD. Live up Acorn's Rumble at your peril, and it's going to be an easy victory for LGD.
And Imp, even though he's not going to be able to use it, has a Frozen Mallet here on Kalista, and I love that purchase. AoE slow? Well, not AoE, because of course he doesn't have the Hurricane, but man, that's an exciting idea.
Who needs synergy when you're 14,000 gold behind ahead at 29 minutes? Going to try and kill down Insect. Why bother finishing the game? And I believe that's the end.
Yeah, beautiful plays coming through from LGD. They really put on a show for us there, and I wanted to see whether that Frozen Mallet was actually going to work out. Of course, not quite as effective on a ranged champion, but man, Imp just has some fun ideas on that champion.
Ironically, without going for the Infinity Edge, without going for the second crit item, he probably could have gone happily for the Hurricane and had the AoE slow, which would have been interesting, an interesting synergy come through. I think he just wanted to spend his gold. He knew the game was over. Pickaxe builds into the Frozen Mallet at a very expensive premium.
Zephyr, I'm not going to lie.
The Mana Zephyr.
Just a shout out to Wayless, who can't actually build it as effectively on Ahri.
You shouldn't use words like can't with Wayless. Wayless.
That's true.
Jungle items, he picks those
he couldn't
up.
Because he wasn't in base. He was busy winning the game.
Absolutely. He couldn't pick it up because he was too far away from the shopkeeper.
Yeah, unfortunate. It's a real shame that you can't use the enemy shopkeeper. Otherwise, he probably could have gone in and done that one. But definitely a great performance from LGD. And we'll see whether they can follow it up in the second match. Because, of course, Royal Club, they showed some skills there towards the mid-game. But It was just the early snowball, the 2-0 on both of the carries very early on from LGD that really put them in a position where they could just win the game.
And probably the most interesting thing for me to note, having watched those last 2 games in a row, Rumble versus Hecarim for a second time, Acorn understood what to do. If you just sit in lane and watch Hecarim farm a Trinity Force, you're going to have a bad time. But if you get those early home guards and just use your teleport, use your team fight starting, team fight ending equalizer, depending on which team fight that game, and just win advantages, allow the enemy to seed advantages across the map, you can win the game before Hecarim's ever a relevant threat.
Yeah, exactly. And POL managing to roam this map yet again. But we'll see whether LGD can close out the 2-0 victory when we get back after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Atlas, and this is Papa Smithy, and we're in for Game 2 between LGD and Starhorn Royal Club. LGD coming out for the first time tonight, and man, they put on a show for us.
It was a very convincing victory for LGD, but I feel like Starhorn Royal Club's draft facilitated a lot of the advantages that LGD were able to get. So just look at in terms of drafting. Lux versus Ari. Ari wins that matchup early, so that's an advantage of LGD. In the top lane, Rumble will always bully around Hecarim. You know, Hecarim's building towards that Trinity Force, going for a late game build, so you give it to the Rumble early. The only matchup that was supposed to win was the bottom lane, and the double kill coming through for Imp very early completely ceded the advantage to LGD. 3 winning lanes, even if the late game looked good for Starhorn Royal Club. When you win 3 lanes, the late game doesn't come around very often.
Yeah, and it all started with that kill in the bottom lane as well, didn't it? Because it
Level
gave,
2.
Yeah, level 2, and it gave PYL the opportunity just to roam around the map and then picked up a kill in the mid lane there as well. I mean, he only needs level 2 to be able to lock down a target almost unawares.
And the boots of mobility, the roaming option, but also for the lane control. So far back did Well have to sit. They managed to buy a little bit of time in the mid game just to try and get Well back into the game, but again, outscaled at a very, very fast pace. The Hecarim completely irrelevant, and they just need to really focus on the early game here, SHRC. Shore it up, because it was very leaky, that game.
Oh, yeah, but LGD, they've got Flame for that top lane position. Of course, the switcheroo happening yet again here for LGD. Only went maybe a couple of weeks without that Flame, and now able just to hang out, help his team. And Janna going to be banned away once more. So far, same ban lists to come through. Cassidy, the only one that hasn't quite hit the bench yet. Cola probably looking to pick that one up, but no, going to be banned away on the blue side here. Very interesting, and Royal Club not actually mixing up their bans at all.
There's one thing I want in the world. One thing only. Please grant me one wish, Atlas.
I can help you, maybe.
I want to see Flame on Cannon.
All right, we'll see whether we can facilitate this as LeBlanc has been left back up again. That's going to mean a first pick Hecarim, though. And Imp, he just wants to get right back on that Kalista.
Yeah, they seem to have worked out some of the kinks. Okay, they got to kill at level 2, so it warps the laning phase, perhaps. We haven't seen what Imp YL on this Kalista and support matchup looks like when they're even or behind. But ahead, they seem to have shored up a lot of their problems.
Oh, yeah, and it's actually going to be the ban away of the Ari here. That was what LGD managed to first pick last time around, but not wanting to give that option to Royal Club, who put a lot of onus on that Hecarim, and not picking up that LeBlanc, who hit the bench last game. They are going to be able to take that one away in the 3rd round of picks. And, well, oh dear, sort of flashbacks from the last game, but he's going to try the Graves yet again.
Okay, well, I mean, that was... I feel like the last one can be written off. You know, the level 2 kills, it shouldn't be happening at the top level competitive play, so maybe you're still confident in the matchup. We know that, you know, he's still a temporary player. We're not sure if Name is going to be joining the team next week. We hope just to see the free Name finally. Look who else has crept through. It's the Nidalee.
Yeah, Nidalee may be in the hands of Wayless here, but
they've already got
where
Rek'Sai.
is this Nidalee going to go? Not support Nidalee, as we do have a Thresh locked in, and Wayless still thinking about what he wants to choose.
Mid Nidalee is actually a very good pick here. We actually saw Pawn do the same thing against a LeBlanc. In the first early levels, you kind of question yourself, all right, maybe this was a bad idea. But in terms of team fight, you have very similar poke than LeBlanc, and you definitely outrange her in terms of range. So it's actually a decent matchup. You can live it with the barrier and then just using the heal off cooldown. You can manage through it, and it's probably one of the safest AP Nidalee mid lane matchups. So it's going to be a mid lane Nidalee unless something really crazy happens on the LGD side.
Yeah, potentially, but looks like there might be some crazy coming through on the Royal Club side as well. Zero's not looking for a support at the moment. He's looking for a mid laner. Which is interesting, to say the least. So that is going to be a support LeBlanc.
It's the Allen special. Loveling on his support days. Love that support LeBlanc. It can definitely body Thresh. Of course, one of the best picks against Thresh was always Annie, because you could burst through the fairly low base stats of the Thresh. They're going for the same flavor here with the LeBlanc lookup. They're just trying to bully around this bottom lane. And what can you give better than the amount of burst you can get from this Graves LeBlanc bottom lane?
Yeah, I mean, you think about hitting level 6, you got the double distortion plus buckshot collateral damage combo. I mean, if someone doesn't die, then they must be like, I don't know, a super tank there in the bottom lane somehow. But it's not going to be coming through here as it is going to be Thresh and Callista there for the bottom side of the map. And
Flame locks in his trademark Rumble. His
Yeah.
now trademark Rumble.
not going to get the cannon.
No
Sorry,
cannon.
Papa Smithy.
LGD, they love the Rumble, whether it's Acorn or Flame. They have the setup CC, but mostly through the Thresh and perhaps the Unburrow coming through from Rek'Sai. But yeah, this is a very interesting draft coming from Star Royal Cup. I had a feeling they were going to throw a curveball just after getting decimated in that first game, but the support LeBlanc, that wasn't my first guess.
Yeah, and they do have a lot of sort of follow-up from a very long distance here, what with the likes of, you know, the Onslaught of Shadows being able to cover a lot of ground. We have a look, Insec, he can safeguard into that Sonic Wave in order to cross the map really quickly. You've got Mimic Distortions coming through from the support LeBlanc here, not to mention Xerath with his ultimate at the same time. So they can follow up very, very effectively, and we'll see whether that's what their strategy is, just to have pick potential from an incredibly long distance.
So Nidalee, she has a good laning matchup against the LeBlanc, not so much against the Xerath. So much ranged wave clear. Of course, Nidalee has to get into melee range to get any sort of wave clear going, especially in the early levels. So I do like the swap through. That does leave them with a support LeBlanc, but this is Zero. His mechanics are excellent on support. I have full confidence that he can play it, but it's definitely something a bit different coming through from Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to remember whether it was Zero who also had a few mid lane historical appearances, but I'm not entirely sure, so I'm not going to make any concrete observations, ladies and gentlemen. We know that he's a fantastic Thresh and definitely would have the mechanics in order to make this support LeBlanc work, and we'll see whether it does happen. It's the first time. I was actually expecting potentially some Flandre action there in the top lane to come through with some top lane LeBlanc with a Trinity Force, but not happening this game.
There was a potential. We
was
all
excited.
had the dream, but it's not Flandre, so it probably wasn't going to happen. I do like the fact that it's against the Thresh, because, you know, I mentioned the Annie Thresh matchup. That's in Annie's advantage. LeBlanc Thresh is very similar. It's one of those situations where focus the support, burst him down with a fairly low base stats in the early game. So I do like the fact that there's a lane that he can bully, and if it was a Leona or something, then the LeBlanc makes less sense. But in this situation, looking okay.
Yeah, and I mean, Callista not too tanky herself early on in this matchup, so if they can get on top of her, which a LeBlanc can. I mean, you can distort and then mimic distort once again, even after she's hopped away. You've got a lot of flexibility with that ability, but my goodness, that sounded ridiculous, but it's true.
And you can get all sorts of interesting level 1 wards down. Of course, with the distortion skilled at level 1, you can get in, maybe get a Gromp ward just at such an early timing that it's not scouted by the enemy team. You have a lot of flexible options with support LeBlanc. There's a reason why Loveland loved to play it when he was on support, is that you have a lot of lane pressure, and you're giving a lot of lane pressure to an AD carry that was very pressured last game. Of course, Well fell behind on Graves. A lane bully with a lane bully support, the double lane bullies, should be easier for Well to navigate, you know, the world champion AD carry and Imp. If you can relieve some pressure and create some pressure, then the LeBlanc pick, I think, is justified.
Well, it also depends on whether they do decide to answer with an equal Gromp start here as well. It all depends on how this lane shapes up, because if they have the experience advantage, maybe things can turn around in completely the opposite direction.
I have to feel like communication was off just because they entered lane so late. You have to think they got some experience from somewhere. So to die to a level 2 at this level of play was very surprising to me. I don't think it'll be recreated.
Yeah, we'll see whether it is as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, finally onto the Rift with Starhorn Royal Club taking on LGD for our second matchup of this series. Already into this laning phase as Zero and PYL just swapping sides here, and do have a little bit of a lane swap situation to begin things off here, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, unfortunately missed the very early machinations. We don't know where the wards were, but this is the result as PYL leads TBQ to the buff.
They are going to be able to go for this steal here as well. Kohler trying to make a nuisance of himself as TBQ's taking a lot of damage here from this blue buff, but gets devastatingly charged, but not quite going to find it.
Kohler already had level 2. Just was trying to harass and potentially pick up the steal with the devastating charge. It's not quite smite damage, but it's deceptively higher, even at level 1.
Oh yeah, wasn't able to charge it up quite enough here as well, but if TBQ hadn't had that smite, maybe had have started off picking up that red buff there, but of course, 3 minutes into this game, not entirely sure about where he was towards the beginning, but you can see this bottom lane goes a whole lot better when you don't have an opposing 2 people.
So it looks like LGD were the ones to initiate the lane swap just because they've, of course, moved their bottom lane to the top lane. They obviously did not want to go against the super lane bully, so I do like this. You know, navigate away from the double lane bully LeBlanc Graves combo. Of course, we also have Rumble, who's much better in a 1v2 compared to a Hecarim, who doesn't even have flash, can't even look to open distance and flash away to maybe last or force an extra turret bolt onto the enemy. So in a lot of ways, LGD have significantly out-rotated Starhorn Royal Club early, and that's why we see the jungle follow continuing from Hecarim.
Yeah, super buddy system to come through. Teleport finally to come down here in this bottom side, but the wave is going to continue pushing out. Maybe a little bit late there from Flame, who will have to extend fairly far in order to get anything done here, and there are 3 extra members hanging out on the Royal Club side. PYL is here, but still makes it a 2 versus 4, which is not great odds.
The Flame has a lot less wave clear than the usual time we see a 2v2 where the Thresh would be safe from Thresh Maokai, where Maokai has ranged wave clear and consistent wave clear with his Arcane Smash Q. On the other side, Rumble, especially if he's trying to CS with Flame Spinner at level 1, just no fun at all.
Yeah, he's really looking just to try and sit back, farm with these harpoons, and pick up the experience that he can. It's mainly the experience that he wants here because, of course, Cola still struggling to pick up any farm.
But it's a lot of respect to the pressure being put out by Graves, LeBlanc. That, you know, in another situation, you'd be like, all right, play the Rumble, 1v2, pick up as much experience as possible, don't worry about CS. They're only rotating as support to this lane and sapping some of that XP away from Flame just because they respect just the lane power out of this Starhorn Royal duo.
Yeah, Insec hanging around in this top side. Cola taking a bunch of Rens here as well, as you can see, getting slowed down by that one, taking a bit of poke damage as Imp more than happy to chill out here on his own. TBQ hanging around the area as well, wanting to get some wards down so that this Kalista doesn't get capitalized on. Insec may be found out here actually by TBQ, but nothing going to come from it. Cheeky Prey Seeker maybe in towards that Gromp.
Yeah, we see the roams continue. Nothing too much happening in the game. Obviously there was a lot of action at the start to prompt this lane swap, but the result, although Wells overextended a bit,
Might be in trouble here as he gets hooked under the turret, but of course the turret's doing a fair bit of damage here at this 6-minute mark.
still has his heal and flash up, so is able to position it slightly more aggressively, even with his support going for a roaming duty. And you can see from the minimap, LeBlanc trying to get some aggressive wards down.
Yeah, and also trying to get a bit of presence in other lanes here as well. POL going to find Zero, not wanting to try too much as Well's in a lot of trouble again. Haphazardly positioned, and he's going to fall down for first blood here for PYL. Zero trying to turn this one around. The last Q, the Sigil not going to really find it, and again, LGD with first blood in this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Wells just having a shocker this series. In the first game, dying at level 2, then going on walkabout and dying with both his summoners up, blowing the heal. The flash wasn't going to save him. You know, Zero, he needs to feel empowered to be able to roam. Of course, he thought he was in a quite lane-dominating situation, but they were able to pick off a kill while he was roaming. The communication between this duo is just not working.
Yeah, not having a great time here in this bottom side, and I don't know how he managed to get picked out quite that badly, but see whether he can turn it around as this series progresses. Wayless and TBQ just hanging out together, clearing out some vision. Scuttle Crab not available just yet, but Wayless has had a fine time in this mid lane, not getting out farmed, able to shove in this Xerath pretty relentlessly, you can see on this Nidalee.
Being able to shove in just shows how much he can disregard the map pressure coming through from both the LeBlanc, who we just see distorting away from PYL, and from Insect's Lee Sin. To feel enough, to feel a lack of jungle pressure to the extent that you can get in melee range to clear waves against the Xerath shows just a complete disregard for all the aggression that's been picked by Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, look at Flame's build choice here as well. Very early Sorcerer Shoes after those first buy cloth armor. Insect now going to find TBQ here around the red buff. Might need to take that Dark Passage, and he is going to, as Insect going to finish off his red buff here in peace. So not going to get that one stolen away. Definitely good news.
Off screen, we actually saw a turret dive coming through. The stun was completely clutch coming through from Korn to survive. Very, very close, but all summoners used from Korn.
Yeah, there's the ultimate to come through, but Wayless, he's a little kitty cat. Pretty able to get away from things, but Zero going to lock him down there with the chain. The pound's going to be available pretty soon as Wayless really wants to dodge out of the way of that one. Sonic Wave going to get flashed out of. And Wayless is going to survive, but only barely.
And it's lucky that the first Sonic Wave was attempted before the chain had hit from Zero. So, of course, could have waited for that cooldown and guaranteed the Sonic Wave. But the result, Wayless lives.
Yeah, I'm not going to find it, but did have to blow that flash. You can see Right of the Arcane was used by Korn as well. That one not going to be up for quite that long, and he was forced to flash in response. So even summon exchange there in the mid lane, but you have to think that the pressure advantage in the 1v1 going to Wayless's advantage.
The pressure in both 1v1s going to LGD's advantage. You can see Flame pushing aggressively on Graves. Well, not able to control this lane. Already ceded 20 CS advantage to Flame compared to his opposite number, Cola, and just doing very, very well in both solo lanes as LGD.
Yeah, as Imp. Imp at 81 CS to 57 here as well. Imp just having a free time.
That's bad things at Brew Bottom.
Yeah, the equalizer, the teleport to come through from Cola, but that is a very defensive option, and well just seems to need a helping hand in whichever lane he's in at the moment, really struggling in these early stages.
And with that teleport completed, Cola definitely needs to help well push in and get any experience he can, because they're going to lose so much turret damage in the top lane as we see the aggressive push coming on from Imp and PYL.
Oh, Spear going to land on Insect here as TBQ comes back around. There's the super pounce onto Insect, who's been hunted. Zero takes half of his health from that Spear. Another super pounce to come in, but straight into a stun. Oh, the Spear lands on Korn. He's mixing them up onto as many members as he can. Wayless just assumes Korn's dead, as he doesn't really bother to do too much. He just gets burnt down here by PYL, and Wayless is playing so aggressively this series.
And 3 different members of Starhound Royal Club were in imminent danger of dying. First it was Insect, then Zero. Finally it ends up with Korn, who falls to the sniper flash death sentence coming through from PYL. It's all coming for LGD, but Flame dies in the 1v1.
Yep, Cola with some sweet plays there on the bottom side of the map. Saves that ultimate beautifully to secure the kill in the Fear.
There's some lovely irony about Flame dying to a top laner having Ignite.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff. If only he was Kennen, Papa Smithy. If only.
Flame's just thinking, I need the Ignite. Please bring him back.
Unfortunately, that first pick Hecarim working out here for Royal Club. Did have to use his Ignite in order to pick up that kill, and of course, Flame is going to be okay. Of course, still has quite a considerable CS advantage, but Cola going to be able to make use of that extra kill as the Spear going to go wide here in the mid lane as Wayless tries to create some pressure. Equalizer here in the mid as well as Insect takes a fair bit of damage, gets slowed down here as well. There's a Chilling Smite, and I have to think that Spear is going to spell the death of Insect, which it does. Korn now in a lot of trouble. Harpoon's going to slow him down as he overheats. These auto attacks doing so much work. Spear not going to land. Heal may have actually saved Korn's life, but there's no turret here, and he's just getting burnt down. TBQ gets the double unburrow here, and Cola, you are in so much trouble. Wayless now just having his way with this Royal Club lineup.
And I love how PYO completely disrespecting any of Imp's requested group and used the Fate's Call or the passive on the W. He's roaming, and you can see why the Flay to cancel the escape from Cola was beautiful, and the kills just rack up for LGD.
Yeah, and you know, Imp, he's got a level advantage here. I mean, he's 30 CS in the lead, going for the same build once again, wants to grab that Bloodthirster as soon as possible. You can see, well, forced once again to go into that Pickaxe Brutalizer build. Looking very behind at this stage of the game as Wayless pretty low on mana, but they're looking to possibly put some pressure on this bottom side of the map. Zero fairly overextended well again. He's just getting picked on. Death Sentence out of nowhere. Beautiful aim coming through from PYL, and he makes it look easy here in the bottom side.
The Death Sentence highlight reel for PYL, even if it's just this game, is going to be so impressive as well. Dies once again to a roam gank, whether it's the jungler or the support. He's just a hook magnet, and it should be a dragon through for LGD.
Yeah, I mean, the quick draw came through trying to get him out of it, but of course, PYL, you're not going to trick him. Playing beautifully. Right of the Arcane looking to try and steal away, but doesn't get it, of course. Imp with the Rend, able to secure the most hearty of objectives.
Actually quite a late first dragon. Actually the first dragon between both teams coming through from LGD. It feels like with the pressure lead they've had, it's been 4 kills, 5 kills to 1 for a long time. They could have taken an early one, but they're going to pick up the red buff as well for another neutral. And suddenly Korn's looking a bit overextended.
Oh, this shocking orb going to land, but that's not the right target. Another one! Oh my goodness, PYL is a god.
Let me tell you one thing. He knew that Korn had flash up there. That's for sure.
Oh man, beautiful stuff. We're just getting mad lives across the board.
Gonna have to check his PC for aimbot after this game because he's hitting all those hooks.
Oh, just check to see his seat, see whether mad life's sitting there or not. of course, Zero has been described as the Mad Life of China. Or Mad Life 2.0, of course, originally.
It feels like
Korean.
someone just told PYL about that because he's not listening to that particular
Oh,
superlative.
yeah. I just completely messed up, of course. It was Zero playing the Thresh in the last game.
I mean, Zero's Thresh, you have to remember,
Yeah,
some
it's
massive
fantastic,
performances.
but PYL showing him up this game.
He was being banned away from. He had it last game, but again, night and day between the two Threshes. PYL so on form, and now, well, just stuck under his turret. Can't even find a safe place to farm.
Yeah, and I apologize for getting that wrong, but it's almost like PYL has something to prove here. I mean, hearing all of this talk, especially from us about, Zero being this fantastic Thresh, but PYL really putting it on today.
I guess Zero's just looking forward to getting an 80 carry that opens up his Janna play. A wonderful Janna, but HYY and well, sometimes they haven't necessarily stuck out, but in this series especially, Imp has just run all over well.
Yeah, and his Kallista's just looked so much better than it has in the past. Of course, had sort of mixed results on this Callista. Has found some fantastic games, but you have to think that some of them have left a little bit to be desired. But thus far, it feels like he's found the build that he wants. Of course, he's 50 CS in the lead, even more. It's just ridiculous here. Building that Bloodthirster already is Zero able to use that distortion in order to get a ward into this brush, but doesn't even last.
No, and unfortunately, Starhan Royal Club, they had some interesting things about the comp. It looked like they would be competitive this game, but it's just feeling very reminiscent of last game. As once again, Korn's on a wave clear champion, staying back as Wayless has completely overtaken this mid lane. Not a big CS advantage, but they have to respect the amount of pressure. Rek'Sai and PYL in particular with his rotations. 2-0-4. Almost 100% kill participation as the turret falls. And things just keep going from bad to worse for Starhan Royal Club.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a performance from Korn that we would not expect. He's played fantastically thus far. I mean, almost despite how things have been going here in the LPL as far as, the 80 carry situation, the free Name situation. Korn has always been solid, but this game, 0-3-0, falling behind to a Nidalee matchup that, he could have potentially bullied here with his extra range, but not happening this time.
But when the roam is so easy from PYL, no pressure being put out from well on the Graves, so able to roam even with a Callista so happily on this Thresh. There's been map pressure so consistently on Korn. He's had to use his flash multiple times. He's been zerged down and killed. 0-3-0 on the Xerath. If you're going to pick these artillery champions, these long-range wave clear champions, and get mercilessly ganked, you need map pressure. But Insec and Starhan World Cup haven't been able to pick out that, and Insec's in trouble.
Yeah, that's the Chilling Smite going to be used. That Safeguard didn't get him too far, but he is going to flash over this wall right as the Arcane tries to come through. Shocking Orb may have saved Insec's life as Cola comes around. The savior here for Royal Club as Wayless now in a bit of trouble. This horse is pretty big with his Phage. PYL and Imp, though, they found their way into this fight. Imp's going to be able to secure Korn, and LGD now pile onto Cola. Wayless picks up that kill with a pounce. Still continuing on here as well. Finally makes his way around the barrier, actually. There's the heal from Imp, and Wayless doesn't even die. Look at the pierce damage, the flash out of the way of the arrow there as well. And my gosh, LGD, it looked like they got caught. And that's not how it happens here this game.
When you're ahead this far and goal, getting caught is just really a free initiation. Wayless is on a sliver of health, has to thank Imp for popping the heal. Man, Starhan Royal Club, it could have been a big momentum change coming through, but just not enough.
Yeah, and I mean, Cola capitalizing on the fact that he got that early kill, but with only Merc Treads and a Phage, I mean, just don't have the impact in these fights, nor do you have the tankiness.
I mean, Cola's definitely been the standout player consistently for Starhan Royal Club during this split. On Hecarim twice, on a champion with such a long ramp-up compared to Flame, who has, one item, two item, cheap power spikes on this Rumble, whether it was Flame or Acorn. I mean, unfortunately, Cola, he's been having to play reactive. They're picking these reactive long-range mages in the mid lane. And if you have both your solos, who've been really the standouts for Starhan World Cup so far this season on reactive champions, you can't be surprised when your bottom lane goes poorly and you just can't get back into a game.
Yeah, and it's going from bad to worse. Imp actually now with an 80 CS lead. It's bottom side of the map at 18 minutes into the game.
And no big completed item to speak of any time in the future coming through from Well with just the pickaxe and the Brutalizer. He can't even afford a BF sword at this point.
Yeah, he's 3,000 gold in the hole to Imp at this stage. It's just terrifying coming through from LGD, and this is the world-class performance that we expect coming through from Imp. I mean, it doesn't happen every single game, but we get reminded every now and again that this guy is one of the best. Wayless actually going to get kicked back into Korn here as well. Flashes over the wall. He may even survive here, of course. has that passive, actually goes aggressive. Flame's going to take down Zero. Wayless just going to hop out of the way as well. Korn solo, there he is, pouncing over the wall again. And Wayless is insane. The horse is going to fall down. Another spear lands. There's the chilling smite, the pounce, the takedown, and Wayless is so good at Nidalee.
Wayless is the god of mid lane Nidalee. I thought it was Pawn, but Wayless lives through all of that. His team is around to back him up. And LGD in top form as well. Shows up in the mid lane, probably to die to him.
Yeah, that's Imp actually going to tank out that turret there a little bit.
4-level difference between AD carries.
Oh my goodness. It's like Well didn't even really turn up. It's one of those situations where it's like how AD carry was disconnected for like the first 20 minutes of the game.
Do they pause when AD carries don't join in the LPL?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Things are looking very, very bad here for Royal Club as the next dragon going to be taken down. Wayless, he's pretty low on health, pretty low on mana, but he doesn't really care because they have so much control of this map.
The mid lane Nidalee, DPS is down the jungle alone, doesn't even need TBQ to group. And it's just as landslide a victory as you could hope for. LG, they've done this before, but it's going to be a 20-minute surrender. You have to think coming from Star Royal Club. It was a surrender in the first game, but they're even further behind this time. 12,000 gold at 19 minutes.
Yeah, and I guess this is a moment where you talk about whether or not that surrender is a good idea. It's 12,000 gold at 20 minutes, and is the 20-minute surrender now the opportunity here for Royal Club? Because they can play out this game. They can try and stall, get a little bit more sort of, I don't know, action on this map, a little bit more, I don't know, in this game, but looks like the surrender vote is what's going to happen. 20 minutes.
I mean, Atlas, no BF soul completed for a Graves at 20 minutes. There was no coming back in this game. There was literally, it was a mathematical game. If anything, it was just going to heap pressure onto a Star Royal Club. You have to remember the lineup, even with Uzi, was prone to having disagreements and flared discussions. It wasn't going to help the case to play this one out, and unfortunately, Star Royal Club completely outclassed by LGD today.
Yeah, and just looking to try and keep their morale as well in check. So making sure they get out of this negative situation, go back to the drawing board, and then focus on their next matchup, what they did wrong in this particular matchup, and then move forward from there. And of course, with the potential of Name coming in next week as well, they may have been using Name in their most recent scrims, well, not quite getting a look in, and it might have made things difficult here for Royal Club.
We don't like to talk too much about the rumorville, but the rumor is they split scrims half and half between Name and not Name, and the other latest news is that perhaps Name won't be playing next week. So when they're looking at the calendar and as their only real hope, not even looking towards their scrims or perhaps their next games and thinking about how to win, but just kind of longingly looking at the calendar, it's a really worrying spot for Star and Royal Club, as that was perhaps the least competitive series so far in the LPL against who started this with so much to win. Ninth, the potential to jump to 6th, but wasn't to be this series.
Yeah, looking a little bit frightening here, but we of course still have much more LPL on the way, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see whether the next matchup's going to be a little bit longer than this one, but stick around. We'll have a short break and we'll be back very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Julian Pastry Time Carr for the sweet double play-by-play cast that you guys are always looking forward to. And it's for the game none other than Snake versus World Elite, a newly invigorated World Elite, and Snake coming off their first 0-2 of the split.
Yeah, it's actually, I believe, Snake's worst performing week and World Elite's best performing week. So a pretty big split there between the two teams. Snake obviously only played one series, so losing 0-2 is a big blow for them. That never happened before, but it is only one series, and World Elite as well, they've finally come together as a team, it seems like.
Yeah, World Elite looking fantastic. Of course, had a big weekend as well. Lots of games to play and really showed up in almost all of them. If we look over it, I mean, they won against Invictus Gaming, who were looking great. I mean, they lost against King. That's a little bit unfortunate, but tying with Vici as well. These top-tier teams falling to a newly invigorated World Elite, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and World Elite are still sort of sitting towards the bottom of the pack, but it is the second half of the split. If they're going to start making movements, it should be now, you know.
Yeah.
They have to pick up a lot more points to even be near playoff contention, but we're running out of games for these teams to play, and World Elite keep picking up points. Ninja looks so much better. He's played Cassidy to carry performances. He's been playing a bit more meta. Like, everything's just coming together. Even STYZ, still a bit hot and cold as far as his consistency goes, but coming into his own more as a player. And, you know, discarding the Jinx, discarding the Kalista, just playing a bit more corky. As World Elite play more meta, they just seem a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, Snake falling down there, and you have to think a little bit of it is due to this banning focus on Beast.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely get into this more as we get into the series, but yeah, I think King could have sort of figured it out when they played that series before. When you ban Jarvan and Nunu away from Snake, we've already talked about Snake having somewhat shallow champion pools just as a general rule, but Beast especially is such a big force for his team, so reliable and solely his best performing champions.
Yeah, and we'll see whether, because we haven't actually seen his Nunu on this current patch here as well, I believe. I think 5.2 we haven't actually seen much of that. So we'll see whether he comes through with that one in this matchup, whether he manages to get it, because I love watching Beast play Nunu. It's just hilarious.
Yeah, Beast is just a great player to watch in general. He's so aggressive, so snowball. He loves to get in and counter jungle. I mean, he's a finely Sin player, I'm sure, but it looks almost night and day between Jarvan and Nunu and the next champion that he plays. If it's Lee Sin, if it's maybe even the Rek'Sai that I'm sure he's had some plays on as well. Like, Beast just looks like almost a completely different jungler. And of Snake in general, when they're not ahead, they just look significantly further behind. And when they can't create plays or find ways to actually make their comp work, even if they do fall behind, it just doesn't look good. And it's, again, all Beast. Can he get this team ahead early? Yeah,
and there's also the fact that, you know, their bottom lane just didn't get the advantages that they were expecting to in their last matchup. And, of course, King managing to do really, really well in that bottom lane matchup. Wushin actually having a great game.
Yeah, and that's one of the things where we've seen Wush play. He's played much better today, I would say, in general, despite the losses. And King have just looked slowly getting stronger. And Snake, it is all that support then. You know, we talk about hyper carries that Crystal loves to play. Nunu is there to help support that hyper carry, like create a big zone of space. Ella's playing fantastically still on Janna, and I think when he gets that, it's a significant drop off as well. But when Flandre is so versatile and so strong, and Barker is very narrow but very consistent in his lane, it is the bottom lane that they want to get going. And again, when Beast isn't able to be on aggressive playmaking junglers, Snake just don't look the same.
Yeah, it just hasn't quite managed to have the same performances across the board in his champion pickups. And you mentioned Barker here as well. I mean, Azir and Xerath seem to be his favorites. It's a very Shurima-focused mid lane.
It is. I mean, he's going to need new favorite champions in a couple patches, because remember, we're still on 5.2. Xerath, Azir, very much the two strongest mid laners, probably still on this patch, at least as far as the LPL metagame is concerned. But that will change eventually. Like, we'll roll over to a new patch. Azir is significantly worse. I'd be interested to see if people in China still want to play him. But again, the biggest criticism of Barker has always been shallow champion pool. Now, Snake, they're still here at the top of the standings, but they'd love to
and I mean, having a further Snake lineup, we'll see whether they can stay focused as we have a look at our friends over at World Elite. Aluka having a much better end to the season now that he's been picking up these super tanks in that top lane. Just being a rock up there.
Yeah, just stop playing Rumble. All on the side. Look at Spirit there as well. Basically has the same jungle pool as Dandy right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes a lot of sense. Only Rek'Sai in Italy. Not interested in anything else.
Yeah, and Dandy and Spirit have historically been pretty close together when it comes to where they're competing, and it's going to be the same in the champion picks as well. And Ninja picking up the Ezreal as well and looking fantastic on that champion. Unable to pick up the victory on the Cho'Gath, which looks pretty fancy there down in that list of champions. But otherwise, looking very, very strong. And STYZ, the short-range carries, he's really starting to get back on. I mean, his Jinx has left something to be desired when he's picked that one up. But has been showing a little bit more form.
Yeah, he's just started to play, again, a little more standard. Everyone's playing short-range carries right now. That's pretty much true across the board. You can see UJ's Thresh has been a big point for them as well. We say this a lot about Chinese supports, I feel, but their Threshers are almost always amazing. We saw, of course, in the last game, PYL's Thresh. Pretty damn good. Liam's Thresh in the first game there as well, I think also quite good. Does lots of good Thresh players just in general in China. Obviously makes sense that UJ is going to play it. But going back a little bit to SDYZ, he's played a lot of Jinx. He's played, I think, maybe even a Kog'Maw game. Like, he does prefer hyper carries. He played Ezreal definitely in their first victory, actually.
Yeah.
But everyone's playing Graves. People are still sometimes playing Sivir, and there's a lot of Corki. And SDYZ's had to adapt. He can't play these hyper carries. So, you know what? He's manning up and just playing Corki.
And we're having a bit of a snooze here on the desk as well.
Spirit's a bit sleepy.
Yeah. Just, happy to play as Rek'Sai. Just burrow under the ground, have a sleep.
He probably does actually go to sleep, just some naps between camps.
Yeah,
teammate wakes up, what? Oh, ults to the lane, that's
yeah.
fine. Yeah, that's exactly why he plays Rek'Sai.
It's just tunnel maintenance, that's all he does. He just sets up his tunnels and then just has a little bit of a snooze until someone comes into his sonar range.
In all seriousness, Spirit's actually been playing fantastically, and he has been throughout the entirety of the LPL. So a lot of World Elite strength has been, kind of riding on the back of Spirit. But again, Ninja and STYZ in particular have really been stepping up their level of play. So if World Elite are going to continue to have good weekends here in the LPL, it's going to start from Spirit still playing the way he is, which is fantastic so far, and Ninja and STYZ continuing to step up.
Yeah, and it's very similar, actually, as we hop over to the Snake lineup. I mean, we were sort of singling out Beast here as being the man to perform, and against Spirit, that's going to be quite difficult. Flandre, looking a little bit more standard. Those Morgana games sticking out there in the top lane, but has been showing sort of across regions as being quite a decent flex pick for that top position.
Yeah, Flandre just kind of does whatever he wants in the top side. You can see Beast there as well. Has had a Lee Sin game recently, and of course, there's the Java Nunu that we expect. But Rek'Sai, again, those last two picks just weren't working out. You can see he's sort of longingly looking at the Nunu Java games that he hasn't been able to play last weekend.
Yeah, and of course, managing to pick up victories on those ones. Again, Barker, I mean, he's got some Kassadin thrown in there, but
does he really?
Otherwise, it's a fair bit of Shurima.
That might be the only Kassadin icon in his entire match history in the LPL. Seriously, this guy's played a lot of Xerath and Azirian. Fantastically, don't get us wrong, and there's Crystal, man. He has just gone off on some champions, that's for sure.
Oh, yes, he has. I mean, unfortunately, his most recent Draven performance hasn't been that great, but we know that he definitely can play that champion, has looked fantastic, but when he doesn't have the Nunu support, it's a little bit difficult. And Ella, I think favors Janna. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
Well, there's definitely a lot of Janna picks, and certainly a fantastic Janna play, which makes sense when you have a hyper carry player like Crystal in your team. Again, Snake have a very, I would say, almost predictable playstyle at this point.
Yeah.
Beast plays aggressively. Flandre usually plays with low resources or plays aggressively where he can. Buck is very consistent, and then Crystal Ally carry through the mid to late game once they get there, and it's kind of Beast, Flandre, and a little bit of Barker's job to get them through the early and mid game. And they've won a lot of games just by snowballing from that point and then picking amazing team fights together and letting Crystal walk all over the enemy team. Again, they need to add back the early game consistency, and possibly the other thing as well, look at their weekend last week. Clearly, Beast was struggling with their early game champions. Maybe they can mix it up. Because the biggest thing for Snake right now is they're not quite flexible enough. They always do the same thing, but they do it very well.
Yeah, it was good to see that Barker looked like he had both of his hands in perfect use here as well. Of course, broke his wrist a little bit, so hopefully that one's healed back up and he's looking a little bit better now. Having a little bit of a deep dive onto Flandre there, who's got a lot of the world on his shoulders as we expected coming into this series, but has been on, Beast and Crystal a lot of these games.
It's interesting that Flandre came into the LPL as this player that was just massively hyped. Amazing carry top laner. The second coming of Flame or whoever, or whatever hyperbole you want to use, guy's just amazing. And Flandre's a great player, but he hasn't had to carry for his team. I don't know if that's because his team prefers to play on Crystal, which it seems like they do, or it's because Flandre himself doesn't feel comfy. I mean, he picks Morgana because he thinks it's really good in the top lane. He's just not playing it for fun. He loves the pick. He'll almost always take it. He thinks it wins every matchup. Flandre has definitely his own ideas about how top lane works here, and for the most part, he's been playing much more supportive.
Yeah, and it's a little bit interesting because, of course, it's a little bit non-interactive there in the top lane with this Morgana. Gives people the opportunity to pick the likes of Hecarim and sort of gallop all over you, which can be pretty terrifying, as we saw in our first matchup here. I mean, you let a Hecarim have a free lane, my goodness, things are just not okay.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. We've seen a bit more carry top lane action coming out in the LPL. So maybe the Hecarim's the champion they look to, but World Elite, they've done their homework here in these bans.
Yeah, and Barker going to be focused here as well. I mean, it is going to leave a lot of power picks up, but with World Elite having first pick, especially in this first game, That's okay. I mean, they can pick away the likes of the Cassidy and the Lissandra, the big picks that they're going to want to lock down. Nidalee's going to be banned away from Spirit here as well. Intelligent decision. And we'll see whether Snake decide to take away the Rek'Sai here as well, but it is going to be Ninja Zari taken off the board.
Yeah, I like that ban a lot. Ninja's actually shown a decent amount of proficiency on Ari, and she's just so strong I don't think you want to play against her. Barker really getting picked on here, though.
Yeah, he is, and I have a feeling that if that Cassidy gets left open, that is going to be going straight to Ninja.
I mean, Snake might feel like they have to ban it, but that would leave Lissandra open as well. The fact that there's so many target bans have hit Snake, both the jungler and the mid laner have eaten 1 to 2 bans respectively, that actually leaves a lot of power picks open. And if there's one thing we can say about Flandre in particular, both his Lissandra and his Cassidy are outstanding.
Oh, yeah, terrifying. They actually have the opportunity to they're going to ban away the Rek'Sai. I love this ban because Spirit has been focusing on both of those champions, Nidalee and Rek'Sai, almost exclusively. World Elite have to think very hard about the opportunities they want to give Snake in this first round of picks for the red side.
Yeah, now Spirit can take Jarvan here. That's probably the big thing that not banning it away gives them to. But if they want to take Cassidy, they can give it. They do, actually.
Yeah, they are going to take away the Cassidy. I think that's an intelligent idea because, of course, Barker and Flandre both fantastic on that champion. But now, Flandre's Rumble is available. Beast can hop onto that Jarvan 4 if he wants to. There are a lot of opportunities here, but I think Lissandra needs to be locked in at the same time.
Yeah, I would just take Jarvan Lissandra here if I was Snake. The champions are both so good. Spirit's a great Jarvan player. Beast obviously is a good Jarvan player, so we've already talked about how much he needs an aggressive jungler. I don't see any reason why you shouldn't take Lissandra here, but Snake might think otherwise. In fact, they do.
They think very differently to us. In fact, we may have missed a memo here, of course, because they do not look like Lissandra and Jarvan, and see whether this is going to help out World Elite in their choices of maybe picking up the Jarvan Lissandra themselves.
They're in fact not even close to Jarvan Lissandra, Amarkai, and Kolkivit.
No.
Those are the picks Snake want to go for. Very different from Crystal especially. It's funny to see these hypercarry players like SDYZ and maybe even now like Crystal starting to pick up the Corki, because Corki honestly might just be the league's best AD carry.
Yeah, well, it's true. And I mean, Crystal was struggling in the Corki matchup in their previous game, and it looks like UJ actually looking to pick the Janna away from Ella here potentially.
They might even take something else as well. I mean, I think the reason Snake aren't giving away Lissandra is that they know that Cassidy's ninjas. Aluka doesn't play mages in the top lane, so I actually
that's a good point.
I actually like the fact they leave it up, take something else, take away one of the tanks, and they're going to leave Aluka with Nah.
Yeah, and Flandre plays an aggressive Maokai in that top lane as well, and we'll see whether Aluka can deal with it. But, I mean, he's on his Gnar, and his Gnar has been consistently improving over the weeks. He's been looking better and better. Ella, not even considering the Janna here. It might be an Annie, potentially. And Snake, I mean, they've thrown curveballs before, and we can't really expect anything. I mean, you can't really say, look, this is what they're going to go for, because this is Snake, this is Flandre. I mean, that might be a support Maokai.
It might be, yeah. I was actually just thinking that when he mentioned it in the top lane, but it seems like Flandre might just take it here. I do love these picks there from Snake. Very solid.
Yeah, and sort of early focus here as well from Beast. Can be aggressive on that Lee Sin, but we saw his Lee Sin play in their matchup against King, and it didn't quite work out.
I mean, it's just not the same jungler for Beast. He likes dueling the enemy jungler, likes aggressively counter-jungling and putting pressure, and Lee Sin's okay at these things, but as far as like aggressively counter-jungling like Nunu does, or even dueling and putting a lot of pressure on early like Jarvan, Lee Sin just kind of does a little bit of everything well, but he doesn't do either the counter-jungling or the pressuring, probably as well as either Nunu or Jarvan does for me.
Yeah, and STYZ actually looking for this Lucian pseudo counterpick to Corki here.
Yeah, we've actually started seeing a little bit of this, I feel like, just around the world. They are going to lock it in, it seems like, and I like the Morgana takeaway there as well on support. But yeah, I mean, Corki, we've talked about him a lot. His kit, especially in the early levels, is almost entirely based around Phosphorus Bomb. So
yeah,
if you have a champion that can easily dodge it, Sivir Spell Shield comes to mind, or in this case, obviously, Lucian's general mobility, you can win trades very easily against a champion like Corki.
Oh my goodness, I really hope this happens.
We'll see. I mean, Barker has to go to something else. Both Azir and Xerath are banned out this game.
Yeah, and Victor as well, 100% win rate so far in the LPL.
Yes, that's true. He does. Of 2 games played, he is 2 for 0 there. Thank you, Raphael, for bringing that one out to the world. And they might
actually
do it.
I think it's 3 games in. No, 2. You are correct. You are correct.
But you are going to get your wish, Atlas.
Oh my god, I'm so excited. Barker has his champions taken away from him or banned away, and of course going to just hop straight onto the Victor, and no problem.
To be honest with you, if we compare Victor to champions like Azir and Xerath, they actually match up somewhat favorably as far as playstyle goes. They're immobile, they've got good zoning and good burst and kind of tricky range abilities and skill shots to use. Like, obviously we haven't seen BUCKR play Victor yet. Not many people have been playing him recently, but as far as if I was going to give a new champion to BUCKR, I might go to something like Victor. It seems to suit his style.
Well, that's really true, and I like it in this matchup against Kassadin as well. I mean, your Q works very similarly. Of course, with Victor, you do manage to shield away any kind of damage. But of course, if you get the auto attack after the Q coming through on Victor, that is such gigantic burst damage, even early on here in the lane.
Yeah, that matchup, obviously we haven't seen very much of it, but the mid lane matchup's interesting. The Q is obviously great against any melee champion like Kassadin, and this is definitely where we're going to be focusing Ninja vs. BUCKR in that mid lane. I feel like the E, especially once you get the augment for the death ray, is quite a lot better just because Kassadin's Q doesn't really trade against all of Victor's damage, and you're probably going to lose a burst trade. Victor does not like when people get on top of him. That's certainly true, but Victor can navigate those matchups reasonably well. His laning's kind of, not air, but it's sort of not, it's boring, like you just want to farm, but his mid game is amazing, and if Snake, they've shown anything, it's pretty strong mid games.
Yeah, and if you get Rift Walked on, you can just put a gravity field on yourself, and you're going to get stunned, Kassadin. That's what's going to happen. I mean, the activation time is going to be enough in order to get you.
Victor brawls quite well as a mage as well. He's got the Q with the shield and speed, and if he lands his E, he just does so much damage when it's augmented. So we haven't seen that much Victor. We're starting to see more of him. Very excited to see how BUCKR plays.
Yeah, we'll see how it comes through. And of course, you know, he's been sitting sort of like slowly getting buffed and buffed and buffed over the patches, and we haven't seen him quite come out into competitive play yet. And it might be the case that now that he's getting a bit of a look in, bit of a strong pick.
Yeah, and he started to pick up not just traction in the LPL, but around the world as well. So people are kind of tuned into the fact that Victor is a champion that's now a thing, but we haven't seen much of it in the LPL. Again, we're still 5.2, quite a few patches behind, but again, the Chinese are still adapting. Even though the patch isn't changing, they're looking around the world, what's being picked, what's cool. In fact, I think Vega might have dropped through picks and bans,
hang on
enough.
a second, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, no, Vega just, no one even looked.
And, I mean, that's fine. Like, these teams clearly have different priority, right? So, I mean, we're going to get Victor. I'm kind of okay that Vega's not in the game. Yeah,
and I wonder whether that was banned away because, I mean, wasn't picked up based on, you know, the first picks coming through. Maybe Kassadin can Rift Walk over Event Horizon, and that makes it okay. But I don't actually understand why he wouldn't be picked because he's been so successful.
I'm trying to think of the support picks that we have. I feel like they just wanted more comfort picks is probably the best. I think we have Thresh Janna from memories as supports, which...
Yeah, we don't have any martyrs here, and, you know, the players that really want to try something new, maybe Low from OMG, of course, brings out Maokai support. He'd be more than happy to bring out anything there on the bottom side of the map. But, of course, you know, UJ and Ella wanting to play Janna and Thresh most of the time, but they've stepped out of their comfort zone just a little bit.
Yeah, and that's okay. Again, the comps are quite interesting here.
Yeah.
I'm really going to focus on how well Beast does on this Lee Sin. Again, it suits his style. It's another aggressive style jungler. He can get ahead on it, but you have to do a lot of work on Lee Sin, I feel like. He does, again, everything very well, kind of like Jarvan used to, I guess still currently does on this patch. But even he's seen a big drop-off with Vi and Rek'Sai becoming popular.
Yeah.
It suits Beast's style. I don't know when... If Vi Rek'Sai become like the gold standard for junglers, I feel like Beast loses a lot of his power as a player. But that's kind of with Snake. Like, part of their team is very adaptive, and they've got Flounder who can do stuff, and they can definitely mix it up. Crystal as well has a very deep champion pool, but some of the players don't. They really rely on playing a certain way and playing it very well.
Yeah, well, it's true. And they have been innovators, of course. You know, they were the ones that were the next round of Nunu. Of course, Nunu has gone in and out of favor for quite some time, but... sort of Beast came through and made Nunu look like this completely broken champion that's just able to win every game, and it was just ridiculous. So now that teams are sort of adapting, realizing what's going on, might be, you know, BUCKR picking up this Victor that's really going to throw enough of a monkey wrench into the works to really start this Snake hype train rolling again.
Yeah, and again, if Snake will become an absolutely terrifying team, if they can ever grow their champion pools enough to just have so many threats that you can't ban one player out. That's probably the big thing there. I mean, we saw that World Elite threw 3 bans at them, 2 mid lane bans and a jungle ban. And also picked away, I think, Jarvan there as well, because Snake didn't want to take it in their first rotation of picks. So they've got a lot to do there.
Yeah, well, we'll see as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with World Elite taking on Snake, and Spirit already taking a Sonic Wave to the back of the head as we are already 3.5 minutes into this game. Phosphorus, I'm going to find a couple of members here as well. As pace of time, let's just have a look at what happened in the early phase of this game.
Yeah, I had to jump through, just kind of looking down here. Actually, just a kill already. Looks like an assist being given to... Lee Sin and Victor. So Makai actually got involved for the first kill. Flandre off to a good start here. As we kind of look back through, we have had a lane swap happen also. So both Flandre and Aluka are going to be kind of on a bit of a timer as far as their early CS goes. But this lane swap honestly is probably fine for both teams.
Yeah, and Baka just going more than happily here in this mid lane here as well against Ninja, and both of these players, you know, just farming it out fairly well and very, very even, of course. A bit more of a stack of minions here for Ninja, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
is Kassan doing fine?
Yeah, I mean, Ninja will be fine. Kassan is actually surprisingly safe in a number of matchups here. I think the interesting thing that Buck is doing here is going aggressive is Flandre.
Yeah, Flandre in a lot of trouble. STYZ looking for the kill. The shield to come through from Ella, though, and he's going to be A-OK. STYZ taking a lot of turret shots. He's going to be fine. Yeah,
very nicely timed swoop in there, actually, by Ella, making sure that everything was okay. And what I did want to point out for Baka there is he's actually got 2 points in his Q and 2 points in his E. No gravity field early, which does make a lot of sense. It's really just a utility spell for the most part. You only need a point in it. So Baka wants to get more aggressive, knows that he has to try and fight Kassan and early. Really smart skill point choice there.
Yeah, and of course, probably only wants it available for when Ninja hits that level 6, because before that, not really going to be too much of a problem, depending on whether Spirit is going to be hanging around. So just knows that he's got a little bit more pressure here in this lane, and see what happens and when he actually manages to pick up that spell.
Yeah, we see Aluka now back in the top as well. Up against Crystal this time around. AD carries both fine in any sort of swap situation, but seems like no one's really gotten a big CS lead. In fact, Flandre falling a little bit behind now. Nah does have a slight 1v2 advantage, sorry, given that he is range him enough on a lot of the time.
Yeah, Death Ray coming down on a Ninja here in the mid lane as well as... Yeah, you're right. I mean, Nah just generally okay, and it is going to be a 2v2 situation here in this bottom lane as well, where the range advantage is definitely going to be helping STYZ, and in the top lane, I mean, Corki versus Nah, I mean, they've basically got the same range. It's just like a 1v1.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is that obviously whenever you have the swaps, you actually isolate all Spirit, though.
Oh, Flandre actually finds him as well. That was a very interesting interaction. Takes a Dark Binding here as well as the Exhaust to come down onto Spirit. They're committing onto this one. The Arcane Smash here as well. Baka actually flashing over the top, and there's the ultimate to come down as well. Spirit just flags and drags his way out of it. UJ cops the end of that one, but it is going to be okay as all the members of World Elite survive.
Yeah, decent exchange coming in there, but no one actually going down. So a lot of spells and cooldowns traded back and forth, but no one actually able to get on top of it. Snake, though, might get the better end of it. They're on top of the dragon.
Yeah, Beast actually very healthy here as well at level 4. Flandre going to help out at the same time, and seems to me like this dragon might be just going down.
Yeah, I mean, Snake, again, good pressure there moving in. Flandre just kind of walk down from the bottom side of the map. It's weird to see a team in a lane swap do well there, but they leave Crystal up the top. Nah can't join in to fight, and Snake pick up their first dragon.
Yeah, Crystal actually hitting level 6 first here as well, forcing Luka to bounce out of the way of that Phosphorus Bomb. Usually going to find Ella here. Dark Binding not going to land, but just the tip of that Piercing Light going to find tail end of Ella as well, as Flandre just trying to clear out these creeps, and he's caught back up.
Yeah, I mean, we've broken back down into 2 different 2v2 lanes here, and we actually see this a lot in lane swap situations. I feel like if you can keep your AD carry safely in a 1v1 against the top lane, and we see this a lot with Graves, Imp actually from LGD, seems to have it happen all the time for about a 2-week period. He was doing it so much, where the experience matters so much to these short-range caster ADs, so there's just a lot more benefit that you get out from just the free farm and the experience especially.
Yeah, and actually looking here in the mid lane, we've already got that Death Ray upgraded here as well from Baka, so going for as much wave clear as he possibly can. Of course, the double tap onto the minions here with that Death Ray just clears them out so effectively, as you can see just there.
Yeah, and this is sort of the thing about Victor. Very safe, very strong wave clear, especially now that he's augmented up the Hex Core there as well. And this is exactly what Snake want to be doing. Get aggressive, put some wards down, keep the mid laner safe and farming, keep the AD carry safe and farming, and swell up for a very big mid-game fight around the second, third dragon and just go massive.
Yeah, and you can see, wow, Baka just eliminates those creeps. There's no shoving in to be done here from Ninja, as not going to worry about that one at all. And of course, once Baka does upgrade that Hex Core once again and gets the extra 30% movement speed on Q as well, I mean, he's got Ghost and Flash at the same time. This Victor is going to be able to get in range for all of these Qs, because also, when he gets some cooldown reduction, that thing is like a machine gun.
Yeah, and that's sort of the biggest bottleneck with Victor in general is just mobility. I mean, cooldown reduction's nice, like you mentioned, but for the one, he's very short-ranged mage, interestingly enough, despite Death Ray having very long range because you can extend it out from its target zone and get it to fire out. But Q's a short-range spell. His ultimate Chaos Storm's very short as well. You really just need to get in there as best you can and use all of your abilities in short range to keep moving around and doing damage, and that's why Flash Ghost and the general mobility from Q that you mentioned with the upgrade is so good.
Yes, so important. Very similar to the likes of, Twisted Fate, who I guess also has the wild cards for a little bit more range, but wants to be able to hit that pick a card at any opportunity. And, Victor going to have a very similar option.
Yes, we do see back in the top. We're actually moving a lot of people around here in this lane, so a lot of movement happening. No one's actually falling too far behind in CS, which is good to know, but I guess World would rather just keep FLICKR down. It looks like he might be going for a Rod of Ages, but he does have a Catalyst, so he can go Righteous Glory if he wants, but I think FLICKR should probably make not the selfish choice this game, just go for the teamfight Righteous Glory, because if this keeps happening, he keeps getting swapped on, he might not ever get enough farm to get the Snowball Rod of Ages going.
Yeah, and there's the fact that STYZ here on this Lucian as well is going to have a much earlier power spike than sort of any other Infinity Edge user here as well, because he's just able to weave so many more auto attacks in with that Light Slinger passive as well. So see whether that is going to help out. He does have that cloth armor, so I think you might be right with the Righteous Glory decision.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for FLICKR. Again, in a lane swap situation, you can't really try and snowball, so just one of those things where, make sure you keep it safe and everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, no problem here at all, as Barker might be getting some attention from Spirit, who's going to flag and drag. There's the Cataclysm as well. Death Ray right on top. Chaos Storm doing a lot of damage. Gravity Field not going to quite find it. And Ninja with a Force Pulse. Easily going to get this one done. Flandre going to use his Twisted Advance onto Ninja, but that Rift Walk is going to be back up. It's going to be absolutely fine as Crystal. He's getting cold here on the bottom side. Oh, the heal just in time. And there's the flash over the Phosphorus Bomb. I mean, you're definitely dead, Crystal, but STYZ, wow, playing beautifully. LPL actually forced to bounce out of the way of this one as Beast came round. But Snake, you have to be careful, boys.
And this keeps happening with Flandre as well. He loves to teleport aggressively and really just threaten the cooldown all the time. But he came in level 6 to the level 8 Cassidy, and it's just nothing that Maokai can do. He's been kept down in the lane swap. Like, realistically, after Barker's already dead, what are you going to do there? And a great use of all the summoner spells there by STYZ. Again, we talk about Lucian's mobility, finally able to catch the Corki.
Yeah, and Crystal sort of nothing he could do there. Of course, BF sort of a lot better than the item choices that Crystal had with the, little bits of Trinity Force coming through. I mean, needs to have that item completed before he's really going to be a problem in these fights. And that definitely being demonstrated there with that 1v1.
Yeah, I feel like I say this a lot in any sort of flat AD versus Trinity Force matchup, and it does definitely change based on the specific matchup. Here I think Lucian actually has a very big edge at this stage, and the general idea is that if you scale a flat AD well versus someone that's just building the parts of the Trinity Force, you're going to do so much better with that flat AD while they're getting to that big purchase, and of course the matchup usually swaps back once they finally get their T-Force.
Yeah, but of course, if they manage to get that item, as Riftwork actually comes down here onto Barker as well. Gravity Field to try and zone him out as Death Ray does a fair bit of follow-up damage. Beast was coming in, but Spirit again still lurking. Flash now available for Barker in order to get him to safety, but you have to think that may not necessarily be enough.
No, and Spirit, taking his time there and trying to camp this mid lane again, but Ninja's totally fine after that first gank, and that is one of the biggest weaknesses of Victor. He can fall behind in lane early just because he's such an easy game.
Yeah, it's true. He's managing to get a little bit of health back here with those potions that he has picked up, so he's going to be okay. Has picked up the Fetish Codex here as well, so probably looking towards that Morellonomicon for his next buy. Might even go for the Athenes on Holy Grail for a more defensive option.
We'll have to see here. I think Barker is going to go Morellonomicon. That seems to be, from the Victors we've seen already, just the item they want. Because realistically, you're an aggressive mage. You don't really run around. Even though you have some sustained damage elements, Victor's a very weird champion. Even though you have some sustained damage elements to your kit, you kind of move between in waves of burst rather than bursting all at once. But you're not very good at, say, Cassiopeia as sustained damage. So
yeah.
You need to be moving around consistently, using your CDR, and ultimately you just want to be aggressive, especially against Na, who looks like he might be building Spirit Visage.
Yeah, it does have a Giant's Belt there as well, so lots of health to come through from Aluka. Of course, definitely knows how to build a tank. Does Aluka. I mean,
yes.
That's basically all he does.
And it's kind of like Pokemon, I guess, from IG, who only plays tanks, although we think we have a bit of a scuffle. Ella is in trouble.
Yeah, no, not in trouble. No, Ella's dead. El's definitely dead.
And he's going to be a dragon, looks like, for World Elite.
Yeah, really nicely done here. World Elite able to answer the early dragon pickup from Snake. And Snake sort of, after a really great early showing, sort of just dropping the ball a little bit.
I mean, it's the same thing. Beast has one assist to his name, which was the first blood that unfortunately we didn't get to see. And from that, it's just been a bit of a static early game. Beast, you know, when Lee Sin has to get in the enemy jungle's face and really bully them, and just can't, honestly. Spirit's Jarvan is very good. Spirit also loves to fight the enemy jungle. I mean, they're going to try and slow.
So I guess that's going to be traded away here from World Elite, who did manage to secure that one as well. Again, managing to re-pick up some vision here around their own jungle here, especially on the blue side for Snake, but there is still a pink ward hanging out there. I mean, Snake in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, probably important to remember as well that that Trinity Force is really important for Snake's team comp here. So once Crystal finally has the goal to get it and really start doing some damage, he's going to be a lot better at picking any sort of engagement that Snake want, whether or not to push or trying to go for the third dragon now that they've equaled them up each. Like, they do have a bit of a power drop here to try and farm through, but the longer they wait, the worse it gets, because World Elite's Cassin in particular is already powering up, and so is the very tanky Noah.
Yeah, no, it's really, really true. And Corki now going back does have enough to pick up that Trinity Force, and you can see, in fact, this bottom tower very, very low here as well. And the gold, nothing to speak of here at the same time. I mean, 800, I mean, nothing.
No, it's not a bad lead. Both teams have a dragon as well, but no turrets. And that's probably the big thing here is which team gets the first turrets and which turrets do they get to take here. Snake have a lot of very good turret pressure with Victor Corki. We've actually seen this combination quite a bit when we've seen Victor, but STYZ, all the pressure, he gets the first turret.
Yeah, you have to think that that one's going to be answered pretty quickly here as Crystal comes through now with the Trinity Force completed. Very even here as far as the farm is concerned, and STYZ picks up the Infinity Edge. But 2 kills to 1 death, things looking dangerous, and there's the combo from Ninja actually doing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, Cassin's starting to really ramp up, and we've seen Ninja's Cassidon before in one of World Elite's earlier wins last week. He's a very good mid lane Cassidon player. Remember, Aluka does not play this champion, so as soon as they picked it, Snake knew that it was a mid lane Cassidon, but so far he's had a very strong early laning phase. And UJ, that's a bit of an aggressive freeze.
Yeah, really tries to go for it, protects his turret for as long as possible, just make sure that Crystal comes down and does the work. You know, you've got to do that. You know, just make sure that the AD carry comes in. Just don't just let the minions do it, mate. Come on.
And does get it, thankfully. So a bit of gold they're going through, but that gold lead that World Elite have, it's actually basically all STYZ versus Corki. So he's in a good spot to really try and carry through this game.
Yeah, and he's, you know, I mean, the lead isn't exactly massive here at 500 gold, but it just shows that, I mean, Crystal's been able to keep up in that farm.
Yeah, it was at one point. I think the 800 gold that you mentioned earlier was basically all of the lead that Lucian had there, but Spirit's in the top side now.
Yeah, FLICKR actually trying to twist it and advance his way to safety. The Ignite's burning. Ninja just W's him in the face, and so much burst damage.
Yeah, very nicely played actually by FLICKR, but Ninja plenty of mobility left with the flash. But Aluka!
Oh my goodness, Beast just gets gnawed into the wall there. The biggest black shield in the world going to be on him. Aluka, though, getting burnt down here a little bit. Gravity Field trying to do some work as Chaos Storm sort of just hanging out under this turret. Spirit goes in very deep as Dark Binding doesn't quite land. Soul Shackles are there as well. The Monsoon was out from Ella was fantastic, but Ninja, he's happy to bounce back into the fight, and the Force Pulse is just getting silly now that this Rod of Ages is stacking up.
Yeah, great rotation in there from World Elite, especially STYC and UJ coming through from the bottom side of the map and making sure that they were there for that fight. And you said it, Ninja now 3-0-0 on this casting with the roller still ticking up. He's cleaned up every single skirmish so far.
Yeah, he really has. It's looking great, and it's only going to get worse for Snake here as Ninja, I mean, that item stacks up. He's probably sitting on some bank here as well if we have a look at the gold. Goodness me, Ninja really starting to pull ahead. 1,700 goals. He can go back and pick up that needlessly large rod, and you have to think that that is going to spell difficult times for Snake.
Yeah, just to clarify as well, we're currently 6 minutes through the charge time there for Rod of Ages for Ninja, so only 4 to go here. He had it quite early. He's going to be very strong once that stacks up in about 5 minutes' time.
Yeah, really, really brutal stuff. And Ninja, I mean, we've been talking about the fact that World Elite have now been able to rely on this mid laner. He's looking so much better than he was in early weeks.
Yeah, his Cassidon has looked great. I mean, even his Anivia's look good. Even the Cho'Gath and stuff that he's played like that. Ninja's just started becoming just a much better player, period. And it shows here. World Elite needed a secondary carry, and both STYZ and Ninja off to great starts.
Yeah, Ella, though, in a lot of trouble here as the Cataclysm going to come through. Of course, is still Janna, so is going to be fine. Beast gets caught by the Dark Binding, though. Ninja coming around. There's the Chaos Storm. Spirit might die as Crystal comes in. He is going to finally fall down. Ninja in a lot of trouble. Is going to have to get out of there as the Chaos Storm finally dissipates. Dark Binding going to find Crystal, but Yuji probably doesn't want to close that distance. And don't know how Ella survived, but still going 1 for 1.
Yeah, Crystal's so aggressive. Unfortunately, Beast paid the price there, but they will be able to get a tower for themselves. But this is where Snake like to play. They love to be on the front foot, constantly play into their opponents. I mean, Crystal's a fairly aggressive AD carry. We haven't seen him play Corki, I don't believe, yet in the LPL, but you can bet he's going to be doing a lot more aggressive Valkyrie.
Yeah, well, that's true. Does have an extra pickaxe on top of that Sorry, Trinity Force and Sorcerer's Shoes pickup. Not sure how I forgot the name Trinity Force because, of course, pretty consistently picked up item.
Yeah, especially on a champion like Corki, but, you know, Crystal's been getting stronger. STYZ, though, is definitely not falling behind. Looks like Ghostblade might be his second choice here, which is just a fantastic cost-efficient Lucian item. Going to combo nicely with his Infinity Edge as well, because it does give a little bit of crit among other stats, but STYZ is very strong at this stage of the game, still consistently ahead of Crystal, and Snake need to keep finding fights that they're happy with, honestly, and Victor is the big one. They need to set him up.
Oh, yeah, and this Victor's just been getting picked on here. I mean, it doesn't quite show in the scoreline, but you can see in the farm the fact that Ninja managed to survive the entire leveling up of that Rod of Ages. As Dragon's going to fall down here for World Elite, but the fight's on. Barker goes down incredibly low very quickly. Not quite dead, though, as Zaluka was standing in that gravity field. Ninja still very healthy. Can be quite dangerous as that Riftwalk's going to come back up, but he uses it defensively as Snake are able to cause World Elite to back out. There's the Twisted Advance. Flandre goes for a white. Look at all of the AoE and the Chaos Storm to come through here as well. Crystal now with a double kill. Yuji so incredibly low. Triple kill for Crystal. STYZ going down so low at this stage. Oh my goodness. Ella picks up the kill as Crystal dies, but 4 for 2. Snake still got it.
Yeah, Snake are absolutely unbelievably good at team fighting, and it showed there. I actually thought Barker had used his ulti already, but saved it for the re-engage, I think, in that fight there.
Re-engage.
And just came in and blew everyone up. Ninja tried to find a spot, but an amazing gravity field at the start of the fight kept everyone back, and Snake played that perfectly. In fact, we're going to see it again. It was that good. So the Dragon does come down here, and Flandre is just zoning so well with the ulti. A good flash out from Barker, and that gravity field right on top of Aluka did so much work. And from now, it's just Beast and Flandre zoning World Elite out. Crystal's coming in for damage, and he eventually just Valkyries in aggressively and goes in. Flandre still chasing Snake. Know they have a fight they can win. Good, almost 5-man knock up there with the Arcane Smash. And here's Crystal going in. The Chaos Storm finally moves in for Victor, and it's just clean up city from this point for Snake.
Yeah, really beautiful stuff. And you just saw, like, that big one rocket from Crystal straight onto everyone of World Elite. And that was what turned that fight around. And that's what Snake needed, of course, because the team fights or the skirmishes hadn't been going very well. And we know that Snake just really, really good at these 5v5s.
They're amazing at 5v5s, whether it's observing cooldowns, understanding positioning, peeling for Crystal, even on a more of a mid-game centric AD carry like Corki. They just fight as a team so well, especially when moving forward. And that was a very forward-moving Snake fight.
Oh, yeah. Crystal, though, hanging out here on the top side. Aluka might be in a bit of trouble. Has that pink ward there for defense, as he's about to evolve into the Mega Gnar here as well. Twisted Advance. Aluka just gets kicked back into the team. There's the Gnar actually stunning up Ella as the rest of World Elite finally come around. That Soul Shackles is going to get a couple of stuns here as well as Ninja's finally in the fight. And can World Elite turn this one on its head? The Cataclysm to land. Spirit, though, not quite as tanky as he wants to be as the Howling Gale comes through. And Beast, he's going to be tanking up that culling as Flandre finally falls down. Crystal now in the front line trying to get the work done. Aluka falls to Barker and STYZ. Sorry, dude, you are definitely dead as Beast continues forward. Crystal, of course. My gosh, he is so aggro. Is he going to go for this dive as well?
He's going in.
He is. The Gatling gun trying to do some work, but not going to get too far on that one. And Snake even out the kills.
Well, I did warn you, Crystal's a very aggressive player, especially on a champion like Corki, and it shows here 5-3-3 after having a fairly quiet landing phase.
Yeah.
And it's just exploding here. Flandre tanks so much damage in that team fight here. And Spirit, he's got some good initiations, but Aluka got way too low, used his ulti too early, and they couldn't line up the big Narvan combo. Had to kind of go into defense mode and reactively try and...
Now they've forged themselves a 2,000 gold lead. I mean, they're still down 2 dragons. That is a big deal, but you have to think now with the extra combat stats that they're going to pick up from the shop with this extra money, that next dragon might be a possibility here for Snake, especially considering the fact that their team fights have just looked so good.
Yeah, and they do have one dragon, thankfully, so it's
they do.
only,
Okay,
it's only
yes,
2
of
for
course,
1
yes,
up
of
for
course.
World Elite, so the second one they really want to contest here because the movement is just such a good dragon. That third dragon's so important here, and it's pretty funny to me that the 6% dragon actually seems quite good with Victor because he's already scaling up with the Hex core as well, and you can see that looks like a Rabadon's going to be coming through here for Barker. That is a lot of flat damage, adding to it someone that's already doing quite a lot of flat damage.
Yeah, and Barker actually went for that Hex core evolution very early on and then went for Morellonomicon, then went for his Death Cap. We'll see whether he decides to upgrade that one yet again sooner or later. Of course, it does give you far more scaling AP. It is ridiculous as far as a flat AP item is concerned. I think it gives you like 180 or something like that, level 18 once it's fully evolved. It's really silly.
Yeah, not showing the exact number, but it's a lot, and it makes sense because it does take up an item slot in your inventory, so it has to be worthwhile in some ways here. And he hasn't upgraded twice, like you mentioned. Just the first augment, which is actually called, I think, Augmentation Aftershock for anybody playing League of Legends Trivia at home. But he's doing a lot of flat damage already with the Death Ray, which is the bulk of his early damage especially. So doesn't really need the mobility. Pretty much his team's already setting him up for good Death Rays and ultis that he just kind of needs to walk in with his flat AP and make sure he hits the key targets.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that the perfect Hex core that a lot of people don't necessarily go for gives you an extra 20 against the likes of Ninja, who can move around very fast. Of course, Gnar with his bounce, Spirit with his ability to flag and drag his way around, and Lucian with his relentless pursuit. Having an ability to get your ultimate onto these targets consistently is very important.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. Most Victors seem to use it sort of as an upfront burst. They literally just plop it on top of a group of people
exactly.
and let the initial burst damage come down and, you know, kind of chase a bit of consistent
like old
damage.
Rumble Equalizer.
Yeah, a lot like old Rumble Equalizer. That's actually a great way to put it. But it's funny to me that we've seen so little Victor, and he's actually done so well that we've never really seen mid to late game Victor. So if we do get to that point in this game, Barker could explode some people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be taking notes. I've been trying to pick up the Victor myself. No idea how to use him in a team fight at all. Just no idea.
We actually do have one interesting adaptation here. Barker is going for Distortion upgrade on his Sork Shoes before finishing his Death Cap. Now, he wouldn't have had enough for the Death Cap just on the upgrade alone. He's only got 200 extra gold in his bank right now, but he decided instead of going for the big Fury enchant, which has been very popular, actually just going for a bit more summon. It's basically summon spell cooldowns for instant mobility with the Flash and Ghost here, which signals to me that Barker might not get his upgrade until very late.
Yeah, it could be very interesting, but there's going to be the Sonic Wave on a Ninja. He can't kick back a target with a Black Shield, and Aluka's now into this fight, not quite having the evolve just yet, as that was a nice Monsoon to try and break apart this fight. Crystal, though, almost untouched in the backline, and Spirit's going so low. Barker picks up the kill, and World Elite now on the run. STYZ and UJ now in the firing line for Crystal, who's able just to get the DPS down from the backline. The exhaust on STYZ and Snake, they never stop chasing you, as STYZ has to go between two of his turrets to survive.
And you called it a nice Monsoon that might have undersold just how well Ella played that team fight. Whether it's enabling a hyper carry or just letting Crystal be even more aggressive on a champion like Corki, Ella's Janna is just incredible.
Yeah, and we can understand now why he's been playing Janna so incredibly much. In their last 3 games, of course, picking up that champion, he is just brilliant. And Barker coming around just to try and clear out this wave. Ninja and STYZ not able to get that one as Dragon falls down for the 2nd time for Snake. The 4th time on the map, though, of course, as they even out that objective. And STYZ looking to pick up a huge wave in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's still doing well as this Lucian. Remember, 3-2-5 with 250 CS almost at 27 minutes. A fine score here, but Crystal's been going off in the last few team fights, and we're going to see one more Crystal fight again. So Beast comes in, tries to get Ninja back. Unfortunately, was Black Shielded, so good use there by Morgana, but just look at the Monsoon here coming through. Disengages everything there, and the fight just splits up completely. Spirit dived in the back and just created additional terrain towards Barker that they didn't need, and Barker was basically focused, but they couldn't do anything, and Crystal got ignored, and this is what happened. He's so fed that he's able to clean up here, so I'm not too sure about World Elite's target prioritization there, because Crystal to me is the real threat, even though Barker looks very scary.
Yeah, and this was Crystal building that sort of awkward Last Whisper second build as well, which a lot of Chinese players decide to build, and I personally disagree with it, but he's sort of starting to sell me on the item choice.
I mean, I get why a lot of people don't like the build. It doesn't do a whole lot for Corki just as a general for a while, just because of the crits that you could get, but of course with that being nerfed, it's not as popular. Bloodthirst has been the go-to choice for so many players because it just gives Corki everything he wants. He's a short-range, almost brawler-style AD carry, kind of like Graves, and he already does enough mixed damage that the flat AD is good. It helps with your passive, and the extra shield lets you be in short range all the time and be more aggressive with your Valkyries and your Gatling guns. But Last Whisper, it's usually a necessity rather than a choice, and Crystal just felt like there's a little too much tankiness on the World Elite side.
Yeah, and they're sort of interesting just because he does so much mixed damage. That's sort of my only reasoning behind it. But of course, I'm not the analyst. That would be you. And of course, I'm definitely not as good as Crystal. And he's been sort of proving that you can certainly utilize this 2-item spike, even if it is that Last Whisper.
Yeah, he's actually got a BT coming up very swiftly now with a third item as well, after he's sort of snowballed quite a few teamfights. And Beast, trying to catch out Spirit.
Looking to try and catch it. Hasn't actually used his ultimate yet, thankfully, onto the black shielded target. As Spirit is going to be able to limp away from this one. Beast actually taking the worst of that trade and now looking to reset this engagement. You can see both of these teams still very, very close as far as that gold is concerned, but things starting to turn around as far as the trend in this game is concerned for World Elite, as a fair bit of gold now sitting in the back pockets of mostly Crystal.
Yeah, this game's very close still. I mean, Crystal does have some gold to spend, but both STYZ and him are actually quite equal on gold. The same is true for the mid laner also. And I don't know, I've never had to answer this question, so I guess I'm curious to find out, but I don't know who I'd rather have, a Fed Cassidy or a Fed Victor. And I think in this instance, I'd probably rather have a Cassidy just because of how good his mobility is. And the fact that STYZ's also got damage, I mean, sure, Corki does too, but if we're going to batch like 2 carries into each other here, Lucian and Corki kind of cancel each other out, but I have to think that Cassidy is just slightly more valuable than Victor.
Yeah, I mean, and Cassidy has always been sort of, as far as the data that we have on hand, always has been just a really reliable hyper carry mid laner and struggles a little bit in the early stages of the game, but then only gets stronger and stronger, whereas Victor hasn't had very much time to prove himself in any regard thus far. And I personally think that he's one of the best champions in the game, but I'm also crazy.
Well, a little bit maybe, but Peacer actually might get caught out. Does hop away, though.
Yeah, Boomerang going to find him.
In regards to Victor, though, I don't know. That's like you said, we don't actually have a good answer for late game Victor yet, because all the Victor games we've seen have been quite one-sided. So this is maybe the first time where Barker, we've seen his proficiency on champions like Azir, his late game teamfight control Xerath. We'll see what he can do on Victor. Yeah,
and of course, you know, it's similar to Azir as well, because you're using a lot of abilities all the time. You're really trying to weave in skill shots, and it's difficult. Playing Victor is not an easy thing. Of course, it's like you've got to use an equalizer every 8 seconds, and that ability is just ridiculous anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Bucky is probably super ballers, like smart casting it as well. Like one hand just doesn't even care. Like the guys are really good. So
he does play a bit one-handed. You know, of course, did for a couple of weeks. I have to think.
Not intentionally, I don't think. But
no.
Everyone is getting a lot stronger here on both sides, and we're gonna have some sort of big team fight soon. Barker gonna clean out some minions in the top, and most notably, World Elite still don't have this mid turret yet.
Yeah, they do now, I guess. They are going to be able to rotate all 5 members, pick that one up as Barker was clearing out that top wave, as you mentioned. But that's going to mean that Barker has closed that CS gap and then some here on this Victor. So we'll see whether he decides to upgrade that Hex Core again, or whether he's going to go for maybe that Void Staff is his next option. Of course, that makes Victor very, very squishy.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking through just items in general, and again, it's super even in this game. So if we think a little bit more now about the team comps that are being presented here, the late game 5v5 team fighting probably is in World Elite's favor, just because Cassidy is so strong. Lucian's very serviceable, especially with Morgana to help back him up, and Narvan's amazing as far as big team fights go. But Snake have won a lot of fights that are kind of scrappy with a lot more skirmish base to them by using the Flandre's Maka to chase people down and then sort of move back and forth and kite with Ella's Janna. So if World Elite can get any sort of big 5v5 engage where Nar and Jarvan are able to combo properly, that's a fight they win. But Snake are really good at chasing through picks and dodging in and out of team fights, that, especially at this stage of the game where it's still quite even, but not everyone's scaled up massively. Snake, if they play the fights like they have been, still have a very strong edge at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's sort of like as soon as they start a fight with a pick, something like that, it's just their in-team fight shot calling that's just so beautiful. And the fact that they can all just target switch exactly when they need to as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, they observe every element of a team fight absolutely perfectly. And that's true of a lot of Chinese teams. They're some of the best team fighters in the world. They understand all the intricacies there well. But Snake might be the best team fighting team in China, which is a big thing to say with the likes of OMG and EDG at the top as well.
It's true, but speaking of which, Snake now looking to set something up around this next dragon, which has just respawned. Of course, World Elite no interest in it at all. They're heading towards the Baron.
Yeah, they realize that Snake are like, uh-oh, the Baron's up. We forgot. Even Ella's actually moving over to check now as well. So Snake will actually get the Dragon, doing a good job of cleaning out vision. There's good aggressive vision towards the World Elite red buff as well. So they've got a lot of room around there. And now the Baron back up. Snake with their third Dragon now, with the Janna especially, going to rotate very quickly with those 2 buffs.
Yeah, and you have to think now, Barker, we were talking about the fact that he loves movement speed so much, that extra 5% definitely going to be helping him out here as he picked that one up from getting that third Dragon. And World Elite sort of trading Baron vision for Dragon, probably not a great trade.
Yeah, I guess my big question is Snake are doing something here. They're waiting a long time to pick any more fights. They've actually got at least good vision on the bottom side of the map, and there are only 6 towers felled in this game. So there's tier 2s up for everyone that people can potentially pressure, but playing very strictly around their objectives. And there's a lot of gold banked between Barker and Crystal in general. Crystal's something like 2.5k. Sorry, Barker, has 2.5k banked already, and Crystal's got 1,100 gold or so. So they're waiting for some purchases. Looks like there's the first one. Void Staff does get complete by Victor.
Yeah, fantastic work. So Barker, he's scaling up into this game. We'll see when Crystal does decide to go back. He probably wants to pick up the QSS, if I remember correctly, as far as what Crystal does like to pick up. He loves having that item just so that he doesn't get caught by these Dark Bindings or stray Nars coming through and things like that. We'll see whether it is going to be the Banshee's Veil instead. Just goes for sort of more guaranteed spell deflection.
I mean, one or the other is great because UJ has been playing fantastically as well. And we've talked a lot about Ella's Janna so far in these fights, but UJ's bindings, especially in the earlier part of this game, were amazing. So everyone's playing very well. The gold lead's really simple. It's actually dead even pretty much between these two. Snake just have a Dragon up, and Baron is now the big objective that both these teams want.
Yeah, and of course, when you get to this stage, both teams so even, and they know how even this game is. Of course, they can see the fact that, there's nothing in as far as the kill score is concerned, nothing in this these turrets as well. Yeah, it's all on a knife edge as to who can win these fights because it comes down to execution almost entirely.
Yeah, and Snake just have a little tougher of a time actually initiating fights, I think is the problem. FLICKR is the sole initiator basically of this team, and he's super tanky, but he has trouble getting on top of a carry especially without something like a Talisman on Janna, although he does have the Righteous Glory, so can't get himself in there, but Marca Engage is very one-dimensional.
Yeah.
And Snake have much better reactive tools. So when World Elite were fighting them, Snake were much happier. And when they were moving them through kind of small pockets of jungle and picking them off, that was good. But World Elite, to their credit, have not picked a silly fight around a really tight choke point for a long time in this game. And Snake looked lost about how to try and get to the next step in this game.
And it is going to be 4 items now for STYZ on this Lucian. He has finished that Bloodthirster, and that could spell some time to fight here for World Elite potentially. But we'll see what does happen as there's going to be an extra BF sword here for Crystal. So he doesn't even care about continuing down that defensive path with that Null Magic Mantle. He just wants to get more damage.
No, he might be going Mercurial, actually, which would be sort of interesting. But, I mean, BF Sword, he definitely needs a bit more damage here to keep up with STYZ, who, like you mentioned, had just gotten to the 4-item spike range. And Ninja's powering up as well. He actually has a elixir in his inventory as well. So I think they do want to fight now, but Beast is going in.
Yeah, he's popped that elixir as well as Ninja comes around the backside. UJ in there with the Soul Shackle. Doesn't quite find anything, though, as Beast is still alive. STYZ just free hitting on him as in the backline. That's a triple Gnar coming through as World Elite. They're tearing this fight apart. FLICKR, the only man alive, and he's flashing out. Baron just wants to get involved, really. He just wants to have some sort of part in this one, and World Elite, they'll let him as they're going to take down the Baron as well as that 4-0 team fight.
Yeah, 4 clean kills there for World Elite, and what a fight as well. Beast so clever to come in, aggress onto STYZ, and then kick UJ back and try and get a free kill and start a 5v4, but World Elite held on. Ninja did exactly what he meant to do and dived straight into the backline, and that flank from Aluka just wrecked Snake there. They were on top of everything until that Gnar ult happened, and Aluka finally comes up big in a team fight.
Yeah, really huge. And we've seen Aluka, especially recently, with clutch plays on especially that champion. Now let's have a look again. And kicking a Morgana in, is that ever really a good idea?
I mean, if they could get a clean kill, it's smart, but Ninja jumps immediately over. Spirit actually blocks off the carries as well. Ella's forced to use Monsoon quite early. Ninja actually zombies through the exhaust as well, and there's Aluka's ulti. Just scoops all of the carries up, and World Elite just wreck them with the AoE that they have.
Yeah, and I mean, utilizing STYZ's beautiful power spike here as well with his 4 damage item, that he just completed. He just tore through Beast. I mean, Beast's got a Randuin's, he's got so much health here as well, and he just melted.
Yeah, I mean, World Elite knew that their timing was right now, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Clinching was powered up. He's not going any more aggressive items, it seems like. So you might as well fight while you can. Forward stuff wasn't complete for Ninja, but he was very strong already. And it just was a good fight. Snake, again, they don't have any good proactive tools here. So when they're waiting around the Baron trying to get a pick, Beast tried to do something in that game, but all he could do was try and keep Morgana in, and that just started the fight for World Elite.
Yeah, and actually Ninja just finished that Rabbidan's death cap, so he's only going to be even more scary entering the next fight that could break out here with a Baron buff on the side of World Elite. Spirit's just going to tank up this turret, let STYZ have some free time here. Relentless Pursuit, and that Lightslinger just tears through these turrets. And, you know, it's been a while since we really saw all that much Lucian. Of course, Imp played it just recently, but otherwise hasn't really seen too much, and he just rips through towers and structures in general.
Yeah, smart play actually from Aluka as well, who now joins him in the bottom side as they'll take that inhibitor. He was in the mid helping that push, and Crystal was actually in the top lane farming there and finally got his way back. Dragon back in 15 seconds as well. World Elite should pick up their third here, and Snake are just they're running out of good answers here. They were already sort of running out of steam in the mid game by having only realistically Maokai to get themselves in, but now that they're behind significantly in gold and soon to be objectives, Snake, they basically have to hope that World Elite come at them and make a big mistake.
Yeah, or that, you know, they can get another beautiful team fight in the position that they want, but it's looking more and more difficult as we move towards this later stage of the game because, of course, World Elite now have so many options as they have that bottom inhibitor down, and, you know, Baron's going to be up in another, 6 minutes or something like that. They'll just take that inhibitor again and then head over there and just get an easy Baron. And I guess now with Flandre picking up a Thornmail on this Maokai, he might be a little bit tankier in this front line, but he's just been ignored.
I mean, you're right. It just doesn't matter. He didn't even die in the last big team fight, but they killed everyone else, and that's the problem. Like, even if there wasn't a decent gold deficit here, and World Elite didn't have Baron, and if it was a bit more even, like it was, before that Baron fight, Snake have the same problem. They have no split pusher, so they can't split World Elite up, and World Elite are never splitting up again to let Snake actually beat them. Like, Snake only do well in fights when they're able to pick people up from World Elite. Beast fought so hard to try and get a pick onto Ninja, and World Elite would just group together, able to start a 5v5. Like, there's like a fundamental Elite because they're never splitting up. If they always present a 5v5, Snake can never opt into it.
Yeah, well, it's true. I mean, I guess the one shining light that you can say about Snake is the fact that Crystal has finished off that Infinity Edge. I mean, that was a 2,300 gold purchase that he had to wait for because of that Null Magic Mantle sitting there. So, this Corki is powering up. He's matched the 4 items that STYZ has got as far as the offense is concerned. We'll just see whether they can translate that into one team fights because so far hasn't been looking great as far as that last fight was concerned, especially.
Yeah, Ninja's the big problem here, actually. I mean, Thunder's doing a decent job trying to split. Really, he's just trying to buy some time for his team, which is all Snake want right now. But, I mean, if they can't kill Ninja, and Ninja's got really nothing to worry about apart from Janna, and part of the reason Kassadin's good because he's good against Janna, because it's so impossible for Janna to realistically keep Kassadin off you the whole time. Like, they don't have good tools to deal with Ninja. I do like the Mikhails here from LA. He almost always builds it to protect Crystal, which makes a lot of sense. And Azonus would go a long way here for Baka, but they still have to find a fight that's favorable for them, and that is the tricky part.
Yeah, and of course, World Elite's still continuing to put the pressure on, especially here on this top side. Haven't managed to take much damage off this inner turret as Beast is going to get caught by that Dark Binding. Takes half of his health here as well as that Howling Gale tries to disengage things. UJ taking a lot of damage from these rockets, these combinations from Crystal to come through, but Beast forced to go back to base. World Elite now just looking for their entrance into the Snake base.
Yeah, this is something I've always loved about Snake, is that even when they're down, and they're certainly down in this game, they still fight to the best of their ability. They'll throw themselves at the enemy, finding the best team fights they can, and honestly often lose because they're too far behind and they can't catch up, or their team gun doesn't sync up that well, and they just don't have enough of an advantage to really pull it through. Like, they'll still fight spectacularly, so if World Elite do make some more mistakes, and to their credit, they're playing very carefully because they know that that's one of the potential issues. If World Elite give Snake a window, they'll take it immediately.
Yeah, well, exactly, and we'll just see whether that window actually ever appears here in this game, because thus far, it's looked a little bit dangerous. Of course, the likes of Barker sitting here on this Victor, he does almost have enough money to finish off that Zhonya's Hourglass, which may help them out in the next fight, but no, he doesn't have anywhere near it.
No, it
I was
doesn't.
lying to you.
About 400 gold off the arm guard, I think, there as well. So probably 1,700, 1,800 gold off the item total. So does need about 1,000 more gold in his bank to really get that item going. And that would help here. Cassidy, again, is really insanely strong at this point in the game, but World Elite, they're taking their time. I know it looks like they're playing carefully because they are, but it's important that they do make sure they never give Snake an opening, because Snake are very good at exploiting teams that make mistakes against them.
Yeah, well, it's true. And it seems like World Elite, they don't want to be one of the teams that does make a mistake, because they're playing this later stage of the game very slow. And I guess the gold lead, not as much as you'd otherwise expect here from a team that just sort of went 4 for nothing in a team fight and took Baron. It's only about 5,000.
Yeah, and Snake do have wiggle room in this game for sure. We already highlighted Crystal. He does a lot of damage right now. He's maxed out basically, much like STYZ as far as damage goes. So the biggest difference from there, given that both teams have 2-threat comps, is the fact that Cassidy is quite far ahead of Baka.
Yeah, and there's wards about to appear over at this Baron. Aluka taking a lot of damage from the big purple Snake as World Elite looking to head around and try and close something out. Spirit and Ninja are around here. Beast is actually going to face check Spirit. Safeguards his way to safety. Going to lose a Krug for it, though, and that's always depressing.
Always bad to lose a Krug there, but World Elite continue applying pressure. They've got good deep vision in the top side of the map as well, and STYZ keeps cleaning up minions. Flandre as well is also cleaning him out in there, and Hib is back in the bottom side, so if they want to defend this Baron, they can, but we talked about the mid laner. Ninja's actually 3,000 gold ahead of Baka right now.
Yeah, Darkbinding going to find Baka here as well, as Spirit looking to try and flag and drag his way in. Nullsphere takes off half the health of Baka. That was ridiculous. Aluka, he's evolved here at the same time, throwing houses around this fight. As Ninja just looking for his way to start this one off. You can see, man, Baka's just so squishy on this Victor.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it. Victor, a very squishy champion. No Zhonya's here for him to try and help. Ninja might get caught here, though.
Yeah, well, Beast might get caught as well, as UJ going to find a Dark Binding over the wall. Spirit just going to jump onto Beast here. As Twisted advance on a Spirit. This might be the pick that they're looking for. Baka just gets destroyed by Ninja. You can see Crystal's gone down as well. The carries, they're dead for Snake, as Flandre's just trying to make a menace of himself. Beast is getting chased by STYZ. Ella's most definitely dead. And World Elite, they don't bother with a Baron. This could just be the game.
Yeah, Flandre actually still in the map guy fighting, but again, they're going to ignore him one more time. Beast is too low to defend. Flandre is, whatever, just getting chased by Luca. They'll have their fun for now, but STYs are going to push back in this mini wave, and this death timers are very long.
They are 40 seconds on every member of Snake that's managed to die thus far, and Snake with this 2-threat comp, the fact that World Elite can jump onto anyone that they want based on, like, from very, very safe initiation with that black Dark Binding. Oh man, it's just so frightening here for Snake, and Aluka and Flandre just stop it.
I think they might be fighting like till the start of the next game at this point, because World Elite want to finish it.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dangerous. As Beast, he's just going to watch his Nexus turrets fall down. The last one is about to fall, and World Elite, what a beautiful match. And Ninja, 11-0-3. That is insane.
Yeah, just put the carry punts on the Cassidy once again here, and that whole game was basically on Ninja. STYZ played great on Lucian, had a fantastic game, played very safe, got ahead of his landing crystal, was able to do plenty of good mid-game damage, but at the end of the day, that Cassidy just got absolutely fat here in this game. Big. And I mean, Snake's team comp, very good at going forward, not very good at going backwards. Could never get Ninja out of their face.
Yeah, and you were talking about the fact that, you know, Beast got banned out in the last series that they played. Snake looked incredibly uncomfortable. Baka now getting banned out in this series, looking really uncomfortable, not being able to make this Xerath work. And Cassidy, he's just such a powerful pick at the moment, and I don't think World Elite are going to get that one again, and we'll see whether they can continue the momentum from this first game.
And I believe that Snake have yet to win a game where they don't get Jarvan or Noon. That might not be exactly true, but when the teams take them against them in recent memory, they lose. They've lost twice already when that happened. They didn't get them both banned, but one of them got picked away when they had the option to pick it. So Snake need a different solution here. If World Elite keep going on the same train, if Ninja gets Cassidy like that again, Snake are going to find themselves on the end of another 0-2.
Yeah, but we are going to have a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but we'll be back with Game 2 between Snake and World Elite very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Atlas, and this is Pastry Time. We're in for the second game between World Elite and Snake, where World Elite just dominated that first game.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, picked a great comp. We've seen them, again, perform much better just overall, picking, more mid-game carries for SDYZ, more standard champions for Ninja, and they both had great games. Ninja especially just overran Snake on that cast, and I think 12-0-6 or something stupid by the end of that one.
Just really, really silly stuff, and the Victor pick not quite working out here, but you have to think that Cassidy may not make its way through the draft this time. We'll see whether Snake go back to a potential victor if these the Azirs and Xeraths are going to get banned away.
Yeah, Snake's drafting was a little weird that series as well. I mean, Flandre's Makai was good, so I understand that they wanted it, but it's weird to me to leave Catherine open and not pick Lissandra when it's available seems a bit weird to me. And Snake clearly like to play their own style. That's very true of Crystal specifically, and obviously Baka now as well with his Xerath. I mean, Snake is looking a little uncomfortable in the early game. Couldn't make enough of an advantage come through. And when that doesn't happen, Snake, we've said it every single time, they just don't look like the same team.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that, I mean, if the bans go the way that they've been going, Snake just seem a little bit bannable.
Well, I think Beast needs a champion that he's comfortable on here, and he should get one given the bans that we're currently seeing. Looks like Baka, again, is going to have 2 bans thrown at him. And the last ban, very smart for Snake on the blue side.
Yeah, they need to get rid of that Cassidy. And, of course, they could have picked up the Cassidy themselves. Of course, Baka and Flandre both playing that champion exceptionally well, but sort of just not wanting to give too many opportunities here for World Elite. And it does give Beast the opportunity to pick up the jungler that he wants.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is they can't afford to pick Cassidy first pick and have World Elite bang one of Beast's junglers and him not get it. I mean, again, it's a very predictable draft strategy here from Snake, but at this point in time, they're a team that's only shown a few cards here, and that's a weird ban from World Elite.
Yeah, they're looking just to get Baka completely out of this game. Entirely.
I mean, I think it's actually quite smart here. And in fact, Snake are going to change it up again here. Rexa is going to be the jungler here for Beast.
Yeah, trying to pick that away from Spirit, who's just more than happy to go back to the Jarvan.
I mean, had a great game on Jarvan. Even when World Elite were kind of slumping and not doing too well in the early stages, Spirit probably looked best on his Jarvan in those games as well. And Aluka wants to have a big tank. He's got plenty open to him. But I think Maokai is probably the best of the tanks you can early pick.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we are going to hop out of this Champions League just for a little bit. I'm not entirely sure why, but we'll see whether that's because... Oh, no, hang on. No, we don't want to ban that many mid laners. Ninja can't play anything either. Oh, no.
No, I mean, I
don't think that's it.
I don't think so.
Especially not when Cho'Gath's still up, guys.
I actually really like the bans that World Elite did there. I mean, they clearly picked on Baka in game 1. I think, just pick the last champion he played, even though he lost on it, because he had to go to something after Xerath Azir. He clearly went to Victor after that. Like, it's a smart strategy. You're not going to ban out all of Beast champions. It looks like he's even picked Rexa here instead of Java Nunu. I think Spirit feels comfortable in his jungle matchup, so pick on, the ostensibly weakest member of the team. Pick on Baka's mid lane.
Yeah, but is it the fact that sort of Beast wanted to pick that Rek'Sai away from Spirit more than pick for himself? Is that sort of the thing?
Absolutely as well here. You have to take something away from Spirit. But again, you're not throwing bans at junglers. Spirit's not worried about the jungle pool. He's a very versatile player. I mean, Beast has looked best again on the Jarvan, on the Nunu, and had the option to pick it and didn't want it to take a pick away instead. And Beast is a fine jungler. It's just, there are different tiers of his play, it almost feels like. But for Baka, it's even worse. It's just like, his champion pool's like really shallow. It's like a rock pool. There's just not that much space in it. And, why not keep picking on him? You've seen his third champion. It's Victor, so ban it away.
Yeah, he's got the kiddie pool. A little bit unfortunate. One of those little shells in the backyard.
I mean, it's like almost a slip and slide at this point. Like, it's really, really shallow. And especially with Azir, seeing quite a few nerfs and Xerath kind of rotating out of the meta as well with more assassins, at least on the current patches that have been played in other regions, both on live and just around the world. Because, of course, we're still on patch 5.2, which is a big patch for Baka, I feel like, as far as viable champions go. He needs to find something else soon. It's not just today, remember, that Baka needs to find a champion that he's comfortable on.
Yeah.
Because if Azir shifts out of the meta because of the changes to him in other patches that China will eventually move to, Baka's really going to struggle without a champion to play.
Yeah, it's true. And I mean, I guess we haven't seen him tested. He has defaulted back to these champions a lot. But it does seem like teams have now discovered that Baka is sort of a bannable option here in the list. And he really needs to find that other champion that he can play, another couple of champions that he can weave into his network. Because if they can funnel him onto a certain pick, then Ninja can feel free to counterpick that one at his will. And Ninja's champion pool is ridiculous.
I mean, Ninja Champion Pool's interesting because he's shown a lot of versatility and a lot of strength on some kind of offbeat champions like Anivia, probably the most notable one. He's obviously played the Cho'Gath, which was decent, but Ninja does feel like he has his comfort picks in some ways. But at the end of the day, if you want to compare their champion pools, Ninja's is significantly bigger than Baka's, and they don't have massive champion pools. Like, it's not Pawn from EDG who has like every champion plus a couple others that haven't been released yet in the book. Like,
yeah, that's a good point.
There's still room for both of them here, but Baka is especially notably shallow, I think, on this team. Yeah. Especially because they play around Crystal so much that they need a mage that can realistically either help be a secondary carry or really support Crystal as an AD carry.
Yeah, and there's the fact that, I mean, if they were to first pick that Kassadin as well, Ninja's been playing a fantastic Ezreal in the mid lane, and you can really punish a Kassadin in the early levels if you are that Ezreal who can just constantly poke you.
I think Snake would feel quite comfortable against Ezreal, but you're right, Ninja's had a lot of success on that champion as well. And it's fine. I mean, it's funny that we think about Kassadin. That would almost certainly be Flandre's champion in the top lane.
Well,
but
that's a
we've
good point.
seen teams like to pick on Flandre as well. They lane swapped in the last game and kind of kept the Maokai down as best they could. Flandre couldn't, start snowballing. He had to play with low resources. And yes, he's a good player in those situations, but basically, I think teams beat Snake when they stifle their carries. So when you don't give Beast a way to enable Crystal, or you keep Baka on champions he's not comfortable with, and then in-game you keep Flandre. Like, it's a lot of work to keep this team down, but if you stifle Flandre in-game, ban out Baka in-game, and then Crystal sort of Beast and Baka in the draft get affected, that cascades down to affect Crystal because he needs the support from his mid laner and his jungler. And then if you just pick on Flandre in-game, like, that's probably the single best way to beat Snake, and everyone's sort of figured that out at this point. So the point is, what's the next thing that Snake do? What's the next evolution? Because they do need to change a few things if they're going to keep winning games like they were in the first half of the LPL.
Yeah, I know. And I mean, they had such an incredible start here, and about quite how to, debunk the Snake lineup. And now it's been discovered, and they've worked out that, you don't focus Crystal. You don't ban the Dravens of the world, things like that. You just get rid of their solo lanes or their jungler.
He's got a very deep champion pool. He's played Kog'Maw, he's played Draven. He actually looked fine on Corki. Like, it was awkward that them playing Corki means that they couldn't play to their late game strength, which is when they protect Crystal as a team. But he played fine on the champion. It wasn't like everything got horribly wrong. I mean, the Lucian does very well against Corki, and SDYZ played it very well. But Crystal, again, performs fine. He's the player that's probably the most consistent and the most versatile as far as his mastery of his role goes.
Yeah.
And Snake, we've said it before, they look like one of the best team fighting teams in China. Like, they might still be the best despite the streak that they might currently be on, given that they're losing a few games. But that's a very, when you're a good team fight team, that's a very specific style to have. Like, you clearly play a certain way together, and part of that comes with having comfort picks and comps that you're comfortable running. And Snake's biggest thing is their depth. They just don't have enough comps that they're comfortable fighting with yet that they've at least been able to show on the LPL stage.
Yeah, well, that's the thing as well, and you need to know how to use all of these champions in conjunction with one another. It takes a lot of practice to get that level of synergy that Snake have obviously managed to nail. We are hopefully going to hop back into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen, and here we are. We'll see whether the bands come through exactly the same. I would expect them to, because, of course, they have to.
Yep, really should be the same here, so shouldn't see anything surprising, and we're going to flip through these as quickly as possible. Again, I like all the mid-lane bads that are coming through. I liked it, Snake banning Kassadin on the blue side, but this was the pick that definitely stood out to me as we kind of get through the rest of the draft. Picking Rek'Sai here when you could have taken Jarvan or Nunu for Beast here.
Yeah, I know. That's the strange thing. And I mean, I guess it's giving a lot of respect to Spirit on this Rek'Sai. Or maybe it's just the fact that Beast didn't have the game that he wanted to. He may have been having a lot more success with this Rek'Sai, and we just haven't seen as much of him on that champion.
I mean, Rek'Sai is actually comparable to both Jarvan and Nunu in some ways. It's almost a hybrid of those two champions. Lots of reactive, control-centric style. We know that Beast likes to counter jungle and can do that, of course, on a champion like Rek'Sai. And the utility you get from being like a good frontline for your team, like, it's not Nunu level support that you're giving, but you have a lot of options on a versatility, and that really suits a player like Beast.
Yeah, and Barker now looking to potentially go for the Lulu in the mid lane, and they've got the Unburrow Wild Growth combination here as well. And this looks like a thought-out, like, champion composition coming through from Snake. They can now grab a hyper carry in the late game, and things could be really scary.
SDYZ should not pick Sivir in this situation if that's their plan as well, by the way, because all of Crystal's good carries beat up on Sivir, especially the Draven. So they're already signaling they look like they want to protect Crystal here with a big comp. So play something a bit more aggressive. Like, John is fine if you want to take it away, and I love the first 2 picks for World Elite as well, but World Elite have to be careful in their drafting. It's where they've undone themselves the most, and looks like they are going to lock these very solid picks in.
Yeah, and I mean, that could be a top lane Morgana here as well. Snake going to finally round out their lineup. We have no idea exactly where these champions are going to be going. And Crystal looking to go for the god tier Ezreal, potentially.
I'm not sure how I feel about Ezreal. I guess we'll give Snake a little bit more time to consider their picks. I do like that, apart from Rek'Sai, Morgana and Lulu are very flexible champions, so they can get a lot of work done there. I mean, we've seen Flandre play Morgana. We can move Lulu into support if we want. Like, Snake didn't give a lot away, apart from the fact that they're basically screaming, Crystal is our carry this game.
Yeah, well, exactly, with the Black Shield there as well, and Mundo being looked at. And Cogmore as well. I have a feeling we might have the Juggermore situation coming through.
This is basically Juggermore as far as comps go. I mean, I like the Mundo completes this lineup very nicely. If you're only going to have one tank, Mundo is probably the single best one to have, even though Rek'Sai is reasonably tanky here. Crystal's already shown a lot of proficiency on Cogmore. The lane's a bit awkward, I have to say. I think against they probably look for a swap because the Graves matchup probably a little too tricky for Cogmore, especially given that I guess Morgana's his support, which is probably not that good given that Graves is so much flat AD.
You don't even know. I mean, it could actually be Ella picking up the Lulu here.
Yeah, it could as well. But, I mean, that would give... Like, Baka doesn't play Morgana as far as I know, so it would make...
we don't actually know whether he plays anything else other than the ones that are banned.
That's true,
be honest.
And he does have a champion that is not Azir, Xerath, or Victor in this game, so true, we'll have to see where these champions go. Snake have definitely drafted very ambiguously in their first few picks, but again... This is all on Crystal's shoulders. We've seen Snake play Protect Crystal before. Juggermore is not quite a classic, but at least a very recent innovation as far as big AD carry-centric comps go. This is the sort of thing that I would expect a team like Snake to be very good at playing, and now they have it. Let's see how they play it.
Yeah, well, I'm excited to see Crystal go off yet again. I mean, the last sort of time that he picked up the Draven, it didn't quite work out as they lost to King, and it'd be really good for, Crystal to have his revenge here. But World Elite, if they manage to get a 2-0 against Snake at this stage, going into IEM, things are going to look fantastic for this team.
Yeah, I have to remember that World Elite do have an international trip to make soon. They're competing in IEM Katowice, so their form already has looked much better. It would look very good if they were able to beat Snake here as well. But if Snake can't win with this comp, I think they have to really start thinking hard about what's going on in, as far as their picks and stuff go, because this is a comp that Snake, in my opinion, based on how they play, should be very comfortable playing and winning with.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, this suits their playstyle so beautifully as well. I mean, Ella not quite on the Janna, but does have that Soul Shackles to try and deter members from being around this Morgana, and they have so many opportunities to let Crystal be a beast in any part of the map. I mean, I was going to say in the back line, but he could be in the front line. He was wild growth Cogmore of Doom.
Yeah.
Man, even a Cathian surprise. I mean, if he dies, he's still going to be taking people
just
down.
always does damage.
Yeah, always do
beautiful
damage.
Literally perfect team comp. No.
They just need Zyra in the bottom lane, the double suicide bottom lane. It's beautiful. You can never lose.
I mean, like, it's funny that you mentioned front line there. That is sort of the point of the comp, but I think we got a game to get to.
Yeah, let's get into the Rift and see what happens. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Snake taking on World Elite, looking for revenge here, not wanting to make it back-to-back 0-2 losses here for our Snake lineup, and they may have the team comp to do it this time as Barker put to the test on this Lulu in the mid lane. We'll see how comfortable he is on a new champion.
I mean, it's at least has similar elements to Xerath, where very safe, lots of wave clear. I think it's actually a fine pick here. I'm kind of confused about Ninja's Ezreal pick, but it seems to just be a comfort thing for him.
Yeah.
As far as their team comp goes, I don't mind it. It's got a lot of good mid-game strength, like a lot of double AD comps, but the matchup doesn't seem amazing to me. So, and it doesn't... they maybe could have picked something like a bit more of a team fight mage to really get things going as far as the late game goes. But maybe, you know what, Snake with the Cogmore here, maybe they just have the late game already that World Elite is like, you know what, we have to win and win early.
Yeah, well, World Elite going definitely all in as far as that mid-game is concerned. We'll see whether they manage to get all of the Dragon control, manage to get some early turrets on the map as well. And with an Ezreal and a Graves, I mean, you have to think that structures aren't going to last too long.
No, and Snake have done a really good job of getting the early wards down. Actually, so have World Elite. They've actually defensively warded their own red side of the jungle. Snake have done the same on their red side here, and this is what we were thinking here. The one thing they need to do is get Crystal through the lane. Graves is not a good landing matchup, so they're looking for the swap, and they might have already successfully found it.
Yeah, they've made it here as 1 minute 50 on the clock. There are creeps already walking to these lanes, and seems like Crystal going to have that lane swap, and that's going to be fantastic. Already here very early, they are going to be able to start this creep stack very, very quickly and get that one pushing in the opposite direction, which is exactly what they want.
Yeah, I mean, it's smart for World Elite to be there early just to make sure they can both ensure a freeze. I actually like that Ella's sort of roaming right now. He can potentially move with his team and just give Crystal space, because you obviously get free farm in a 1v0 or some 1v1 lanes as well with an AD carry, but levels are so important to Kog'Maw's kit that giving him extra experience is fine. And Morgana really doesn't need it. We often talk about in lane swaps that you isolate the mid lane when this happens, and that's true here, which is fine because it's kind of a wash of a lane. The most important thing is this gank, though.
Oh my goodness, Ella coming around, lands the Dark Binding there, Sub-Flash doesn't quite get the unburrow as another flash comes in. Ninja, is the Ignite going to be enough? No, of course, level 1's going to do it, and it's going to be Spirit coming through and picking up Barker. What is going on?
I mean, Luca didn't even teleport, actually. He was double jungling with Spirit and walked into the lane. We talk a lot about Jarvan's level 2 pressure being great here, but that was a very nicely timed counter gank. Ninja saved that heal for the longest time, and Snake, they tried the 4-man gank. It almost worked. A beautiful binding from Ella, but at the end of the day, not enough, and World Elite are going to take more now.
Yeah, they're going to take this red buff away as well. Yuge actually, unfortunately, doesn't manage to leash it very effectively, but Spirit is going to find his way over here, and with the help of a shield, going to easily take away this red, and that went horribly wrong for Snake. I mean, that was a plan that they had from the word go, and they really needed to be able to lock Ninja down, because level 1 is the only time you can effectively lock down an Ezreal.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster as far as that gank goes with World Elite getting first blood, but they at least keep the vertical jungle going. And I mentioned before that we isolate the mid lane. Sure, that's fine. Again, it's sort of a wash, although I guess actually Ezreal didn't even pick up an assist there, so even no extra gold even going to that lane. But Crystal, again, he needs to be safe. He needs to farm up in his 1v0 situation as much as he can. And now Snake, with the way that they've jungled early on, have complete control of the top side of the map.
Yeah, well, it's true. A few tunnels being set up here by Beast as well, who's going to head back to base, pick up that Trailblazer, and continue his assault here on the map. And Spirit now, though, picking up first blood on a Jarvan. I mean, that spells all levels of scary to me.
Yeah, and the swap actually means that this could happen here. World Elite are going to move in for a very clever early dragon.
Yeah, UJ just hanging around here as well. I mean, don't even need the AD carry. This could be a very easy early dragon, and Beast nowhere to be seen. Can tunnel into that pit if he wants to. I mean, Flandre is going to get spotted out by this ward as well. Very safe, very easy early dragon here for World Elite. And actually, Beast has come around. Oh my goodness! Okay, very safe, very easy, and still.
I didn't even know the smite range was that long. That was ridiculous coming through for Rek'Sai.
Was that a smite?
It must have been. He used it. It's on cooldown.
Or did he just use it on the Raptors and got it with a Prey Seeker just there?
Maybe. I don't know. Whatever it was.
That was if that was a fadeaway Prey Seeker, just like, oh, I just got a ward, may as well throw a Prey Seeker, see what happens.
Well,
that was dumb.
World Elite
that was really dumb.
World Elite had a great plan. That almost like we need sports level instant replay slow-mo.
Yeah, no, that's
for
just
that.
like both of these teams have done really dumb, well, you know, really interesting plans early on that just haven't worked. I mean, that dive early with 4 members didn't work for Snake.
All right,
and
let's see this again.
Oh, here we are.
So I'm really curious. I think you might be right about the Prey Seeker. No, it was. Oh my God. Spirit miss-smited it and just got it stolen away by a W.
Oh my
or
goodness.
A Q.
Yeah, I think it was a Q. It'd be hard to, yeah.
I mean, it was a Prey Seeker, which I think is Rek'Sai's Q. I mean, at this point, my brain's so modded I can't even really establish what happened. But Spirit miss-spiting by probably 2 digits there and really pays for it. Beast, that was a very nice steal.
Yeah, the fadeaway steal as Luca's going to come around here, and they're getting very aggressive onto Barker. He is dead, and there's not a whole lot you can do when you're bouncing around the mid lane.
All right, so we mentioned that kind of a wash in the lane, but Spirit going to move in and affect it, and Ezreal adds decent damage to ganks, especially early on, and Spirit's already starting on a good game here. So, yes, the dragon getting stolen away is not good news, but what are they going to continue riding the flat gold advantage that they have, even though it's only about 600-800 gold?
Yeah, and is it sort of not that bad here for Snake as well, just because Barker wants to be more of a utility for Crystal? And if Crystal was getting the focus, would that be the sort of main problem? I mean, right now he's staying toe-to-toe here with Graves as Aluka makes his way here to the top side. Spirit looking to possibly put on some pressure, but you can see there's a lot of warding around here for Crystal as well, and he's going to be quite safe.
Yeah, Crystal's got a free lane. That's exactly what they want here in this situation. I mean, level 6 already actually going to do a very good job bullying the level 4 Maokai under turret with his Bio Arcane Barrage active. So there's a lot to like about what's happening already in this matchup, and you can see that the goldie between the 80 carries is even, and that would not be close if Graves was in this lane against him. So Crystal has the levels he wants, has good gold coming through already. Snake just need to hold on to this as long as they can, and they actually bought a lot of time by stealing that dragon.
Yeah, well, exactly. And Tier has been finished up by Ninja now, so not exactly getting any combat stats from that one. So you have to think that Barker going to be a little bit more able to do some work here in this lane. Does, you know, double Fairy Charm and an Am Tomb not really going to help him out too much, but of course having a little bit of extra AP is going to help you more than just having a bit of mana.
Spirit might have got caught out here. Ella's actually only level 2.
Yeah, there's the Unburrow to come through onto Spirit here, though. Barker actually rotating a little bit earlier than Ninja, who might be a little bit caught out, but hang on, he's Ezreal. So he's not going to be.
Totally fine there with the Arcane Shift, but I like what Snake are doing again. Oh, actually reinventing. This is really smart.
Oh, actually, Spirit going to smite the red buff in order to get himself to safety. Baiting there just a little bit as True Shot Barrage going to find Beast, and he is in no man's land. He's going to try and tunnel through Crystals here as well. There's the Voiders, but Aluka, he's going to have to run. Crystal's super strong right now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This is why I love what Snake do so much here. Barker's hit level 6, so he has a wild growth, and they're invading the red side. They actually were going to tower dive. They're Maokai at level 4, but kind of ran out of options when they caught Spirit. Yuja's been caught now.
Yeah, there's the Dark Binding. Actually, that Glitterland's doing a lot of work here as well. The teleport to come through from Aluka into the backside, but are they going to lose someone too early? Yuja going down very, very low, as you can see, as there's another Prey Seeker. Yuja's going to die. Barker manages to get a nice Pix-inflated auto attack into the back of his head, and Snake playing. This is the aggressive Snake that we know.
Yeah, this is the Snake that we, I guess, wanted to see in this team comp here again. Played it so smart with the early lane, so it gave Crystal all the time. And when Aluka finally returned to the top lane, they tried to dive in, but Spirit was there. But they move back in, reinvade the red side, know that they're strong at this point, given how good Crystal is and how weak Maokai is, especially when Graves isn't able to be there on the top side. So Snake divided this map early on and are playing the top side perfectly so far.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Spirit now going to give over this blue buff to Ninja just so that he can continue to stack out this tier as quickly as possible. Of course, needs to hit that Mura mana as soon as possible. It's Crystal going to continue just farming here in the top side. Very even as far as the gold is concerned for these AD carries. You can see the BF sword already completed. L at level 3. Like, dude.
Yeah.
Some Sync Dream type stuff going on.
It really isn't. I mean, this is something that I feel like we only see on supports in China. They love to roam and really play resourceless for as long as they can. Ella actually doesn't even really generate much gold. He's maybe okay in some sort of tower push because he can do a bit of extra damage and get some gold with his spell thieves. But early Moby Boots, he's all about roaming. They have given everything to Crystal in this early lane.
Yeah, and I mean, he's made good use of it, managing to keep Aluka pressured as well. You can see he can barely stay in this lane, and that's been going fantastically as far as this lane swap is concerned, because Flandre, I mean, he's just throwing cleavers into the, you know, the backline minion very far forward, maybe just faking out a little bit there, but you can see Flandre now with this Spectre's Cowl, I mean, he's in almost no worry of dying, because of course, I mean, you get hit by a buckshot, 150% regen on your health. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Mundo is already pretty insane as far as the regen goes, so is fine here and actually doing very well versus Aluka as far as CS goes, 20 ahead in that particular matchup, I guess we can call it. Crystal's finally going to go back and spend some gold. He's got Fade Sheen here, so moving in for what looks like a quick Trinity Force, and he might be swapping back now. I'm a little surprised that he doesn't want to keep going, given how well the lane was going, but if he was ever going to swap back, now's the right time.
Well, exactly. 2 seconds on the Dragon coming through here, of course. Snake managed to get the first one with no effort whatsoever, with that beautiful steal coming through from Beast, who's now in the top side of the map, and he has his ultimate available, so it's going to be absolutely fine. Ella's going to find Spirit, and Spirit, I have a feeling if he had gone aggressive there, he could have almost 3-hit Ella, but going to deter him from that particular one as Crystal shows himself here on the bottom side. They are going to be able to clear out that pink ward there, is Ninja and Spirit.
Yeah, Crystal's quite strong at this point as well. I mean, Graves' ult will do a lot of work here, but he's level 8 still. I think one of the highest, or tied for the highest level in the game at this point. Rek'Sai's already moving down. Barker with blue buff and ulti. This is actually quite a good spot for Snake to pick to get their second dragon.
Yeah, and Spirit is around here as well. I mean, he's going to have his finger on... Oh, my goodness. Speaking of which, Snake here on the bottom side. L almost died. He does. The collateral damage comes through, but they do trade the supports here. SDYZ forced to use that flash. Crystal able to get a lot of damage down here as the Bio-Arcane Barrage about to come back off cooldown. But Ninja's here managing to pick up Flandre. Oh, there's the Wild Growth onto Crystal here as well. He continues to auto-attack as Beast going down very low, but the passive gonna save him there as Crystal now completely out of mana. The last ulti, oh my goodness, twisted advance. It saves the life of Aluka for a second and causes Barker's death, but finally the tree goes down. Crystal so aggressive here, and Ninja, he's waiting in the wings.
He's very sneaky, which is apt given his name, but he will have to back off here. Beast is still quite here. Oh, damn, he's going in.
Oh, Beast in so much trouble. Actually, Ninja getting aggressed on, but
my God.
That's going to be the buckshot for the death. And Dark Bunny actually comes through. A Cathian surprise going to secure that kill as the little Cogmore that could, able to get the damage down. But Ninja, double kill now. I think it was a bit more than that as he's huge. 5-0-2 on this Ezreal.
Yeah, picked up so much there. And World Lead are going to get the first Dragon, though Flandre is back here, so could stop them. His ulti's up.
He's trying to stop him. We'll see whether he can get anything done. Of course, misses the cleaver there. Ninja very low on mana, but Flandre has to be very careful. He's popped the ultimate, but just gets bursted down. And Flandre, not quite sure what you were trying to achieve. As Barker, it's his turn.
Well, I mean, don't want to walk in too close here. Barker might be able to do something, but it's still the same situation. Now 1v4, actually.
Yeah, but Lucas found his way around here as well. Wild Growth onto Barker. He's going to flash out of the way. Glitterlance gets a bit of damage down, but finally this Dragon's going to be taken. World Elite pick one up. They even that one out, and Snake after that battle, I mean, dealing now with a 6-0-2 Ezreal, it's very frightening.
Yeah, I wonder what Ninja's going to... There we go. Well, you answer my question here.
Yeah.
Tier plus Trinity Force at 13 minutes. I mean, Trinity Force on its own is a pretty good item to get at 13 minutes. You're ahead of the curve in that situation, but Ninja's very ahead of the curve this game.
Oh, yeah. It has been answered by the Trinity Force here for Crystal now as well. So he completed that after he managed to pick up that kill with his passive onto SDYZ, but still, I mean, that Ezreal in the mid lane, it's going to be very difficult for Barker to get any farm at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, actually, UJ moving down as well. Crystal's alone right now. I think Ella's off somewhere. Yeah, Beast actually just gets a kill on Luca.
Yeah, they managed to trade them, though, as... Yeah, Beast is going to fall at the same time as Ella. And we missed the start of that engagement, but you can see the assist marks from Ninja. He's just able to get so much consistent damage now with that Trinity Force.
And just a little too aggressive to fight on the side of him. Your Cogmore isn't on or Spirit, though.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. Holds onto the cleaver for quite some time, and Flandre... Oh, wait, what?
He couldn't throw the last cleaver. There's a minion blocking it, I think. But now he goes back in.
Yeah, looking for it. The smite to come through here as well. True Shot Barrage going to go wide as Barker's just looking for the kill. There's the Wild Growth. Can you just kill Spirit? Okay, there. They finally managed to do it.
They got him.
Yeah, Void Rush going to come through here into the mid lane as well, just so that Ninja doesn't take that turret. Of course, with these Sheen procs, it's going to be very, very easy for him just to smack down that turret. But with Beast here, it is going to be A-okay. I'm just not sure what happened there on the top side of the map.
Yeah,
very
again,
interesting.
A weird exchange. It's odd for Snake to invade the side of the jungle where Ninja has easy access to, and Crystal isn't on, given that he's the strongest member of their team and the one they're trying to protect. Ninja actually going in onto Barker.
Yeah, he's going to get polymorphed there, and it's not going to be nearly enough, as Ninja's just so strong.
Yeah, that was just one Trinity Force proc auto attack for the last bits of health. Beast has to be careful as well. Ninja is level 10 right now on the Ezreal. We've talked about him carrying before. He might be set up for another carry performance this
I know,
game.
11-0-6 in his last game, 7-0-4 now at 15 minutes in this one. Ninja, where have you come from, man? What did you have for breakfast this morning? Because things are looking great here. Bio-Arcane Barrage popped, and SDYZ takes a lot of damage from that one.
Yeah, and it's not quite Kassadin levels, but Ninja can get aggressive if he's given how good his game's gone. Arcane shift forward and probably get to key targets here. Again, it's all about Crystal's damage output. He's picking up more CS, but he needs a little bit more. The fact that Snake couldn't get the second dragon that they tried so hard to set up for is actually a big loss here, because the third one's so important to a Cogmore team.
Yeah, it very much is. I mean, SDYZ does have the Infinity Edge now, but this bottom outer turret is going to fall down. First turret of the game now going to Snake as Ella comes around just to protect the little Void puppy. Ninja picks up a blue buff and heads back to this mid lane. You have to think that, when that Manamune comes in, Ninja's just going to be so strong.
Yeah, Ninja already has 1,300 gold banked as well, so not too far off that next item here. And that tier's charged up pretty high as well. I'm actually going to quickly check. It's, 478 mana through already, so almost there. About 500 mana through there as he throws out some more spells. And he'll charge it very quickly now at this point. And Beast is camping the top lane here, waiting for a Luca.
Yep, just hanging out, of course. Flandre on this Mundo does have a lot of lockdown, especially as far as, slows are concerned. Arcane Smash actually doing some work here, but Mundo, very deceptive champion. He's probably never close to dying.
Yeah, as we move back as well, Ninja does get the mana immuno there, so we'll charge it up very quickly now. Probably going to be done with the transformation under 20 minutes, which will be quite impressive. Speaking of items as well, Chris has actually got his BF sword, and I don't know which of the two BF sword items he's going to get, but I actually like both of them because, again, Kog'Maw needs to do a lot of damage. He can't really afford... He doesn't really need Blade of the Ruin King for the peel because the whole team's built around protecting him anyway, so just go a big full damage item on your Kog'Maw. Both BT and IE are fine for different reasons. One's a bit more defensive and one's hyper-aggressive, but he knows he's the sole damage trait. He needs to do damage.
Yeah, speaking of which, UJ actually taking a lot of damage here as Crystal's going to flash forward. He got ignited, though. A Cathian surprise can't quite make up his mind. Instead, runs into the pit with the red buff, and Barker died in the meantime as well. I mean, everything going on around this map, and it all seems to be coming off the back of Ninja. Ella secures the Raptor, so that is definitely a win, but Spirit going to be able to take away this pink ward, and Ninja going to be able to take away the outer turret in the mid lane. And
it's so funny that the first half of this game was played wonderfully by Snake to keep Crystal up here. He stayed in the top side, free farm basically. They invaded that side of the jungle looking to dive a Luca, and when they couldn't, just moved in, hit their strength, and protected their Kog'Maw and guided him to this stage. Waddley are doing the same on the other side of the map now, taking over the bottom side of the map, keeping control of Dragon, and just keeping Crystal back as much as they can.
Yeah, and I mean, have a look at that. Almost 3,000 gold lead for Ninja in comparison to Barker. That is absolutely terrifying. I mean, it's not quite there. Of course, 2.6k, but man, I mean, what's that? It's more than a Void Staff worth of stats.
Like, a lot, given where Ninja is at this game, and the fact that the Void Staff is just being finished now for Barker. He doesn't even have a big AP item like a Rabadon.
Yeah, I feel that might not be working out here as well. I mean, he wants those Whimsy shields to be powered up here, and a Rabadon's is what he wants for that, but he just wants to be able to actually cut through these teams, and because he's so far behind, it's now the time in the game where he needs to be getting that Void Stuff.
I mean, I feel like you kind of asked me the same question last game with the Corki Last Whisper. It's like, why build it second? And it's like, the truth is, if you ever build a Void Stuff for a Last Whisper, you know what at least does something at some point in the game, and it's really cost efficient. So there are times where it's good second. It's rare, but sometimes it's quite good. Some players just like to get it early, some like to get it late. It's sort of a preference thing, but at the end of the day, the item is always going to be good, and it at least costs you not that much gold. So in this case, for Lulu, it's probably a desperation Void Stuff.
Yeah, it seems like a desperation, but World Elite are going to be able to secure their second dragon here, of course, in a row, having that first one stolen away from them from Snake, and that is looking all the more important here for Snake as well. I mean, if that steal hadn't have come through, that could have been 3 dragons to nothing, and World Elite snowballing this victory away. Crystal now going to come over, gets Cataclysmed here as well. Isn't able to... Oh, he is able to take the red buff, so that's a consolation prize. Immediately it goes over to STYZ though, so that's not great.
And again, World Elite just always on the bottom here. Beast now up the top lane.
Yep, Sadism's popped here from Flandre, looking for the cleavers, doesn't quite get it. Dark Binding lands onto a Luca somehow in the minion wave. He even gets exhausted. Snake are just incredibly angry at the World Elite lineup and trying to take a win anywhere they can. That might spell an inner turret in the bottom lane, the mid lane, and an inhibitor turret, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're angry at the wrong person. Or Luca, sure, whatever. He's on his Mako. He's got his Righteous Glory. Don't worry about him. Protect your Kog'Maw in the bottom side. World Elite have consistently picked off Crystal in the bottom half of the map, and Snake just forgot to move their attention back towards that side of the map, it feels like.
Yeah, and of course, you know, Crystal was just in his own jungle trying to take his own red buff, and he's just unable to here at 20 minutes into the game. It's looking really, really bad here for Snake. As Ninja's 8-0-5, looking terrifying. Going to head back to base and maybe purchase the rest of the shop. Not entirely sure what he's going to do there. Aluka, you know, it doesn't matter what he's been doing. I mean, he's Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, I love the build from Ninja. Actually going for a Blade now as well.
Oh my goodness.
Big carry-style build coming from the mid lane Ezreal here. I mean, STYs is doing fine. He's actually significantly further ahead in CS versus Crystal. So even he's having a good game. He's just basically hung out in the bottom lane, just free farming for longer than Crystal's been able to. And it shows when Crystal is the main damage threat hero on Snake. Snake need to play around him, and they did for the first half of the game, maybe the first 8 to 10 minutes, and almost forgot about him in the last few, thinking, oh, you go Trinity Force, you'll be fine. But the truth is that Snake need to ride this Kog'Maw to victory, and they've let it slip a few too many times. Like, Fed Ninjas aside, Kog'Maw has been like grossly underwatered for, given how much early attention they gave him.
Yeah, and Ella's normally so good at keeping him protected as well, but Ella's just been so behind this game. Has finally, managed to at least get past level 6, which is definitely admirable. But they're just bleeding turrets across this map. 5-2 now in favor of World Elite. And just the rotational play coming through from World Elite is just so much better this game.
Yeah, I mean, Graves has Corki-esque turret pushing abilities, I feel like, when he's able to really get one-on-one time with them with the quick draw here. Zone World Elite are not stopping the push.
Yeah, they've got a huge minion wave, and I mean, Flandre has to get right in amongst it to be able to clear that one out. Beast now looking to try and come in. Ghostblade popped, and there's the Monsoon in order to get Flandre out of this one. Barker's hanging around. Beast gets slowed. Oh, but the Cleaver lands. There's a flash on Burrow. Nice Howling Gale as SDY flashes to safety. Aluka again going to get all of the focus. True Shot Barrage not going to find anyone. Crystal's here as well. Living Artillery coming through onto the tree, and Aluka finally goes down to Barker. Arcane Shift onto Ninja as well. They're trying to peel away, get the damage done with those Mystic shots. Muraman has already come through here for Ninja as well, so this is a very strong Ezreal. And even though it's a 4v5, World Elite, I have a feeling, might still have a chance.
I mean, you saw it just there. Snake found a catch onto Aluka. Now, granted, Aluka's very tanky, but do basically no damage without their Kog'Maw at this point in the game. So Crystal finally came in when Aluka was on a couple slivers of health, and eventually they got their kill, but even 4v5, World Elite are fine. They just have more threats than Snake have answers for at this point.
Yeah, well, it's true. And I mean, Barker hasn't picked up an item for a very long time here as well. I mean, this Lulu not really doing all that much. Flandre might be the saving grace here as he's got his ultimate back up against Sadism coming through. Barker takes a whole lot of health damage, but oh, Spirit actually getting whimsied here as well. I mean, Yujay, he's been locked up. Snake, Beast looking for something. The Umbaro onto Aluka. They just focus this Maokai every time, and they do manage to pick up a kill. Aluka goes down, but there's Ninja doing so much work. STYZ falls down. Crystal, he picks up that kill completely out of mana now. There's the Polymorph. Ninja doing so much work, though, despite everything. Flandre finally falls down. Yujay there as well, and this Kog'Maw still alive. Living Artillery coming through. Oh my goodness, the Arcane Shift. Ninja picks up the kill under Barker. Crystal, he's basically dead, as are Spirit and Ninja, but finally the fight's over.
And a good fight there for Snake. Finally find an engage that works for them. Beast had a clutch knock up there to prevent Spirit from EQing in. Now Beast is going to come and force Ninja off this tower or try to, but he can't.
Yeah, there's the Void Rush coming through. Spirit's around here. He might just die incidentally. Oh, he doesn't. Ninja, he's kiting. Is he going to be able to get the Prey Seeker? Picks it up. And Beast says, okay, you can only run so far, little Ezreal.
Yeah, the Blade of the Ruin King now finished, so if that happened again, he probably does actually outcut Beast there and win. And I mean, a BT is done for Crystal, but he still needs more items on this Kog'Maw. You see what does happen when Snake set up well for him, and that was the best fight they could have. But again, Snake are very far behind on gold, so the best fight you can possibly have at even gold is great. The best fight you can possibly have when you're behind, what, 6,000 gold? Not as good.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, Crystal looking to pick up his Berserker's Greaves pretty soon. Going to have a lot more mobility in this fight, which is definitely going to help him out. And Barker, this is what I really love, has gone for that Rabadon's Death Cap instead of finishing the Void Staff.
Yeah, I was actually going to point out, before that last fight started, which was part of the reason Snake didn't win it a little bit harder, Barker had about 2,500 gold banked at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
And knowing that, you know what, I've actually bought enough time here, I've farmed up enough, I can get this Rabadons, and like you mentioned, the increased shields especially to make sure that the Kog'Maw lives longer and the wild growth health there as well. So much more important than just the incidental void stuff. So Barker found the room to farm there and got a very important item as a result.
Yeah, Ninja though, 11, 1, and 6 here at this stage. Already sort of evened out his last performance. Throws out a True Shot Barrage in an interesting direction, but that's going to be the third dragon now for World Elite. I thought it might be the fourth. Oh, that's because Beast had the Sweet Steal earlier.
I mean, thankfully it's not the fourth here. That would put a lot of pressure and a big timer on this game for Snake, but Flandre is getting bigger. Sunfire Cape actually finished here, so we can cause a bit more pressure on the top side. Rek'Sai getting tanky as well, almost done with the Randy ones. Zeal up now for Kog'Maw. Like, things are coming together now for Snake's team. They just need kind of to hit 3 items also is probably the tipping point for them in this game, and they'll start to take over World Elite's mid-game team comp.
Yeah, and you can see Ella has got the Aegis here as well, so building towards that Locket of the Iron Solari, wants to have a lot more magic resist for his team, but of course, you know, Ninja is going to be doing a lot of magic damage, what with the Mystic Shots and of course True Shot Barrage here as well, but it's mainly just a Luca here with any magic damage.
I think it's actually very smart to have an Aegis against a fed Ezreal.
Yeah.
The transformation, there's just so much mixed damage really coming out of Ezreal that you need to shake it off. And the thing is that, like, Mikhails doesn't do that much for Crystal here in this game because you already have good shields for him. Like, he'll probably want one eventually just to help, but at the moment, you're really worried about the latent magic damage coming in because you have to kind of fight these 280 carries anyway, and Ninja's the one that's actually doing better. Like, you can't build like a Frozen Heart really against Ezreal or Graves that does that much work against them, but Aegis is probably the most cost-efficient way for Ella to protect Crystal. And remember, that's literally all of their comp does is protect this Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and of course, when they get that Locket of the Iron Solari completed as well, I mean, they'll have the shield, which is going to be really fantastic. The fact that Snake love to team fight as well is going to mean they're going to get the most out of that item as they possibly can. Let's just see whether Crystal can complete that Phantom Dancer, really start getting his power spike happening as, you know, this Kog'Maw really needs to carry. Yeah,
I mean, that Locket shield to me almost feels underrated, and the Chinese are probably the region that best use its shield kind of proactively when they're team fighting.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, Flandre continuing the split push here on the bottom side, unanswered at this stage. Aluka's teleport not quite up yet, and they are able to clear out these waves very efficiently now that Barca has that Rabadon's death cap. Of course, Crystal going to stay very safe using that living artillery to clear waves as well, and Snake actually have quite a decent stall comp.
Yeah, I mean, this is so smart from Snake. We've seen this a lot back in the LSPL days for Flandre, where he played, I believe, AD LeBlanc top lane and literally split pushed his team to victory. Mundo's Sunfire Cape lets him put on so much pressure on these lanes, and Snake can actually build a secondary tank. It's probably the Kog'Maw with all of the shields and the Lulu Wild Growth that they have. So Flandre is more than is actually almost encouraged to move away, split some of World Elite's team up, and apply pressure to buy space for Snake because they don't need Mundo right now as a big frontline tank. They just need him to buy time for Snake. That's all Snake wants in this game is more time.
Yeah, and Flandre, of course, on this Mundo is going to do inherently more damage as well. He's not anywhere near as ignorable as the likes of a Maokai, who's just going to bounce you around a bit, lock you down, but you know, Mundo actually does a fair bit of damage with those cleavers. The fact that they scale off his health and do % health damage is something that you can't really look away from.
Yeah, he's also a really good split pusher actually as well when he can clear waves like with Burning Agony's Sunfire Cape, just because when you pop Masochism under a turret, you actually get a lot of just flat AD from the skill itself, even if you don't have that much health missing. So
yeah,
Flandre's a really good candidate to split push here in this game, and again, all it does is buy Snake time, which is what they need here, because this Kog'Maw, only 2.5 items, needs to get going, and almost all Kog'Maw builds are inherently really expensive.
Yeah, that's the thing. You want Trinity Force, you want Blade of the Ruined Kings, you want Infinity Edges. It's a tough trip to the shop, but Flandre going to continue throwing out these cleavers, and World Elite going to start the siege here on the bottom side. 5 members strong. They don't have a turret here, of course, from the earlier work done by World Elite. Flandre dodging out of the way of these Mystic Shots quite nicely. Dark Binding does go wide, but you can see World Elite taking a fair bit of damage here as Flandre now looking to go aggressive. Ninja gets hit by that, and look at this shield just really speeding up this Mega Mundo.
Yeah, and I mean, World Elite make the right decision, move into the lane that Flandre was, I guess, kind of distract World Elite from being like, guys, trust me, there's an inhibitor here. There's a tower here, sorry, trust me, like, trying to move them away from that lane. And
yeah.
It worked for a while. World Elite kind of realized, like, hang on a second, and moved down to try and take it, but you can see already, Snake teamfights at the later stages of the game here of Snake, and that's so hard to do against a Lulu. So grouping together, Snake are very strong, and World Elite are forced back even though there's an inhibitor open in the bottom side.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, you know, Crystal, he's finished his static Shiv now, and think about that. I mean, you pop the Bioarcane Barrage, you get a static Shiv proc plus Sheen. That is so much damage on your first auto attack.
Yeah, 3 items is a good point for any AD carry here. He already has a lifesteal item as well, so this is the jumping off point for late game carries. When you have 3 damage items and some form of lifesteal, things usually start moving up for you. I mean, SDYZ still doing good damage on the Graves. He's got 3 items as well, but it's just incomparable to Kog'Maw at this stage of the game. And in fact, from this point onwards in this game.
Yeah, well, it's true. And I mean, he's got Barker there as well to help him out with shields, with wild growths. He's got black shields available from Ella where he's not going to get locked down. Things are going to get very, very scary here for World Elite as this Kog'Maw starts to power up in this game. And we know that Crystal definitely has hard carry potential.
Yeah, even the Void stuff's good here as well for Lulu. If I'm understanding interaction properly on help picks when you use it on an ally, I believe the damage that Pix does when you auto-attack people is based on Lulu's AP, and items, not Cogmores. I could be wrong on that one, but even then, I think it scales off AP as well. So just giving an additional shield and steroid to Crystal when he auto-attacks, and he does have quite a lot of attack speed in his build. That's just even more mixed and magic damage coming through here. And Void stuff, it's not much here. Lulu doesn't do incredible damage, but just the fact that Lulu's damage will stick a little bit more when she does do some, it just contributes overall to Snake's strong team fight.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that, those Glitter Lances are really going to start smashing through here as SDYZ. He's going to take down the 4th Dragon for World Elite with Spirit's help now as well as he comes in. And now Snake need to make sure that they have an idea of when that dragon's coming up again, because 5 dragons could really be the tipping point here, because World Elite, I mean, they'll just rush through, they'll take the bottom inhibitor, and that'll just open up the Baron for almost easy pickings here for World Elite.
Yeah, Snake and Min are finally going to get a trade. This is actually not a bad trade at all. The mid turret's a really important one for any team to get here, and Snake are finally going to pick it up very late in this game. I mean, they probably would have preferred to contest for the 4th dragon. I think they feel quite strong at this stage of the game, but World Elite were able to sneak it away. Snake just had a bit of sloppy vision in towards that dragon area, especially with World Elite already pressuring that side of the map. And now the 5th one's on. And if there's any way to turn a 2-threat comp on in the late game, it's by getting a 5th dragon.
Well, yeah, exactly. So World Elite, they'll probably just wait the extra 5 minutes or so that they now have to wait for that 5th dragon to come back up. And or maybe they won't. Maybe they'll just go straight to Baron.
Yeah, it's part of the reason mid-game comps have seen a lot of popularity recently, is just because the the mid-game comps let you take dragons that much easier, and if you snowball the dragon objective, you're rewarded even late in the game with the buff it gives, and it empowers your mid-game comp to effectively snowball the objective. Because if it came too late, you wouldn't have enough late game to fight because the dragon time is so long, but the 5th dragon's so good at pushing you over the edge when you only have, like, say, 2 mid-game threats that it's actually worth snowballing, which is why we see champions like Grave, champions like Corki. Even in this case, the Ezreal here, which is very mid-game focused as well.
We'll just wait to see, the Shakos come in and stuff like that. So
that's a little too early game, unfortunately. Although someone's probably going to do it. I can tell you right now, I think Insect's going to have at least one Shako game logged in the LPL this split.
One can only hope. I'm waiting. I am definitely waiting.
I mean, who knows? Lo could play Shako support. There's plenty of ways to achieve your dream, Atlas.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Hopefully it comes true. It's always good to have dreams.
It is.
Time. Always good. Scuttlecrab's going to go down. He's no longer going to have any opportunity to have any dreams as SDYZ takes that one down.
His dream is to be alive, and what a lead to quash that.
Yeah, teleport to come through here. Cataclysm onto Crystal. They'll test this Cogmore's massive damage as World Elite now getting funneled into this choke. That massive knock-up to come through here, as well as Crystal just chilling out in the back line, getting all the damage down that he wants. Spirit down solo. Living Artillery's there. Beast is going to fall, but so is Aluka, and Crystal now has to watch his positioning. The exhaust onto Ninja. That could mean a whole lot, as L is going to fall down. Barker comes back into this fight. Crystal has to watch out. Ninja takes him down, as Flandre might be able to finish off this Ezreal. Cathian surprise. Going to do a lot of damage to Ninja there, as Flandre doesn't have his flash available, can't get over that wall, and eventually 3 for 3, but on a knife edge.
That was very aware play by Ninja, by the way. He actually kind of walked around where Flandre was there trying to snipe him with their cleaver. I don't think he would have died to it, but as hysterical as that would have been, I think Ninja didn't want that to happen, so he moved away. And you could see the power of the Cogmore comp starting to do a lot of damage here. I think Infinity Edge is the next item, which is massive damage for this Cogmore, but the issue is they had to use the Wild Growth onto Flandre, and same thing. You don't have any damage except for the Cogmore. So we'll see it again here. And this fight starts really well. Spirit goes in very deep to try and lay down Crystal. He just gets ripped to pieces here by Cogmore. Forced to flash out already. L's off to the side, not quite able to get in there. And there's the Wild Growth that looks great here onto Flandre. He lives for a million years almost in this game. But Aluka dives back onto Crystal. Can't get in back onto the backline here. Ninja's cleaning up people in the back, and Crystal starts to go up. There's the damage in. UJ gets poked off here, but this is the problem. They don't have the Wild Growth cooldown now anymore for Crystal, and even though he's doing good damage, he actually can't 1v1 Ninja right at the end of the fight there. They'd had another cooldown. If Flandre was dead and Cogmore was alive, that's a one fight there for Snake. That's the issue that Snake kind of came up with that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, that Wild Growth, though, you have to go for that one. That was a 4-man knock-up, which really helped the sort of back foot Snake lineup win that fight, but you're exactly right. I mean, Crystal, as soon as he dies, there's not a whole lot that Snake can do.
I mean, I don't know if that Wild Growth should be used there. I mean, it's very attractive. I understand why Baka did it. It was a very good ulti, but I'm not sure how tanky Flandre is in that situation, given how much damage Graves and Ninja actually do right now, even though there's a lot of armor but no Thornmail onto Flandre. So if he couldn't live for maybe 10, if he's not going to live for 10 seconds longer without the wild growth, then I think you have to use it, which is a bit awkward because, again, you need it onto Crystal here. But the tenets of Juggernaut are only use your abilities on the Juggernaut, and he didn't get to use it.
Oh, it's a good point. It's a very good point. Flandre looking for another 1,300 gold now before he finishes off that Thornmail. Thornmail already completed here for Beast, though. He's very aware of this double AD threat comp, and he is building as much armor as he possibly can. Crystal now looking for that 1,300 gold as well. I mean, both Flandre and Crystal looking for the same amount. As soon as they hit that, things could look very, very good for Snake moving into the next fight. The gold lead has not changed for a very long time, nor is the amount of turrets that are down, as of course 6-3 for the last while here on this map, as these teams just looking to find their way in, find their option to win this game.
I wonder if Snake would happily trade this dragon for Baron, by the way. I don't think you should, given that the 5th dragon's so good, but Snake can at least think about it. They might be able to hold a push if they make their trade, even if World Elite has 5 dragons. I don't know if that's true, but they might be thinking about it. But World Elite have got 2 really good objectives to look at here because they've got the 5th dragon or the next Baron. There's the Thornmail for Flandre. No IE done yet for Kog'Maw. He's about 500 gold away or so, I think. But Snake have to pick a fight before Crystal has his 4th item, so they have to find a winning position.
Yeah, and this is a really, really big Mundo here for the front line as well, as World Elite looking to put the pressure around this Baron. Oh, actually, Twisted Advance is now on cooldown here for Aluka. They're going to take that as an opportunity to engage as Crystal's off to the side there. Does have the Black Shield. True Shot Barrage not going to find the Kog'Maw, who hasn't really started auto-attacking in this fight. There's the Twisted Advance. There's the Wild Growth here as well as Crystal. He's getting focused and dies already. World Elite still quite healthy in this one as a Cathian Surprise rips through them. Flandre so strong in the backline, still not dead, but Barker's going to fall down. There's a double knock up from Beast. He's still so strong, somehow able to take care of Aluka here as well, as Spirit just keeps getting knocked up. And Beast with this armor-focused build, there's not a whole lot World Elite can do.
I mean, we talked about it in the draft. It's a double AD comp here for World Elite, so all of the tanky stats that Snake's frontline are stacking is really good. And Flandre is still going in with cleavers.
Yeah, but you can see, he had to leave that last fight because he was so low. Sadism able to really do some work. There's a huge wave in the top lane, as you can see. And Beast might be able to take down this dragon. He's going to tunnel towards Spirit. Doesn't want to give him an opportunity to steal. His Flag and Drag's going to be used to get him to safety. The Storm's there, and it's just going to be Flandre playing defense as Beast is able to take the 2nd dragon here for Snake.
Yeah, he has to zone out Spirit, although he might actually entertain a tower dive.
Yeah, actually, Flandre sort of 1v2, being a bit silly.
1v3, actually. The tower's hitting him as well, but he's fine.
1v4 then, as STYZ's now found his way in, and this is when Flandre decides, okay, 1v3 and a tower. This is not what I want to do. Whoa, the big Twisted Advance. Ella, you are nowhere near as tanky as this Mundo, and STYZ, I mean, doesn't really want to kill himself. And, oh my goodness, Crystal and Beast, this is a Kog'Maw on Baron. This thing is melting. The Infinity Edge completed. That True Shot Barrage was a very admirable effort.
That was very close there, but Snake do get the Baron. Really smart stuff there. Flandre zoning out Spirit there, giving Beast, making sure Beast could secure the dragon to deny it from World Elite, and then giving up Ella. Flandre, again, wasting time, as much time as he can on this Kog'Maw to give them Baron. Snake have a very good position now.
Yeah, Righteous Glory to come through here. There's the Cataclysm. Flandre flashes out of it. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, good flash as well. You know, you might be tempted as Mundo, you know, I'm really tanky, what can they really do to me? But he has to make sure he doesn't die here. That's the only problem that Snake can have, is if they somehow split up or World Elite split them up. But there aren't really good split pushes on World Elite's side, and Snake right now have everything they want. Even Kog'Maw has a Giant's Belt here. Snake, your time is now to win this game. Yeah, you're basically done as far as items go.
Yeah, and look at World Elite on their side. They're like, okay, we're going to need as much lifesteal as we possibly can so we don't kill ourselves on this double Thornmail. So this is double BT and soon to be double Blade of the Ruined King as well.
I love what Flandre is doing with his build, though. He's actually going for Leandri's Torment as a late-game Mundo build, which does a lot of damage. He already knows he's tanky enough. He doesn't need a Warmogs at this point. He's got a Wild Growth if he really needs it, but he's got, what, 4,000 health already on this Mundo? Yep. And Crystal here is going to shred through turrets.
Oh, yeah, it's got some big shields on it here as well, as Crystal actually takes a lot of damage from that Mystic Shot, but you can see he can dish out exactly what he takes here as Flandre takes up position here on the front line, and He's not taking too much damage from anything, and he's got so much regen. I mean, they need Crystal to be able to actually auto-attack this turret, but look at Ninja just take so much damage, and this Cogmore doesn't care about no turret. He just wants to kill every member of World Elite.
Yeah, I think that was 3 autos, a crit, and a static shift crit. And it almost killed Ninja in one little combo here. This is the big benefit of, this is the payoff of playing this sort of comp, is that Cogmore, once he gets going, is almost unstoppable.
Yeah, and Barker now, he's only got one
There he
more item to
goes.
buy. Look at this super fast Crystal. STYZ getting torn apart. He's starting to run out of mana, so Crystal might need to go and find a blue buff or something like that. Maybe get an old Soraka back in here to infuse him. But Snake now going to turn their attention to this turret. And Spirit taking so much damage. This Cogmore is just ridiculous. Look at Ninja. He arcane shifts and takes an auto attack with him. And World Elite going to have to go back to the fountain yet again.
Yeah, you can see the power of Juggernaut. Crystal finally able to play aggressive in the front line when he has so much damage. World Elite, though, have a huge minion wave built up on Snake's inhibitor, so they do have to back off.
Yeah, this inhibitor will go down. Of course, Empowered Recall really going to help out the Snake lineup as... Yeah, that's a couple of siege minions, a whole bunch of casters. They needed to go back and... Oh, that looked beautiful.
It did.
Best
Bucker
little lance
just
ever.
slicing through the minions there in the bottom side. And I think with that giant spell, by the way, I'm pretty sure that's a frozen mallet that's
I
coming
hope
for
so.
Crystal. I'm almost
I
positive
hope
it's
so.
a frozen mallet.
It might be a Warmogs, because that would also be
That would be
hilarious.
sweet. Actually, that would be really sweet. Now I'm torn.
Yeah, I'm a bit torn too, but I do like the fact that he'd be able to slow people down, because we saw the fact that, if he managed to... slow SDYZ even a little bit in that last fight, he could have just auto-attacked him down.
Alacrity enchant there as well for Crystal, I believe, on his boots. So really just using all of the tenets of the comp here. Flandre is massive, both literally and figuratively right now. And I like that Snake are at least respecting some of their secondary damage threats. They're not massive here, but Lulu can do some damage with the Void Staff, and Mondo can do some damage with his Leandries, especially trying to chunk out the tank line with some cleavers. So there's a lot of good stuff going on here. World Elite, their window for their comp to be very strong in this game is closed, apart from maybe the 5th Dragon that's coming back up in a minute 35.
Yeah, and I'm really interested in what Beast is doing with his build here at this stage. He's building a late-game Sunfire cape.
I mean, again, it's sort of adding to the I need to do some damage here. Warmogs is fine, but he needs armor and health. Those are the 2 best stats against World Elite's comp. So, you know what?
Double Blade of the Ruined King?
He's already got a Randuin's.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, it's physical damage as well from the blades, so you need the same stat, basically. There's not enough mixed damage to justify, I think, just a flat Warmogs at this point. So he does also help with some latent magic damage. It's not the worst thing ever. And look how tanky Flandre is.
Yeah, just hanging out here in the front line. Dark Binding gonna land onto a Luca at the same time as Flandre's taking half his health. Probably about time to pop your ultimate here, Flandre, as the knockups now start to come through. Crystal is huge here in the front line as Aluka's taking so much damage. The Cogmore, finally the Wild Growth does wear off as Aluka now just taking so much damage. Barker secures that kill. And now with Ninja dead, with Aluka dead, Snake's lineup is finally doing what it wants to. And Crystal, he was untouched there in the back line.
Yeah, no more pesky side waves either to really do Snake any damage. And at this one, I don't know if we'll let him anything like STYZ.
God! Okay, yeah, that was through a shield as well,
Yep,
that crit. That was stupid.
Last auto killed him through a Janna E there. And Snake, it took them a long time in this game, but they finally come up big in the last team fights of the game.
Yeah, and Crystal there with the flash onto STYZ at the same time gets rid of all of the damage from World Elite. And it was an epic 45-minute game, but Snake, they tie it up. But World Elite looking so much better. Is Snake just going to dive the fountain? Silly Crystal auto-attacking the Nexus. They had some kills to get.
Crystal really wanted a Pentakill, I think. They tried to dive in for some kills, but no Penta forthcoming. But a well-played game by the end there by Snake. I'm hesitant to say a well-played game overall. Early game execution, a little sloppy there from Snake in places, but we talk about it. When they team fight, they're one of the best-looking team fighting teams in the world. Juggernaut is a team fight comp to a T, and it took them a while to get there, but once they got to that point, Snake showed no signs of ever giving another team fight away.
Yeah, and as far as leaning on an AD carry, what better player as well? I mean, Crystal's team fight positioning was beautiful. I mean, he got caught out in maybe one of these matches, but I mean, that was it. He was looking brilliant otherwise, and I have to think that this Juggernaut comp might be what gets Snake out of this funk that they're looking like they're in.
Yeah, it's a great comp for Snake to play. I said it in the draft when they picked it.
Yeah.
It suits their style so well. They love to play around Crystal, and they're very good at doing so. Just tighten up some of the things in the early game, because when Beast can't get you ahead, you need to find different ways to get Kog'Maw ahead. And it was a great first 10 minutes and a really sloppy 25, and then a great last 10 as well.
Yeah, it was looking great. And Snake, they've got a few more games coming this weekend, and we'll see whether they change up their playstyle, whether Barker can learn a few extra champions here as well. But there's still one more matchup tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Vici going to be taking on OMG after this short break.
swear to God, I will hold you in my
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined for our final series of the night by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And it's going to be the big one of the evening, you have to think. Vici Gaming taking on OMG. OMG, you know, our second place team, only behind EDG, who actually split their series together just recently as far as those top spots are concerned. But Vici have been looking pretty good, although had a few ties that maybe they shouldn't have suffered.
Well, our top three teams, OMG, EDG, Snake, have all split their last few series at the end of last weekend, and also just watching Snake split that series against World Elite. OMG vs Vici should be a really tantalizing game because Vici came out of the block strong, but again started splitting their series. There's been a lot of draws recently as the bottom teams are starting to level up and some of the top teams have been flattering to deceive. And OMG, the big question mark for me is, who are they playing in the bottom lane today?
Yeah, and I mean, they've got so many subs. Word on the street is that they're going to be playing with all of these subs, and there's been so many different swap-ups. I mean, we haven't seen Low for a little while. I mean, San came in, and oh my gosh, I just don't even know what's going to happen.
And we didn't even see San Cloud, the world's bottom lane together. It was San and Zhang last week, of course. And then we saw Uzi and Cloud. So they've got plenty of options. There's a lot of flexible picks. We'll have to wait for the lineups before we can really lock down who for the first game, because, of course, plenty of potential to swap it up for the second one. I'd love to see Uzi versus Vasily. That's kind of the matchup I'm highlighting just because Vasily, he's been very polarizing. When he gets the Graves, when he can dominate lane, you feel like Vici rotate well. Dandy's been very consistent from the jungle, and they can close out games, pick up those early turrets. He was the first one to go with the Bloodthirster Graves and really rotate, pick up out of turrets, and Vici looked really great. But whenever Vasily gets behind in lane, things change.
Yeah, things can get a little bit more difficult, and especially if OMG decide to throw that curveball, bring in Sun. I mean, he's a fantastic Graves player in his own right, managed to take that series against EDG.
Yeah, I mean, Sun, so used to operating with so much less resource. Of course, we were all wondering, who's going to suffer? Is it going to be Uzi? Is it going to be Going? Is it going to be Cool trying to fit Uzi into this roster? You have to feel, as a whole team, like they've definitely struggled for identity. They definitely haven't had the singular threats. It's only when they played the Sivir, ironically, the more rotational, ult-focused utility carry in Sivir that they've looked convincing. But whenever the Vayne comes out, that's usually a bad sign, at least for Uzi. Like they still win those games quite often. Of course, OMG have won a lot of their games, but the Uzi Vayne has definitely not worked out so well for OMG.
Yeah, and Uzi looking to be the AD carry of choice for this game, but of course that doesn't mean much for this whole series, and maybe we'll have a switch up coming through in the next matchup. And there was talk about, this EDG OMG matchup, sort of them not wanting to show their cards too early, not wanting to show exactly how this matchup is going to play out as far as coming from OMG. But we'll see whether. I don't think much of that funny business is going to come out here. We're going to get unadulterated.
Yeah, we didn't see Uzi low. That's been the starting bot lane for OMG. We didn't see them against Ege, so that singular variable has been hidden. But Uzi himself, on the Corki of all champions, definitely never been an Uzi champion. He's never been a Corki player. Twitch, Ezreal, Caitlyn, so many Uzi champions, the Vayne and the hypercarriers like Tristana, of course, but not Corki. So it was a strange look for Uzi. It didn't work out. He looked unconvincing on that champion. Gonna be playing today. Looking for a return to form for Uzi against Vasily.
Yeah, and Vasily has been sort of showing form, as you mentioned, moving forward, but not so much when he's on that back foot. And we've seen Graves suffer in lanes at the moment, even at the hands of, Kalista, which is definitely an Uzi champion here as well. And let's go through the Vici lineup and just have a look at what's been going on as far as how they've been playing. And Carry in that top lane, sort of known for his Rumble, has been off that just recently, playing a lot of these Hackerums and the Nas as well.
But looking very impressive, actually, on those champions. He's really opened up. And Dandy, here's when we have to discuss. It's been Rek'Sai Nidalee all of the time until I believe both champions were taken away from him last time out. Atong in the mid lane, very meta.
Yeah, looking a little bit Barker-esque there in the mid lane as well, but you can add in a little bit more of that Cassidy and Lissandra flavor there as well. I do want to go back to Dandy here because we just saw Spirit play, and their champion pool is so similar.
So similar, but look at Vasily. Please give me the Graves, is what he says. He's taking lane dominating only the Graves, only the Corki.
Yeah, and Marta being able to pick up his Janna over and over again here as well. I mean, does look fantastic on other champions, but I mean, you give him the Queen of Disengage. He's just so strong. And I mean, that was what carried Samsung White through to the world's victory.
And even just Janna Graves, there's so much synergy between those two champions. Of course, Janna not known for her strong laning phase, but you just throw Graves in there, top him off with a shield and some flat AD. He clears waves. It's so reliable. You just pick up the Bloodthirster. So safe to take those turret shots between the two shields, the Bloodthirster shield and the Janna shield, and take down those objectives. And it's the objective play where Vici has looked the most convincing. You have to think, if Janna's up, Marta's going to snap it away.
Yeah, it's going to happen. You can see Vasily there looking very intently at his monitor, whereas Marta's just mucking around with his bottle.
Yeah, he's just looking at his drink, just thinking about it, thinking about what's to come. It's a big matchup for Vici. I believe they're at about 5th spot. They really want to start pushing their way towards the top of the standings.
Bottle zoom. Sorry, got excited about the bottle zoom.
Can we see the logo? I see Winnie.
Oh, dear. There was no product placement, Papa Smithy.
Sorry,
My goodness,
guys.
this guy. Let's go over to the OMG side, though, shall we, and have a look at what's been going on. I almost went for the horrific pun there, but I decided not to, as he is going to be the first one that we're going to highlight here for the top lane. And you mentioned just recently to me the fact that he's just started playing this Gnar, and you've seen there's a couple of them in his match history, and he's been doing massive things on that champion.
He looked great on the Gnar. That was the thing I observed, is that the Gnar it's not something he's been playing out earlier in the season, but picking it up in recent weeks and looking very, very impressive on that champion. Loveling, the Nidalee's in the match history, the Rek'Sai as well, but a lot of Jarvan.
It's the same.
But the Jarvan tilt, at least he's going for the Jarvan. Cole in the mid lane, he's been outstanding this season.
Oh, yeah.
When he's winning lane, when he's able to play the third and when he gets the Ahri, especially, I was almost going to say the cool, just because that's how much I'm synonymous with it. He looks massive on that champion. Sivir, that's what I want to see from Muzi, less of the other ones.
Yeah, although his Kalista has looked strong here as well, that Corki pick was very strange. In the last
And look
matchup.
who it is.
Oh, Cloud. Welcome back, my friend, onto the roster. We haven't seen him for a while, But he's coming back in.
It was actually Uzi Cloud. They were the ones that played against...
Oh, yes,
against
of course.
EDG.
Yes, of course. In their last matchup against
They did
EDG.
not look like they had a lot of synergy. So maybe they're just trying to test something out, give them a bit of experience together,
Yeah.
but definitely not their starting lineup from so much this season. It was always Uzi and Low, but they're mixing it up.
Yeah, they certainly are. And sweet hair zoom in. Love that one.
Yeah, Cloud, new in the lineups. That's why we're highlighting. Just considering his options. I mean, Cloud, impressive player, of course, was a big upgrade on Data 7 when we saw him at Worlds. Everyone was praising his Janna play in particular. Hey, if you like to play Janna, we've got just the hyper carry for you. It's Uzi.
Yeah, exactly. Just let him hang out. And, of course, Janna just works out so well. Oh, nice little wave for him. Cool. Thanks, man.
That was just for you, Atlas. That was to you.
Yeah, probably.
His
shouldn't
eyes
have said
caught
thing.
you.
Yeah, probably not, Papa Smithy, but a man can dream. Can he not? But yeah, no, we were talking about that bottom lane, and Uzi and Cloud, I mean, they may not have had quite so much synergy in the last matchup, but I mean, that was Uzi on Corki, which is just weird in general. We'll just see how they've been going over the last week, whether they've been, practicing together, whether this is going to be the same OMG that we saw in their last matchup, because honestly, things seemed a little bit weird.
Absolutely.
In
I
that
mean,
series.
the Hecarim top just didn't really work out for Going. He looked so much more comfortable on the Narn when he broke out the Hecarim. The late power spike especially, the game was kind of over before he finished the Trinity Force. As you mentioned, Corki coming out on Uzi is just something we don't expect, and they looked very unconvincing on that champion. And in general, OMG, I want to see the power picks come through. I want to see Going on a tank. Bring out the Maokai. I want to see the return of the Sivir from Uzi. It's 4 performances without a Sivir performance, and he looked very, very strong in that champion. OMG comped around it very well as well. And look, you got to ban away Ari for cool, that's for sure.
Yeah, and this is the 80 carry consistency graph coming through for us, ladies and gentlemen. Vasily, when he's ahead, actually managing to get that spike there on the green. And Uzi's Vayne making
I think that spike is
high.
Bloodthirster pre-10 minutes. That's when games really go quite well.
Yeah, in other words, we have no idea what that graph actually does, ladies and gentlemen. We just like to be able to talk over it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's sort of how it works. But going into this matchup, I mean, you have to think that OMG are favored. Of course, they did win their last series 2-0, of course, against Vici Gaming coming into this one. So favored, but Vici, they've been throwing curveballs left, right, and center, and everyone's been taking games off everyone here in the LPL. That's the big thing to take away. Even World Elite and Energy Pacemaker now looking like teams that are in contention for taking victories off anyone.
It was the first 2 draws of Edward Gaming's season last week, of course. They drew against OMG in the big match, but then drew against King. So everyone's losing their momentum at the same time.
Yeah.
The bottom teams are starting to force their way up in the spots. Nobody's safe, I don't think. Still a big lead for EDG at the top, and you need to start winning here if you're OMG, if you ever want to assault that top place in the standings.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, EDG really seemed to have a stranglehold on that one, and Vici...
Mid lane bans are plenty.
Yeah, I have to think that Cool needs some attention here. Of course, it's not like Barker, though, in our previous series. Take over a game.
A lot of respect shown to Dandy. We've seen him faceplant the wall jumps quite a lot, but he creates a lot of pressure on that jungle Nidalee, and Loveling likes to play it as well. They must respect. They expect the first pick jungle Nidalee coming through, so they ban it away.
Yeah, you do have to remember that Loveling likes the Jarvan a little bit more here, and there might be some focus towards that Rek'Sai at the same time. Dandy has had his best performances on the Nidalee and Rek'Sai as far as Vici are concerned, but Kalista going to be taken off the board here for Uzi. They don't want to see that one. Uzi just on a hyper carry in general, one that can play that effectively is just something they don't want to have to deal with.
And one that can really lane well. When we've seen actually, even today, Kalista's winning lane. Okay, some of those with some questionable plays coming out from well, but Kalista has more laning potential than, for example, a Vayne in a 2v2. So a safe hyper carry, that sounds like Uzi's wet dream. So just ban it away.
Yeah, get rid of it. Rek'Sai, of course, going to be considered here by Vici. They're not going to insta-lock it, but I would be very surprised if they take anything other than this champion at this stage, because...
Lissandra also available,
Well,
though.
actually, that's a very good point, and Hatong can take that one away if he wants to. Going now has an opportunity to go for that one, or Cool, if they want to place that one into the mid lane, and you have to think that if Vici let that Lissandra around for the next round of picks, then things could go very badly here for OMG. But
seems like a reactive pick coming out from Going. They're considering picking up the Lulu. You think they just don't want the Unburrow into Wild Growth combo.
Yeah.
It's a blocker pick, but they're missing out on Lissandra. I feel like Lissandra has fallen through quite a lot in terms of priority today, despite seeing no changes. Hell, it's still patch 5.2. No one's seen any changes as far as the LPL is concerned. You can see the Vega bans coming through, but Lissandra is going to make it to the 3rd round of picks.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Hatong, Lissandra's in his match history. Like, that is a champion that he could be playing right now. But we'll see whether he decides to go for it. As yeah, you're right. I mean, she's just been skipped over just a little bit.
So Graves, I think, will be a consideration at this point. Also the Lissandra. Of course, we can still say that very, very powerful is the Azir, so I can understand the Azir. It's a very safe blind pick. They're going to blind pick their mid quite early at this point, so the counter pick, last pick, might be a top lane pick, just because, again, we've already seen the mid come through. The Graves pick, no surprise whatsoever. Vasili's been picking at every opportunity.
Yeah, it's true, and cool looking, very calm and collected here as he makes his decisions. And Loveling, no surprises going for the Jarvan, and we'll see where this Lulu's going.
They need
Can, of
damage,
course, be
Atlas.
mid or top, and you're exactly right. I mean, what is Uzi going to bring here? Is it going to be the Juggernaut? And it is. Yet again, this is going to be a repeat performance of what we saw Snake doing in the last match.
It'll be interesting to see if they go full Juggernaut, if we even see a Morgana last pick and leave it all for
goodness
Uzi.
me.
Maybe that's too much, maybe that's too far. That's literally get Uzi early and finish the game out before he gets big, but so far, that is a Juggernaut comp if I ever saw one.
Yeah, although Hetong now on this Azir here as well was banned out the last Juggernaut game that we saw. And he has a lot of carry potential himself, like has a lot of consistent damage with those Sand Soldiers auto-attacking everyone. And Carry looking to pick up his Rumble, and I love this. A little bit more early game focus, and we'll see whether Vici can actually close this one out, because that's what WE failed to do. They failed to capitalize on their early advantages, an 11-1-6 Ezreal mid, and couldn't finish the game before this Juggernaut just got out of
I
control.
think there was a lot of problems in that game, particularly. I mean,
That's a good point.
You have to mention that it was also double AD against Amunda. Like, that's also a ticking time bomb. So it was Kog'Maw was going to get really big, and Dr. Moon was going to laugh at physical damage. It was kind of a double whammy. So they either were going to finish it at 30 minutes or lose. So the loss came through.
Yep.
But there's mixed damage coming through from Vici. There's a very strong early game tilt, I agree. In the late game, so strong as this comp. But this is looking like a 1 damage comp if there ever was one.
Yeah, the Maokai is the consideration here, and I mean, we saw Flandre on that Maokai. Switch over to Zed, just one down.
But that's a significant change at the last second, going from picking for top lane to picking for mid. So they're going to end up with going in the top lane as Lulu, wave clearing away against Rumble. And you're right, they add an assassin flavor to this comp. So they've got an assassin in the mid lane. Zed has a good laning matchup against the Tongue, forces out the exhaust. But that's a significant shift in strategy right at the last second.
Yeah, it means they don't have sort of an ignite here to stop that wild growth from being as effective. I'm not entirely sure whether that works out if Grievous Wounds is on the target, whether it works a little bit like, you know, the Zillion respawn, that sort of thing. But I don't think it actually does. I think
So let's
that's a
just
little
look
bit
at the
silly.
lane matchup. It's going to be a lot of wave clear coming from Lulu, trying to harass around Rumble early. And this is the jungle matchup we expected the moment Nidalee was banned.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Of course, both of these junglers favoring the Rek'Sai or the Jarvan 4, but Cool versus Hetong here in the mid lane, Zed versus Azir, and I don't really know how that one's going to work out, and we know exactly how this Graves Kog'Maw matchup works early, and we know exactly how it works out late.
And from our previous experience, we're going to expect the lane swap coming through from the Kog'Maw. Of course, Kog'Maw, once he gets a few levels in Biocane Barrage, can do very nice trades against the Graves, but in the very early levels especially, 5-10 range and then situation only adding a little bit of range.
Yeah.
Level 1, level 2 Biocane Barrage, a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, it can get a little bit difficult here, but we'll see exactly what happens because, I mean, Uzi this time, he's got the Eye of the Storm here as well, which is going to help him out with that early trading. I mean, lots of range plus lots of damage. That seems like a pretty good combo, but let's get on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, and see exactly what happens. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Vici taking on OMG. Our first matchup, Vici are going to be on our blue side, OMG on the red, and we'll see whether they're going to get these deep wards down to see exactly where this bottom lane is going to end up. And the thing that I'm interested in seeing is whether Uzi just says, I don't even care, I'm just happy to go into the 2v2.
Well, I mean, the one thing about Uzi is he has to be happy because this is the most Uzi-centric comp we've seen out of OMG all season. We got loads of supports. Okay, they threw in kind of a curveball with the last pick, Assassin and Zed. But I like the Zed pick because it has a good laning matchup against the Tongue. It's forced him to pick up Exhaust, so he's had to go for the defensive summoner. Now he kind of has to itemize towards a Zhonya much earlier than he'd want to. He might even be forced to go first item, so not to have the CDR for as much flexible wave clear of getting the Sand Soldiers down, proccing the early 30%, 40% cooldown reduction with the Stinger. And just as a further point, there's not really a clear split push person to deal with this Zed split push in the mid game. Rumble, he's going to itemize towards the Zonias eventually, but not going to rush it. And again, maybe Dandy with globals if he can get a good enough neural network going in terms of tunnels, but there's not a big tank like, for example, a Scion to deal with the Zed split push.
Yeah, and they had the opportunity to pick a Scion, actually. That has sort of skipped the ban phase here as well. I mean,
Not a big priority pick in the LPL.
not quite so much.
I mean, only really Aluka's been bringing out that champion. The Rumble's much more popular, so understandably locked away. There's some great team fights coming through from Vici, burst team fights even, but they rely a lot on Marta getting an excellent box to combo the Rumble with. It's definitely not the Rumble Jarvan combo.
No, I mean, you've got sort of a soft Cataclysm in the box, don't you, a little bit? Sort of a
I mean, 99% slow is not that soft. It's
Yeah,
actually pretty crippling.
It's
but
almost like running into a wall.
But it's a very squishy person trying to set it up, so could die instantly trying to get the perfect box.
Yeah, that being said, I mean, padding out Uzi's ability to carry starts very early here for OMG as he gets the very early level 2 here from the Grump, even makes it to lane in order to pick up these first few creeps here as well. The lane swap to come through from Vici, actually. That's interesting.
They're opting into the lane swap. Very, very interesting to see.
And is that just Vasily maybe feeling the pressure here, or?
I think it's more the Lulu versus Rumble matchup. I think it's just respecting that Lulu has a very advantageous matchup early against Rumble, but as with most Rumble matchups, give him 4, 5 levels, that matchup changes and becomes so much more difficult for the Lulu.
Yeah, that's a good point. Going, trying to hang around and pick up some of this farm. The fast push actually happening, going to mean that Carry's going to teleport here to the bottom side, try and pick up mostly the experience here, as of course farming under tower, not exactly Rumble's favorite thing to do in the world.
Absolutely not without a few levels. And again, draws out the flash, so very aggressive pushing, does get the reaction. I thought Loveling might try and path bottom to look for a very early turret dive, but low in the jungle, of course, we have to remember, on these patch 5 jungles, just that much more difficult to have the healthy ganking times.
Yeah, thankfully this isn't the Jarvan that's lost the armor on his standard here as well, as Carry going to be able to defend this turret out. Cool taking a lot of harassment here early, as you would expect. These Sand Soldiers just able to completely outrange Cool.
But he's actually used all 3 potions 3 minutes into the laning phase. There's a lot of harass, and there's literally, what, 450 health worth of potions being popped 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, just terrifying here for Cool. And I mean, we haven't necessarily seen very much of this Zed-Azir matchup, but so far looking pretty in favor of Azir.
Yeah, I mean, the early levels for Zed are always just kind of a navigation for him. He just wants to get through them. There's no real pressure he can exert. He's managed to get a bit of counter push happening, but that's opened up Dandy for the gank.
Yeah, the Unburrow comes through, not able to follow up on this one. Of course, the exhaust was what Hatong took to this mid lane, so not the ignite kill pressure to come through.
Speaking of kill pressure, they're looking very aggressive.
Yeah, Going might be in a lot of trouble here as Marta and Vasily wandering around the turret, stalking their prey just a little bit. Vasily happy to tank up this turret as well. That True Grit passive actually meaning that turret doesn't hurt too much.
I believe Dandy actually spotted out Loveling and realized the potential of the counter gank, the 2v2 coming through. So they backed away. Probably smart, but Lulu stays around the turret and gets a few CS.
And Dandy actually leaving a little popcorn chicken there as well, so that Loveling will have to clear that one out at his Raptor camp. Going actually heading forward a little bit to pick up some farm. Nice little shield. It's going to help him out there as well. As Death Sentence does land the flay there as well here from Marta. Pops the little passive of the flay there as well with an auto attack for some more damage. 350 health now for Going in the top side. He has to be very careful.
Didn't have Buckshot available because quite a long cooldown at early levels, so wasn't able to get the second burst trade through with Vasily. So no kill pressure just yet. And down bottom, the one thing you can say about Carry, not a lot of CS, but getting plenty of experience.
Yeah, he's able to just hang out in this lane. You can see that scrap shield actually working out for him really well here as well. As Marta coming, the flash to try and get the flay, but a little bit too late as Going to teleport back to lane. He's picked up another Doran's ring. Bit more health here in the top side, and he definitely has a lot more health. It's going to be great.
Yeah, the 2014 World Champion MVP gets nothing out of the flash. Actually opens up a potential gank target for Loveling in the top, but in the mid lane, Cool's taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's been exhausted here as well. The Sand Soldier's doing some work. The flash over the wall as Dandy's looking to try and come in, and Hetong doesn't need him, just the solo kill for the Vici mid laner against Cool, who we've been giving so much credit.
Yeah, the solo kill first, but it's a massive victory. It's the early pots, though, Atlas. He had no sustain coming through with just the longsword, just harassed out of lane. Now, in a pretty bad spot, you have to admit. Exhaust not available potentially for the level 6 hit on Cool, but I don't think he has quite the damage to be able to take down Hetong.
Yeah, it's just really, really scary. Of course, Hetong had been back to base and picked up that Fiendish Codex as that engage happened. Now has the extra item just going towards that Morellonomicon. Going to have that cooldown reduction at 20% very early on. And this is getting scary here for the OMG mid laner, which is not something that we're normally used to talking about. As Dandy actually hanging around here looking to give Loveling a little bit of trouble, just comes in and smites away the Grump, and Loveling looks very confused.
He did look confused. He looked like he's like, what? Someone stole his lunch. That's how he felt, Atlas.
Yeah. Really sad stuff. Just leave him alone, Dandy.
That's probably the last time Loveland will ever be unhappy about being invaded. It's usually he's the one in the enemy jungler's face, but for once, just playing on the back foot.
Yeah, a bit of his own medicine coming through there is cool. Faking out towards this top side of the map. Wants to get some vision down for himself. You see, find some tunnels here from Dandy, of course. Doesn't want to hang around there too long. Wants to make sure he's here for the experience. Deathmark's here, and does that change this lane at all? Because, of course, Emperor's Divide also available, which could be fantastic if he wants to get a Z off his face.
Of course, once he starts moving towards big pickups, but we see Dandy's in position.
Yeah, there's the aggressive Emperor's Divide comes through. The Unburrow comes there as well, and look at the Deathmark. Doesn't really do too much as it pops. Ignite ticks, but it's not enough, and Dandy got the Rek'Sai, and it's really doing some work, but Hetong on this Azir? Goodness me.
I just love the pathing from Dandy, understanding that the flash was down. Cool didn't have any tools to be able to escape. And I was about to say, just before that happened, unfortunately at that point, it was more likely to bait himself with the Deathmark than be able to pick up a kill. Didn't have the items behind it to do enough damage as the Equalizer used defensively to try and clear some minions.
Yep, still 5 left over there, so is he going to be able to get some more damage down on this bottom outer turret? But speaking of outer turrets, the mid lane outer for OMG is going down so low. There's an Arise and perfect amount of minions. Sets up his Sun turret, and Cool says, hang on, I'm not supposed to walk to this one. That's not mine.
And how early is that turret taken in mid? Zed not having a turret to retreat to is massive. Now more potential gank paths opening for Dandy. Maybe he can start moving his tunnel network even more aggressively to try and keep Cool down. But at least at this point, Morellonomicon is the very early purchase. He actually went back, bought the parts of it, now went back and finished it. So you can see his confidence. Now that Dandy's been so aggressive, holding down mid, we see the second turret coming down in top lane. The big thing here, doesn't even feel pressured to build anywhere towards Azonia. Is happy to go for the far more aggressive choice and disregard Cool.
Yeah, Cool actually picking up this blue buff here as well, and it's probably almost more for the experience at this stage. Dandy not going to find the Prey Seeker onto Going, but of course with that Tremor Sense going to know that he's hanging around. We focus here towards the top side, and Loveling wanting to come down and start off this dragon.
If we compare turret damage also, of course, we just noted that Vasily took down top turret. In the bottom lane, that actually Rumble's turret is very healthy. The ability to use the Equalizer to clear waves was a big boon in keeping up the health, although this probably means not going to be able to compete for this first dragon.
Yep, not going to be able to, of course. Hetong and Dandy were coming down, but a little bit too late.
And Rumble needs to run.
Yeah, Rumble needs to run, but he does have support coming. There's the Equalizer coming through, and OMG having to use all of their escapes in order to get out. Loveling now getting exhausted, forced to use that flash, and look at the Sand Soldiers starting to do some work, but not going to quite be able to follow that flag and dragon. Loveling's going to be okay. So OMG get away with getting that dragon, but losing outer turrets across the map here.
And Vici Gaming, this is back to their plan A. This is back to Vasily pushing aggressively on Graves, dominating his lane. Okay, it was a 2v1, but they got the turret super, super early. Mid and top turret down before about 9 minutes in the game. This is going to be a third outer turret. This is such aggressive rotations coming through from Vici. And of all teams to have no answer, it's OMG who just look completely flummoxed.
Yeah, flummoxed is a beautiful word and so aptly used in this game.
Marta actually thinking about the hook, just goes wide on Cloud. Cloud on his Janna, we have to mention. We said already, we praise his hyper carry support play. He's very good on those Janna supports, but Uzi, he's kind of in no man's land.
Yeah, gets caught there a little bit, but Dark Passage going to help Vasily get back into position. Marta now playing further forward as the living artillery is now available at level 6 for Uzi. Going to really help him out as far as that poke's concerned.
You might wonder, why did Vasily back away with all his summoners and collateral damage available? Actually, they spotted Loveland coming into the lane through a ward, so smart to back away and just keep farming down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, just consolidate this lead even more. Of course, that's every outer turret dead for Vici Gaming, and now looking to keep up this map pressure. And you have to think that OMG picking up that first dragon, that's probably going to be the only one that they're going to have access to for the next little while if things keep going the same way, as Vici are really starting to look great in this game. And does this mean that early grouping is going to have to happen for OMG in order to start this Juggernaut comp off early, or is it just not sort of not going to happen here at this stage without Uzi having a couple of items?
I mean, Uzi definitely needs some items. Of course, if you're the MVP of a comp, as Kog'Maw is in the Juggernaut comp, you need the items to justify all the peel coming onto you. Otherwise, again, you need at least the Trinity Force for a bit of burst damage and a bit of flexibility and kiting in a fight. And to be honest, everyone needs some items. You need CDR coming down and AP coming down on the Lulu as well. They're not item tuned for any sort of fighting. There's no turret to retreat to. We might see teleports coming in.
Yeah, the teleport coming down. Uzi just gives up and walks the opposite direction. Collateral damage. There's the ignite. Dandy picks up the kill somehow, actually. Loveling gonna fall down as well, as Hatong is a monster on this Azir. And teleport came in from carry, but didn't even really need to do much.
Loveling just dies in rotation to Hatong. As you mentioned, Hatong a complete beast at this point with the Morellonomicon sitting on about 1,800 gold as well. To be honest, you might wonder, okay, why is OMG so flummoxed? Well, I'm using that word again. I'm going to keep overusing it. The flummoxing comes from the fact that Cool was expected to win this lane matchup. Remember, they picked Zed last pick. That was their crown jewel, the 5th pick coming through, the last pick of the draft. And he's got completely dominated, even dumpstered by Hatong so far in this early laning phase. The exhaust was important in the early trade. It looked like they were going to miss out on a kill, but with the Dandy coming through, that kind of changed the path of the mid lane. And now Cool just can really do nothing.
Yeah, and I mean, a Zed that's been kept down this well is, like you mentioned, just not really able to make very much of an impact at all. OMG sort of forced to be dictated to, and we've seen OMGs when they look good are the ones controlling the map. They're the ones controlling the flow of the game. This game has looked very much the opposite of that.
Absolutely. The problem with the Juggernaut, again, you need so many variables before you're ready to group, and it's going to take so long to do that. And you can see with the aggressive wards that have already come through that they're going to have to fight for their own red and blue buffs, let alone any turrets on the map. The 2 turrets, it's very misleading. They're both Sun turrets, so no massive objectives coming through for OMG yet. And they're just forced to early grouping because, you know, just left to their devices with no turrets to retreat to. There's so few safe places to farm. As Cool's caught again.
Yeah, he's caught in the mid lane. There's the Emperor's Divide to come through. He's not been ignited. Of course, no opportunity for that one. Deathmark dodges out a little bit, but it's a matter of time before Hatong gets the kill.
Yeah, the 4-man, 3-man group in top. Gonna do some aggressive pushing. You might even see the Equalizer come through to clear the wave. It will. And the counter push is on, and Loveling's in trouble.
Death Sentence doesn't land, but neither does the Flag and Drag as Loveling tries to create some distance using that Chilling Smite. There's the play as Loveling actually cataclysms just for fun. Didn't have Flash, didn't have Flag and Drag.
Look, to be honest, though, Loveling dying is much better than, say, an inner turret going down. They're finally getting towards the inner turret. They're not 4-man group. Vasily, importantly, is not there, and he has a lot of flat AD, but they're going to do a lot of damage to this turret. OMG's slow to react. It's going to go down. 4 turrets to 1 now, the turret score.
Yeah, but look at the wave that Vasily's prepared earlier here as well, crashing into that inner turret in the bottom lane, and that just opens up the rest of the jungle of OMG. This blue buff definitely going to go down here for Vici.
Yeah, Carry doesn't have teleport or equalizer, really wants to ping level 11 before he starts grouping, but the blue buff, as you mentioned, going to be stolen. Unfortunately, the big minion wave, not enough to prompt another inner turret, but it feels like Vici just piling on advantages. And look, we learned from the last game, this game goes very long, 40 minutes. Absolutely, Juggernaut is going to look wonderful, but it's going to be a lot closer to 30, 35 minutes than 25 minutes at this one. And Cool, he's caught again.
Yeah, Cool, again doing a little bit of what Uzi was all about, and heading towards the enemy turret. Living Shadow going to be used here. Gets a little bit of damage with those shurikens there as well. Just trying to waste the time of Vici here at the same time. Cool, though, as he walks through more of these turrets, he's just going to die.
was almost a shooting range coming through as Dandy readied himself for the Prey Seeker. Okay, it buys some time for Uzi to farm, but you mentioned the Dragons. I mean, the Dragon's up at this point. I don't see how OMG are ever going to get in a position, at least in the next 20 minutes, to take a Dragon.
Yeah, it's not happening. 7-0 is the kill score. 6,000 gold at 15 minutes into the game. Vici just looking brilliant against OMG at this stage. And might it be just OMG not quite picking to their strengths here? And I mean, I personally haven't seen Cool Z for quite some time, and I'm just not entirely sure it's working.
I mean, kind of what I would say is that OMG, they're about carry solo laners. You know, we remember the rises of back at Worlds. We remember, of course, Cool's Ari. I mean, he's on a carry champion. He's on the Z, so that was the last pick that kind of threw a wrench in this team competence. Is costing them at the moment 0-4 and 0. But I mean, just saying the words OMG running the Juggernaut is a surprise. That's not the team they're used to. That's kind of what throwing Uzi into the works does for them, because we'd never expect the Juggernaut if San was in the lineup, but it makes a bit more sense. If Starhorn Royal Club still had Uzi and running the Juggernaut, you'd be like, of course that's the strategy they take away from the GE Tigers. It doesn't seem to fit OMG, and they're just kind of at odds trying to work out what to do this game, but 6,000 gold, almost 7,000 gold behind. Their options are kind of minimal unless they can really extend this game. If Vici go for kills and go on a merry dance against a 0-4 Cool, maybe they'll be all right. But if they just start pushing turrets, there's no answer from OMG.
Yeah, Void Rush here onto the bottom side. Prey Seeker finds Cool. There's the Emperor's Divide onto Loveling here, and Cool might just incidentally die. There's the death mark, but it does just seem to give Dandy an ability to maneuver Cool into his team.
I mean, Hatong, this is the first assassin Azir I've seen so far. He's the true assassin in this mid lane, deleting either Loveland or Cool or whoever he finds as he rotates through the jungle. And there's nowhere safe on the map. To be honest, Vici are absolutely doing the OMG stranglehold and taking everything away from an enemy team that OMG were known for in 2013 and beyond.
Yeah, and look at Carry's damage here with that Equalizer. Cloud actually taking half of his health, and Uzi not doing too much better, and that wasn't exactly perfectly placed there as well. I mean, only a couple of seconds sitting on that, and that ultimate's really starting to do work, especially now that Carry's hit that level 11 mark like you mentioned.
And the items have come through the double magic penetration, so as you mentioned, the Equalizer doing a lot of damage, but the items have also come through for Going. Close to 40% CDR. He's ready to start grouping. He's got enough mana regen and cooldown reduction to be very useful for this Kog'Maw. Uzi's got his first big item. Maybe the Berserker's Greaves would be nice, but sitting on the Trinity Force, it's only really Cool that's completely struggling for items. OMG will get stronger. Again, Vici need to take every advantage they can get. The most important factor for them is they need to break the base.
Yeah, they very much do. And I mean, I guess Cool able to relegate himself to split pushing here at the same time. Doesn't really matter that he's so far behind. 0-5-0 at this stage. I mean, he's going to be worth less and less gold, and that could be important, but he can also easily clear out a wave, and you can just as easily split push and be a minute.
At this point, you know, split pushing, almost target dummy, almost zombie pushing is probably fine because it buys time. If the enemy wastes time killing Cool, they're not finishing the game. They're not necessarily taking turrets. They need to rotate from these kills, from this now 0-6-0, effectively a caster minion Z, and need to push down these turrets. That's the big point.
But does Sunturret going to fall down there in the mid lane? And exactly like you mentioned, Vasily able to take down this inner turret in the bottom lane. The last inner still standing is in that top side. 8,000 gold now, the lead at 19 minutes into the game. You have to think it's starting to look like a ridiculous level stomp here from Vici Gaming of all teams against OMG, who I admit sort of I thought that OMG were playing a little bit interestingly last week with their matchup against EDG, but it seems to have carried through.
I mean, look, Cool on TF, the comp they ran in Game 1 was intelligent and they outplayed EDG, but we're talking about Uzi back in the lineup. The Juggernaut doesn't seem to suit OMG. They fell so far behind in the mid lane that the comp is kind of irrelevant, even though it's a good laning matchup for Zed against Azir. When you're 2-0 down, 4 minutes into the game, all kind of matchups kind of fall out the window. And Vici have just rotated so well. The key factor, though, is they haven't broken any turrets recently. They haven't been able to get a lot more of an advantage. The Baron maybe is even a realistic consideration despite the fact that it just spawned. Because, again, this game is not necessarily on a timer given how far ahead they are and how weak and trivial Cool is at the moment.
Yeah.
But eventually the Juggernaut is going to come into full swing, and it's going to be difficult if they haven't broke the base to ever push down and take down an inhibitor without a strong pick.
Yeah, Uzi now almost has his Phantom Dancer completed. We're starting to do some work here on this Kog'Maw, and you have to think when it gets to super late game, items don't make a difference. It will probably be the Kog'Maw comp that does come out ahead, especially in the hands of Uzi here, who has been relied on to solo carry games in the past.
And that's why Cool just walking down the lane, pushing as much as he can, wasting time if he's ever caught out is fine because he's causing pressure. Oh, look, at minimum, he's causing a distraction.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Vici Gaming now looking up here. They were trying to go for Vasily. There's the death mark onto Hatong, but immediately Zhonya's the Emperor's Divide to stop any member of OMG coming in. There's the equalizer just zoning everyone away. Going's not on the tank that he's used to. The wild growth onto Loveling there. Vasily actually going to fall down here as Uzi's now in the mix, completely out of mana, but very healthy at this stage. So far a 2 for 2, now 2 for 3. As Loveling falls down. Mata taking a lot of damage from the turret, and Uzi, of course, who does a little bit more damage than that. He gets knocked up by the Umbara here, though. May have overextended. A Cathian surprise to come through, and Vici made that look like they weren't quite as ahead as they otherwise were.
But remember, that was Vici face-checking and still going even in the trade.
That's
Actually,
a good point.
When it going 1 kill up, the crucial factor that Uzi got greedy for the last auto attack, it would have killed Mata, but it seized his own... It cemented his own demise. And Vici, again, they're not picking up the structures. That's the one thing you can say. The Dragon's going to respawn soon. But OMG, with enough time, you can see that their team comp is still going to be very effective.
Yeah, cool. Able to slow down Dandy just a little bit as he tunnels through to try and pick him up, but not going to find it. Going's hanging around here as well as Cool, just going to back away. Loveling going to find Dandy. Gets slowed down a little bit by Cloud here as well, and he's just more than happy to chill out and try and contest for this wolf throughout a Prey Seeker or two and let Mata turn up. And look at this Rek'Sai. He's just so tanky at this stage. Has the Randuin's, actually has a pickaxe in his back pocket as well. Wanted to build some damage.
I didn't even appreciate that he was the one that's benefited the most from all these rotations. Probably a lot of Cool's death has actually come out to Rek'Sai. 5-0 and 3, a snowball Randuin's warrior. And as you mentioned, just getting a bit more damage as Uzi is going to get assassinated by Hatong if he sticks around.
Oh, could be in a lot of trouble. Actually does manage to escape. Deathmark to come through yet again. Hatong going to dodge that damage. Oh, flashes after the Emperor's Divide and then uses the very cute WEQ combo.
He deserves to live, Atlas, but he's not going to.
Yeah, not this time. But he does waste a fair bit more time than he otherwise would have. And Vasily and Dandy going to get some free time with this inhibitor turret.
Let's see how much damage they're able to do. Breaking the base is the important factor. 2 people back blue pilling. Zed stays in the top and he now backs, and they're going to break the base.
Yep, they do manage to get that first inhibitor turret. You were talking about how important that is. Vici Gaming, they have to sacrifice their hero Azir in the top side, but he wasted a lot of time. There's the flash on Burrow here. No, Cloud's dead. Yep, I don't know why I got so excited about that one, because this Janna, not exactly that strong or overtuned, as you would say.
Overtuned, huh?
In this one. And the inhibitor now going to be the focus from Vici Gaming. Down at half health, and Vasily just able to auto-attack from the backline really easily.
It's greedy to finish this off as Cool has group. They're going to do just enough damage. Dandy actually goes aggressive. They need to be careful.
They do need to be careful. Uzi actually in the front line going very aggressive. There's the wild growth, but that equalizer does so much work onto the Kog'Maw, even after he just managed to get a double kill. OMG managed to clean up beautifully, as I believe that was a triple kill coming through for Uzi.
Triple kill with the passive, but such greedy play from Vici Gaming. You saw the back purple. They were like, no, mate, we can finish this off. We can get the inhibitor. They paid for it massively. And the amount of gold and specifically experience, think about how over-leveled these Vici Gaming members were coming through onto OMG. This is still Juggernaut. There still is a pseudo timer on this game, and Uzi's going to skip a few steps, find suddenly 1,600 gold in his pocket out of nowhere, and get much, much closer to a Kog'Maw that will be the prized jewel of the OMG lineup.
And I like this as well. He had the money to pick up that BF sword. He's grabbed it, put off that static shiv for just a little while, but that means that Avarice Blade can continue to do work, get him towards his items a little bit faster. Dandy, no fear at all of anyone on this map whatsoever. Has actually picked himself up another Giant's Belt and a Chain Vest here at the same time. Actually threading the needle onto Uzi somehow, Mata. How did you do that? As he might actually pay for it. Uzi does fall down though. And Cloud now looking to do some work. Oh, Hatong takes a lot of damage from that Acathian surprise, but of course he's still got his Zhonyas, and that pick was unbelievable.
I mean, to be honest, Uzi was unlucky that the person in front of him sidestepped, but you're right, the crown jewel was locked down, died. Didn't have the safe shift for a bit more moves. We might not have made the difference. Vici going to break the last outer turret for OMG. Already have an inhibitor, as we know. and just try and cement their early momentum and break the second base turret.
Yeah, they do have that first inhibitor down, as we mentioned earlier on, and Vici, they're going to lose all of their minions, but look at this inhibitor turret just get destroyed. Loveling cataclysms his way in. There's the equalizer, just using that combo like it was their own Jarvan. Really beautiful play from Vici, and Loveling just going to fall down for free. The flash hook doesn't find anyone here as the...
Jesus.
Oh my god, these auto attacks from Hatong are destroying. Cool now goes to 7 deaths, and Vici might just turn around and pick up the game.
Yeah, they find them super minions pushing into mid. They have a realistic shot at finishing it, beating OMG. They're still second spot, but it looks like it's going to be a very early finish.
12,000 gold lead, 26 minutes into this game. Vasily just auto-attacking onto these Nexus turrets. The Nexus gonna fall down, and this has to be one of the bigger upsets that we've seen, although there were a lot of them last week. The Nexus gonna eventually fall down after all this funny business, and Vici Gaming take the first game in our final series against OMG.
Vici Gaming did exactly what World Elite couldn't. They finished out a game before the Juggernaut became relevant. That's the big thing there. They managed to finish the game. Very impressive performance, specifically from Hatong. The 3-3-6 score doesn't necessarily reflect it, but the 5-2-8 on the Rex side was facilitated just by amazing play coming through in the rotations from Hatong. How many times did he delete either Cool or Loveling in transition between those fights?
Yeah, it was just beautiful to see, and their ability to take down structures as well. They saw exactly what OMG wanted to do ahead of time, capitalized beautifully, broke through the base, as you mentioned, managed to get the inhibitor turrets when they needed to. It was just beautiful play coming through from Vici Gaming, and unfortunately just not the performance that OMG wanted in this series.
Yeah, the real story here is can OMG's lineup troubles. The Uzi Cloud bottom lane just isn't working out for them.
No.
Juggernaut is just not a champion select that we expect coming out from OMG, and it kind of shows you why. The team just looked a bit aimless. Once the early deaths came down to Cool, they just had no idea of how to get back into the game. They rolled over and died in 26 minutes to Vici.
Yeah, so very quick victory coming through from Vici Gaming. We'll see whether they can keep this form up or whether OMG are going to try and mix things up themselves and come back with a victory, but we'll see after this break very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, and this is Papa Smithy, and Vici just decimated OMG. We're going to go straight into Champion Select for Game 2, but man, OMG need to seriously bounce back now.
Decimation is the only word to summarize what was a very one-sided game. And remember, this is Vici against OMG. The last place we expected a one-sided game was Vici taking the first game of the series, but OMG now on blue side really need to reevaluate the strategy. It did not feel like Juggermore fit this team at all.
Oh no, and they have changed it up quite a lot, banning Azir and Rek'Sai away from Vici Gaming. Dandy and Hatong, a fantastic duo, especially in that mid lane. And Cool, he couldn't do anything for the first half of that game.
I mean, Cool's Zed left a lot to be desired at minimum. It was just a very weak peak in the end. I like it against the Azir in lane, but with all these bans that come through, they had to ban away the Arya and Veigar. Last ban is the respect ban towards Uzi. Kassadin makes it through bans and picks.
Yeah, Kassadin going into the hands of either Cool or Going here. Dandy looking at a Mordekaiser, taunting me a little bit. My all-time favorite champion. Probably not going to
Do some power farming in the jungle, you know?
Oh, that'd be so good. His shield isn't that bad. Let's not talk about it. Let's just not talk about it. I do love me some Mordekaiser, though. The Thresh would not surprise me at all, as Marta was fantastic on that champion. Dandy looking at the horse here for potentially a pickup for carry, but could actually be going into his hands as well. OMG now with a lot more opportunities here as well. The likes of Rumble are still available for Going. Lots of things there still left up. Jarvan also there for Loveling if he wants to pick that one up again. He's going to hover it. Of course, didn't have a fantastic experience in the last game, but see what he does decide to go with.
Some fun hovers coming through. The Hecarim, a flex pick, you know, top or jungle. We've seen success in the jungle for both Clear Love and Insect, and in the top lane for a load of people. And the Graves is locked in for Uzi.
Yeah, but Lissandra now going to get a look at.
And this is the Lissandra
Gaming grabbing it.
And it fell through the picks and bans last time. We actually haven't seen a Lissandra all night. She's been falling through the priority, but at least it might be the mid or top lane pickup coming through for Vici.
Yeah, and Vasily. That's interesting, but they're trolling us a little bit with the hovers here, I'm not going to lie to you, but 10 seconds to go, and these look to be what Vici Gaming have decided upon. It's going to be the lock-in of the Lissandra. No surprises there, as Hatong has had some fantastic performances on that champion. Cloud now going to yet again lock away the Janna. And Uzi, he already has his Graves, but where is that Kassadin going? Is it going to be for Cool? Or is it going to be Going there in the top lane?
And the lane matchup against Lissandra is fine. Of course, they don't know where the Lissandra's going, so they're going to have to make an educated guess. And look what we end up with. It's Cool on LeBlanc. It's not the Ahri, but the LeBlanc, another one of Cool's strong assassin champions.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Hatong has his finger on the... twitching his finger there on the Ring of Frost to try and lock down that distorting LeBlanc coming in. But not sure whether that's even going to be the matchup, as Carry can pick that one up in the top lane if he wants to.
It could be a top, a mid, even a jungle locked in at last pick. They have so much flexibility in their comp with what they want to go for.
We'll see. Marta actually taking a while. Not going to be picking up any interesting hovers, although Ribbon may not be exactly what gets locked in.
Won't it?
Oh, what? Okay. Okay. Spirit, is that you?
I don't think it's going to be the jungle Riven coming through. There's the potential, but with the teleport smite, that probably suggests to us going to be an insect impression from Dandy. And what do you have to say about Riven top against Kassadin?
Look, that's why I'm not an analyst, because I have nothing to say about this match. Both of them get shields, but Kassadin's doesn't work.
Well, I mean, it doesn't work so well against the magic damage of Riven, which is nothing.
That's what I meant, yeah.
So it's not the Ignite Riven, so he hasn't gone all in on trying to control the top lane, but you have to think, pre-6, this Kassadin can't walk anywhere near the minion wave whatsoever. Going to struggle in lane. This is definitely going for lane supremacy completely. This is a carry top lane, it's aptly named, but it's risky, because of course Riven in late game teamfights does struggle unless she gets significant snowball in lane.
Yeah, and significant snowball might be the aim of the game here, as we might have the horse visiting that top lane quite often here to take advantage, especially early on, of Going's lack of mobility in that lane. Sort of he's just a slow Kassadin. Can't be rift walking in and out of anything early on in this game, but quite scary. Cloud and Marta just back on the same champions. Marta looked fantastic on that Thresh. I still just don't understand that pick off onto Uzi there with his death sentence in the jungle. It was beautiful in the last game. We'll see whether he has a repeat performance here. But now Uzi has all of that early game pressure on this Graves. Has been answered by Vasili's very comfortable Corki. Of course, loves that champion. But let's hop onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, and see whether OMG can actually fight back against Vici Gaming. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Vici Gaming taking on OMG for our last game of the night. Vici coming out super strong in the first match. And OMG now trying to answer back. They have some power picks. Cool, definitely on a comfort champion here in the mid lane. We'll see whether that last game sort of got under the skin of OMG here, of course. A veteran team, but man, that last game was brutal.
So let's dissect how Vici Gaming liked to play. It was on full display in the last series. What we saw was aggressive rotations. That game with the Graves, trying to take the outer ring of turrets. I believe they had it down around 10 minutes into the game. It was a very early outer ring of turrets, and that rotational play into early aggression is what we've seen consistently from Vici. That's why we see the Riven. It's a fantastic laning matchup against the Cassin. So they're going to want to try and recreate that. Get as many turrets early as possible, but they have a farming jungle this time. The jungle pressure coming out of a Hecarim, specifically a Hecarim with teleport, is low. Just because, again, you go for a risky engage, the counter gank comes through from leveling on the skirmish-focused Jarvan. You only have teleport to escape. You don't have as many defensive options, so it's risky to visit lanes. So I'm surprised to see a passive jungler with perhaps the most aggressive top laner you could choose in Riven. I mean, Riven versus Cassin, very strong, but Riven in a lane swap struggles. And in the 1v1 against Cassin, can expect a lot of help from Loveling in that lane going. The jungle follows on. They're going to try and get the lanes up, but no, it's been answered. Smart answer from Vici. The duos meet in the top.
Yeah, beautiful work here. Of course, both of these teams scoping each other out. We'll see. I'm not actually entirely sure who went for this lane. Oh, there's the play onto Uzi, though. Buckshot comes through, but Vasili getting a lot of damage back with that phosphorus bomb. Both AD carries taking a lot of damage here, forced to use those potions very early on.
Look, if you have a Riven, you're looking for the 1v1. And you have to say, and if you're swapping on blue side especially, you're the one initiating the lane swap, you'd have to think. It's a great answer from Vici, and they get the lane matchup they're looking for, but you know that Loveling's portrait is going to be hovering down bottom lane this whole game.
Yeah, well, that's right, and you can see it started up already. The level 2 gank potentially on here in the bottom side as Carry. Can he use that Broken Wings in order to get himself to safety? And Loveling not able to find the first gank attempt, and he is going to give up on this attempt just for now. As Cool going to dodge out of the way of that Q very nicely.
Actually, a very smart ward. I believe it was a 3-minute ward placed at the Dragon. That did spot out Jarvan. So they're expecting already Vici. It's a nice metagame thought to expect the camp coming down bottom. They enter lane again, but these are the trades that going. This is not much he can do.
Yeah, that's true, and I love this Doran shield pickup here as well from Carry. It nullifies a lot of that Null Sphere damage as well, just because it does take off 8 damage of the single target spells at the same time. Really, really nice pickup from Carry. As going sort of relegated to farming with that Q.
I mean, basically the strategy for going is that if he's going to eat any Broken Wing damage, he wants to be sitting on top of his minions as much as possible and force Riven to push the lane. If he's denied from CS, he's going to have a hell of a time even picking up experience, given all the kill pressure coming out from Carry as he moves towards level 6. But if the lane's being pushed in, Cassin, actually with his W, quite good at CSing on the turret.
Yeah, you can see it's starting already, this wave being pushed up to the turret. The minions with some interesting health value is going to make it a little bit difficult for going, but you're right. I mean, at least he can get some experience here as well. I mean, he wants to be scaling towards that late game when Riven not quite as powerful, but at the moment with a commanding lead in this lane.
I almost would have liked to see Carry take up Ignite, just because if he had Ignite, it would draw so much. It would basically monopolize the jungle pressure coming through from Loveland, and it would relieve the pressure from Dandy. Dandy's on this Hecarim. He wants to focus farming the jungle. When we saw Clearlove pick up the jungle Hecarim recently, he didn't even build a sight stone, of course, one of the standards of Clearlove's play, and he just focused on getting this. Bought time for him to get tanky in the jungle, hit level 6, and that's when he saw his first visitation to a lane. So they're not expecting a lot of jungle pressure coming through from Dandy. The teleport, look, Riven does do good burst damage and provide CC to a fight, but it's all about the side pushing. It's all about the 1v1 that prompts the Riven pickup.
Yeah, it's true. And Hatong actually having a fantastic time in this lane. Actually popped the passive of Cool here, who's been relegated to farming with his spells here as well. I mean, he's only 4 CS, 5 CS behind, and this wave is pushing into him, but Hatong has just been playing fantastically tonight.
It's also a very good laning matchup for Lissandra. Of course, she has the wave clear consistently, just spamming out that Q, so she can control the wave very well against LeBlanc. You already mentioned her W can snare LeBlanc if she distorts into the wrong spot, and then she has the ultimate to either get the engage, get the pick onto LeBlanc when she initiates, or just have the defensive option. So she's so flexible. And we're going to go for the
Oh my goodness, there's the flash forward. The Ignite's ticking. Cool's gonna die. 1v1 from Hatong in the mid lane. Beautiful work.
Hatong keeps turning these matchups on their head. The assassination comes from the Lissandra. Didn't even have level 6. Cool was probably not respecting the level 5 burst, but it comes through and just takes him down.
Yeah, and that was all within the time of that Ring of Frost as well. I mean, flashed into range for it, then easy EQ. And my gosh, it's just Cool's not having a great night tonight. Carry going aggressive onto Going, but he's falling low as well. Of course, Minions doing a decent amount of damage here, but we'll see how this Riven goes as this game moves forward. Does he have to have kill potential in this lane? Does he need to kill Going in order to stay ahead, or is it all about just putting on the pressure?
Well, he needs to apply map pressure, either draw jungle resources or start to get the kills, because the split push is where Riven is going to look excellent in the late game, and the team fight is all going to be about Kassadin. He's choosing to push, so he's not trying to deny CS. He's 1 minion dying away from 6. I don't know if he has enough damage with a flash engage, and now with the Riftwalk available, maybe he doesn't have the kill pressure he needs to pick up a kill.
Yeah, Carry does have that level 6 as well. That Wind Slash going to be available. Oh, gets the stun, but it's after the Riftwalk. This Carry comes through, and now things are going to be a lot more difficult as far as getting the kill on this Kassadin is concerned. Cool. Trying to get some control back in this lane. He's 15 CS down. Not looking fantastic. Has the Fiendish Codex. It's only going to be the Forbidden Idol in response here from Hatong as far as that extra item is concerned. Doesn't even have a Doran's Ring there, as he opted into that flask earlier.
We didn't mention it at all, but with the difference in jungle pressure, look at the CS advantage for Uzi. On these lane bullies, he always does well, but he's actually 22 CS up and growing. As in the bot lane, Going's fallen low and Carry's activated his ultimate.
Yeah, the Wind Slash is going to be available. He's taking so much damage. There's the flash into the Wind Slash, and Dandy, he manages to get it with a very interesting devastating charge.
Yeah, the devastating charge actually registered. I'm not sure about that interaction, but it picks up the kill nonetheless. Going to feel a little hard done by.
The damage actually goes down from a devastating charge as he launches at the target. And, yeah, just an interesting maneuver there.
Sad times for Kassadin.
Yeah, definitely. But that is going to be the kill, and it's going to help.
Very strong laning matchup for Carry. The CS advantage goes to Going.
Yeah, not bad at all. I mean, he teleported back into that lane as well. Carry just wandered through, of course. Didn't want to waste it just because the wave wasn't crashing on his turret. Hatong now looking to make a play up into the top side, but Uzi and Cloud definitely aware of this maneuver with that ward that came through. Has been swept out now by Hatong.
We mentioned before the CS advantage for Uzi, it's significant, 22 CS. It's the difference in jungle pressure. Jarvan coming through from level 2 is something you need to fear. Dandy on this Hecarim, now that he's shown level 6, okay, maybe a bit of jungle pressure, but the difference between the two and the ability for Uzi to play those lane-dominating champions, that's why I love to see him on the Caitlyn. He's one of the best Caitlyn players in the world, but we've only seen it from him once so far in the LPL, and he wrecked on that champion.
Yeah, it's true, and it's because he challenges for every single bit of farm that his opponent's going to go for, and what better champion to do that with than Caitlyn, with her ridiculous range from a very early point in the game. Vasily, he has been back, picked up the components of that Phage and, of course, the Sheen as well, and is rotating down towards this bottom side of the map, wanting to get that dragon control into his back pocket.
Answering rotation going to come through from Uzi. Looks like he's going to wait and pick up. No, he actually changes his buy and goes for the Berserker's Greaves very early. Of course, he has a lot of turret damage with this build. Early attack speed, early AD. He's definitely looking in a good spot to potentially take down some turrets in rotation.
Yeah, Loveling now looking to head towards this mid lane, and Cool might be in a bit of trouble as Dandy and Hatong looking to put some pressure on. Carry moving down from this top side as well after pushing through that wave. And this blue buff now going to be under fire. 4 members of Vici Gaming going to be easily enough to lock down this one. Hatong picks that one up very easily. As Carry just going to head back towards this top side.
Despite a CS advantage and a solo kill, we see a 12 CS advantage coming through from Lissandra. No item advantage. She still has to play quite passively. No magic resist to deal with the strength of the LeBlanc. 600 extra gold in the pocket, but not enough to pick up a big item purchase yet.
Yep, Carry actually going aggressive onto Go-Going. Go-Going actually managing to answer that damage quite effectively here as well. Especially with that catalyst that he's picked up as soon as he levels here. Not quite up to that stage, but as soon as he does, going to have a lot of that health back just because that catalyst is such a good purchase for sustain.
He's not going to rush the Rod of Ages. He's actually going to move towards the Seeker's Arm Guard to provide a bit of armor. Maybe put the kind of last death knell in the potential of going for the solo kill, but the Flash ultimate comes in.
Yeah, there's the Flash Frozen Tomb, and Loveling, you are dead. Wind/Slash secures that one as Carry wants to start carrying. And Hatong just coming over the wall. I mean, we saw Loveling knew that he was there, but just didn't think that he'd come over there and see him. Of course, that ward being placed very nicely.
Undoes a lot of Go-Going's good work. With the Seeker's Arm Guard, I thought the Wind/execution potential in a 1v1 sense with Riftwalk on such a low cooldown would have been negated, but just a bonus kill comes through as Loveling wanders to the wrong spot and is assassinated.
Yeah, he went for that Sightstone as well. Has now a Ruby Crystal on top of that. We'll see whether he goes for the Juggernaut, which could be potentially the option here, as Hatong now going to head back. 103 CS here in comparison to the 88. Cool has actually done some work in closing that gap off, but it's allowed Hatong to roam this map and get this Riven moving here in this top side.
Hatong has to be very careful with his picks, though, because he doesn't have a lot of magic resist. So if he uses the Frozen Tomb offensively on any target other than Cool, the assassination potential from Cool is very, very high.
Yeah, almost has that ability up yet again. This is the interesting thing about Hatong. We've seen him do it almost every single time. Goes for the Sorcerer's Shoes and not for the Lucidity Boots for the, very early maximum cooldown reduction. Is Cool. He's spotted Hatong, doesn't quite land the chain in order to finish the combo.
I mean, in the best case scenario, if you can guarantee yourself blue buff, you lose out on about 5% CDR, so maybe the extra magic penetration, the assassination potential on Cool is just fine. But of course, that does rely on picking up a consistent blue buff, so there is an inherent downside. You don't have permanent 40% CDR like the Lucidity Boots.
Yep, Carry's actually been taking wall lessons from Dandy here as well, as he didn't quite manage to use that Broken Wings to get over that one.
Oh, dear.
Oh, there's the Frozen Tomb. It's off cooldown, and of course, Hatong pays a visit to this top side. Dandy still manages to get an assist as Carry with his Wind/Slash up again as well. Able to take that one down. Really nicely done.
I mean, that's the second time Devastating Charge has come up big, because I didn't even think he'd pick up an assist there. But again, the Devastating Charge damage goes through, doesn't quite get the kill secure, but gets involved in the kills. And the 1-0-1 to balance all the farming he's realistically been doing, he's doing just fine.
Yeah, I mean, hasn't actually managed to get ahead on the farm. Loveling, you have to think, has at least tried to do a little bit more. Vasily actually gets hit by the full combo of Cool. You might have to go back, but Carry, you're talking about pressure here on this top side, and this Riven definitely able to do that.
Yeah, the side lane pushes on by both Uzi and Riven. Honestly, very similar champions in the early game. Both AD casters, both wanting as much flat attack damage as possible, both taking down turrets. It's going to become harder and harder for Riven to win in terms of a laning matchup. She's got the Tiamat now, so can definitely dominate a 1v1, but against Go-Going is a bit too slippery to really get in the assassination of.
Oh, Cool actually coming over this wall as well. Dandy, did he manage to smite away that blue buff? I believe he did.
Have to check. Yes, that was actually smited away by Dandy. It's not ideal, so it's not Hatong picking up that CDR. The lack of Lucidity Boots will hurt a little bit in terms of second rotation of spells and fights, but had to smite it away just to secure it as Corki finally picks up the Trinity Force.
Yeah, but that's going to mean that he's in base doing that, and the first Dragon going to go over to OMG here as well, and Vasily and the rest of Vici probably wanted to have some pressure on that earlier on.
And the pressure in terms of lanes is definitely going to come through by Carries. Returning to lane with the Tiamat cannot hold the wave away from Go-Going. His only realistic option is to push the wave, which means for Go-Going he's going to be able to pick up more and more farm on the side lanes. He's backing now the Rod of Age is going to come through. It's down bottom lane. Vasily actually goes for the solo kill on Uzi. Don't know if he has the closing distance to do it, but look who's coming to back him up.
Yeah, if you're talking about closing distance, that flash was beautiful, though. An Onslaught of Shadows not going to quite be enough, as teleport going to be cancelled from Going, as you mentioned, has picked up that Rod of Age. Is going to be stacked by about 25 minutes, so a little bit late, but of course had to pick up the early cloth armor and the extra Amp Tomb there. Wanted to go for that Seeker's Arm Guard a little bit earlier than he otherwise would.
But look, I'm absolutely going to give Going pass marks for being able to keep up in CS. Again, with the Tiamat relegated completely to push duty as carry, Cassidy should be able to farm, and you have to think, once that Rod of Age is completed, if he has the Zhonya's to back it up in 10 minutes' time, Cassidy's going to be more impactful than Riven in a fight unless some serious face checking comes through from OMG.
Yeah, or carry can continue his snowball as 2-0-1. He's doing well at this stage. Carry gets spotted out by the little wolf spirit. A little bit frustrated to deal with when you're hanging around this blue side jungle.
Vasily, they really want this last of the outer rung of turrets. This is usually OMG's game plan, but this is what Vici and Vasily in particular have been focused upon in the last few weeks, getting those early structures. Not going to be able to pick up the outer turret in the bottom lane just yet, and Cool's looking for the assassination.
Yeah,
Maybe
actually,
just a bit of poke.
Yeah, managed to get a cute little QR combo onto Hatong, but doesn't take off too much of his health. He's just going to pop some potions, and then he's going to be A-OK. 15 CS, still the lead here in the mid lane, and you can see Hatong's able to move around this map. 1-0-2, has been able to affect some kills. But cool, I mean, he's doing fine as far as getting back into this game is concerned. I mean, he's got the Blasting Wand on top of that Morellonomicon. He's got a lot of damage potential on the squishy members of Vici Gaming, and they don't have a reliable tank, especially not at this stage of the game.
And it's worth knowing that despite the fact that Vasily's still significantly behind, but no, we're seeing a kill.
There's the answering damage through from Hatong. Loveling smites him to death, though, and somehow Cool is still alive there in the back line. Uzi just quick draws right into the middle of the fight, but Dandy, he's trapped him out. Mada's going to secure that one. It's actually going to be Vasily getting the damage down, but that box was positioned beautifully. And I thought OMG were going to come out the victors on that side, but only Hatong falling in response to the bottom lane of OMG.
It was a picture-perfect onslaught of shadows. That long-range AoE initiate paid dividends, and Vasily, he has the Trinity Force. That's the big factor, is that although he was well held, still about 26 CS behind Uzi, if you can use that item effectively, get those burst trades down with the Trinity Force procs, you can still clean up a fight.
Oh, yeah, and extra damage coming through from those rockets as well from long range when he was so safe and yet still had so much damage potential. Very, very scary. Hatong has actually gone back to base and picked up that needlessly large rod now as well, looking to pick up the Zhonya's Hourglass so that maybe not so much of that insta-kill going to be happening. And he will be able to get another round of spells off, of course. If he can get a couple of Rings of Frost down in these fights, things could go very, very badly for OMG. And see whether he can do that reliably. Going now has a CS advantage in his top lane matchup, so I mean, that's new.
Once you have Tiamat, you know, early in the game he was pushing just to try to get harassed damage, and of course just couldn't stop the wave from pushing to Going. Once you have Tiamat, that's the reality. Going's going to pick up a lot of CS. We were waiting for 10-stack Rod of Ages, potentially the Zhonya's coming through. That might change the game, because although it'll be a double Zhonya's, one on Cassidy and one on Lissandra, you have to remember the front line for Vici does damage and damage only. That's what you're going to see from carry. You can see impressive top lane damage, but still a melee carry. Still will struggle in those late game team fights.
Yeah, carry though, I mean, now that he has that Hydra completed, even though Cool is actually coming towards his top side, not going to be distracted by that pink ward as he wants to kill carry, distorts into him as well. He's holding onto the Mimic Distortion. Cool actually taking a lot of damage. Cloud using that Monsoon to try and help him out. Windslash no longer available, but flashes in for it, picks up the kill under Cool. Carry with some sweet mechanics. And it's a 1-for-1 in the end.
The Riven mechanics may be familiar to solo queue players, but the kills are on.
Oh my goodness, Uzi just gets eliminated there as that Dark Passage gets Hatong right in range for the Frozen Tomb. He can't flash out of the way of that one, especially not with it on cooldown. And my gosh, I mean, Uzi probably thought, hang on, why am I dead?
And Cool just disrespected the flash being up from Riven. Of course, you can cancel, animation cancel, get the knock-up or the knock-back available from the last part of the queue, and picks the exit kill in a 1v3. It's going to take a long time to take this top turret. We'll eventually get it, but the pressure of the map, as is so often the case with Vici, is certainly in their advantage. 4-1 in turrets, soon to be 4-2, but a significant global pressure advantage to Vici Gaming.
Yeah, they answer with the top outer turret here from GoGoing, who's starting to scale up in this game. Halfway through that Rod of Ages stack as Hatong picks up that blue buff here as well. He's going to go back, possibly finish off that Zhonya's Hourglass. And now Vici Gaming looking to pick up their first dragon.
We're still waiting for Danny to transition into a tank. He has the Ruby Crystal, another Ruby Crystal on top of the Kindle Gem. So still just a bit of cost-effective health. He has good offense with the...
here as well. 3-1-1 now on this Riven. And, you know, blue buff is going to distract the members of OMG.
It's worth noting, of course, that Loveling was still in base. You know, he just bought the Ninja Tabi, so wasn't in position to contest for this first dragon. The percentage stats are going to help. You'd have to say carry in particular. This is one of the more overtuned for damage teams that we've seen so far. Basically 5 members, well, 4 members attempting for damage, and Mara just looking for hooks wherever he can. But a lot of damage across the board on this Vici lineup. They're not going to have the tankiness. One false team fight, if they ever get to a position where carry's just kind of negated in terms of team fights, they'll definitely start to go on a downward trend unless this Hecarim can really become a one-man tanky front line from the jungle.
Yeah, Hatong now actually going for a bit of a split push Lysandra situation. Was looking for a pick coming through there, but didn't actually manage to find anyone. Instead clears out this wave, and that's hitting the inhibitor turret now. Vici, with so much map pressure this game, you can see there's a lot of sort of topside wards focused on the map here from OMG. That big one just ripped Cloud to pieces.
You can definitely see the difference between Uzi's Graves and other Graves players. Definitely not the Bloodthirster Graves. Looking to hard carry, looking to a lot of late game team fight damage, but doesn't have the opportunity to do maybe as aggressive positioning when taking turrets. And it's not a long-ranged OMG lineup. There's a lot of 500 range or shorter auto attackers. Their siege is pretty poor, and because they haven't rotated ideally in the early game, because Uzi's basically been focusing on farming rather than taking down turrets with rotations, this Graves is definitely going to fall off in terms of impact unless he can live through these difficult team fights.
Yeah, it's going to get very, very tough, especially when Hatong is able to close so much distance with that Glacial Path. Cool now looking to get some damage down to Carry, who has the opportunity to stun him up, but the chains land, and Carry, mate, he almost got solo killed there by Cool. I don't even think Loveling was necessary.
I mean, Loveling was completely unnecessary, and that's the reality of Riven. If you get flanked, if you get instant burst by an assassin, you're effectively a frontline AD carry. You do a lot of damage. In a sustained fight, you have so much AoE lifesteal coming through from the Ravenous Hydra, but you die in one burst from Cool.
Yeah, especially if you get locked down as well by that by the chain tether. Ethereal chains, as it were. Going to continue the split push here on the bottom side of the map.
He wants the Zhonyas. He wants the Zhonyas before he shows up to any fights. Just get going.
Yeah, and what do you think of the Lucidity boot pickup here as well?
I think it's interesting. I mean, it's going to let him get that second force pulse out during a fight, and maybe even the burst of shielding coming out from the Q. It's risky on Castellan because it might price you into going to a very early 3rd or 4th Rift Walk, and this stacking up too early on that ability. Of course, the mana cost becomes overwhelming very early into the game. But I guess it's just a case that, you know, against a Riven especially, he does realistically have the chance to die during the cooldown of Riftwalk. Not a lot of champions can 100-0 at Cassidy during a 4-second window, but Riven, one of those champions.
Yeah, you certainly can, especially if you manage to stun him at the end of it, or chuck in a knock up there as well, as Carry has a fair bit of CC, especially when he's right in your face available to him. Doesn't quite have the last Whisper completed. You have to think that that's going to be the next item that he's going to be going for. He's now down almost 30 CS here as well, 24 in favor of going, but you can see Carry still managing to put on as much pressure as he likes, just because he can insta-clear these waves.
Yeah, the flexibility of more recent Riven builds hasn't really been there. The Tiamat has definitely become the go-to de facto, and the fact that he's been pushing has allowed going to pick up a lot of CS. Not quite enough for the Zhonyas just yet, but I believe he's 20 gold short. It's going to come up before the next big team fight and be very significant. Vasily takes a nice burst of damage coming through from LeBlanc.
Yeah, Cool still able to do LeBlanc's job in this game. As there's the flash play from Marta. Not sure why. Looking for Loveling, but the flag and drag timing too quick.
Yes, it doesn't have the ability to go for that flash death sentence, which can really turn a fight, as we've seen in previous games today. Very defensive build coming up from Vasily, but it ensures massive rocket damage and a bit of tankiness with the Bloodthirster shield.
Yeah, Cool actually throwing a Combo under Dandy there. Takes about half of his health. Is Cloud going to answer with a bit of a W under the back of Mata? It looked very, very cute. Like he was Cool's little protege. Like, yeah, I'll do it as well.
Dandy seems to have very indecisive about what damage he's taking. Basically stacking health the most cost-effective ways possible. Can't stack Kindle Gems, sadly. That's not an interaction that works, so can't get to 40% CDR that way, but seems very confused as to what he needs to build next.
Yep, Carry just going to dance away from this one here as well. And yeah, you're right. It looks like he's trying to build a juggernaut of his own.
Maybe the Warmogs, you know, that does build out of quite a few ruby crystals, but...
or a Banshee's Veil here as well.
Absolutely. So there's a lot of options. You know, at the moment, he doesn't need to double down neither the armor or magic resist. And just stacking health so that he can hopefully do an Onslaught of Shadows, maybe get a second Devastating Charge out for a bit of CC, and just spell vamp it up with the Spirit of Dread.
Yeah, and just wants to be a nuisance here in this fight as well. And if you Hecker him, pretty good at being a nuisance, most definitely. Probably should have gone the Arcade Hecker him skin as well so he can make some stupid noises in these fights as well.
Getting a lot of purchase out of his teleport. We saw the previous teleport to try and kill Uzi under turret, which drew the flash out of Uzi. But he's got the teleport on. You have to think someone should be split pushing with double teleport. But everyone grouped as the Baron pressure begins.
Yeah, and Carry actually going to start this one up. Of course, Vici Gaming have a lot of damage on this Baron, and they've got exclusive vision at the same time. OMG, they're busy doing the blue buff, and Mata just going to pop a box down, and 3,000 health. This Baron's going to fall. Oh my goodness, that was very, very close. Dandy managed to secure it though and kill Loveling. There's the Onslaught of Shadows. Going though, able to get into this fight as Mata somehow manages to sidestep that collateral damage. And Hatong, he's just going to escape. OMG trying to clean up this one, and Uzi picks up a triple kill for it, and Atong doesn't even make it out. They get the Baron, but everyone's dead.
Definitely not worth it. Giving up an ace when they had a stranglehold on the game, the magic resist debuff, and just the fact that they were trying an early Baron, everyone got low, and with the AoE damage coming through from OMG, they cleaned it up in an instant.
Yep, it was beautiful, and Uzi aggressively flashing over that wall, picks up the kill onto... Vasily there as well, and you saw them all just cowering in the back of that Baron pit. Nothing Vici could do at that stage when they were in such low health. And we expect these sort of aggressive plays here in China, but didn't quite pay off for Vici.
But look at how much it paid off for OMG. 2 turrets, including an outer top turret. Okay, they don't get the Baron buff. They miss out on the 1,500 gold that went to Vici. But the massive gold lead for Vici has been arrested. And remember, this is a Riven comp. Whenever Riven gets behind or gives away a bounty or even bonus experience, you get closer and closer to a late game situation where without specific timing and maybe even flash, it's very hard to fight with a Riven team.
Yeah, Mata might get caught out here just a little bit, but the teleport in from Carry is going to mean that he's very, very close. Descent's actually landing on going here as well. He gets stunned up just a little bit as Carry tries to close the distance. There's the shield to come through. Onslaught of Shadows gets a nice spear, but Carry's going to fall down. Loveling just slam dunks him with that Cataclysm, and Mata is in so much trouble. Death Sentence goes wide. Dandy is going to get finished off by Loveling after that flash, and going. He's going to fall down. Vasily now with a couple of kills. A triple kill now for this Corki. But Uzi finds his way into the fight. There's a collateral.
Riven, I think it's an advantage to OMG.
Yeah, identical gold, identical kills, and identical turrets. And pretty much close to identical dragons here as well, as I believe it's OMG in the lead by just one. But here's the replay.
It was a huge ride coming through from Mata to get in on the death sentence, but this is the awkward part. When Carry realizes he doesn't have kill potential to get onto the backline, takes a huge burst of damage and dies. That's the lack of identity that Riven has in a team fight if she's already used all her Q charges. Vasily's the first to rotate, and we remember there's going to be a triple kill here. They overextend to get the kill on Dandy, and when the rotation comes through from Hatong, and particularly the ult onto Cool, instant triple kill. But Uzi is the last person to enter the fight. Easy to clean up Hatong with all the burst damage coming through. The zone is only going to buy time, and Vasily had to hightail it away with Uzi so strong.
Yeah, Vasily not going to be able to answer that massive Graves, as we do have the Spirit Visage completed here for Dandy, so that Spirit of Dread going to be giving him a lot of his health back. And we do have Carry now with that last Whisper. He did have that one for the last fight, but I'm looking at Going. Almost has the Abyssal Scepter completed as well, and when Carry has no magic resist to speak of, Going's almost going to be doing true damage to him.
I think it's just disrespectful of a Riven player to not build Hex Drinker in a game against LeBlanc. LeBlanc's one of the best champions to deal with a Riven, because if there's any sort of vision advantage, you can insta-burst Carry 100-0, even through potentially the E shield coming through from Riven. So it's a nice brush camp coming through, but doesn't look like OMG are ready to buy the bait just yet.
Yeah, Vasily trying to look tasty there in the mid lane as Cool's going for a bit of a split push situation here on the bottom side. Devastating charge being looked for here from Dandy, but that Howling Gale was fantastic. Cloud ends the party very early as the battle for pink wards now commences. OMG winning that war as Cool heading back towards this mid lane. And OMG now feel like they have the pressure. They've pulled ahead by 600 gold, which is absolutely nothing to talk about at 32 minutes into this game. And Vici looking to go back, maybe looking for some item timings. We don't have the Void Staff yet completed for Hatong. That's got to come through if he can, before he can really delete some players off this map. And you can see that Cool, he's managed to get sort of that trinity of perfect items for a LeBlanc.
And speaking of trinity of damage items, look at Graves, Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, and a Phantom Dancer. Actually, if in terms of gold, only about 600 gold ahead of Vasily, but Vasily spends so much gold on Banshee Veil, he needs to be aggressive with his positioning in fights and force Uzi onto the back foot. Otherwise, that's 2,700 gold to spend on defense. If Uzi can just pump out the damage in the front line, it's all negated.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this as well is that we're dealing with two multi-threat comps here as well. I mean, you've got Cassidy and Riven, Lissandra.
Matching Loveling. I feel like Loveling definitely has the advantage in team fights just from that extra 500 health.
Yeah, and Gogoing does have to deal with this gigantic wave in the top lane. Vici Gaming, they know about it. They are going to put some pressure towards this mid as Force Pulse is going to make short work of these creeps. Well, with that Rift Walk available as well.
For once, Vici's map is actually pretty bare for wards. They haven't got any pink wards on the map at all, as we're just finally seeing a lot of OMG's pink wards start to be clearing out. The one pink ward on the map does go down. They need to get the pink wards down. They have inventory space to do it, but Vici, in terms of exclusive vision, they're definitely at a premium.
Yeah, Loveling gonna have that Banshee's Veil propped as Hatong just launches himself into the backline. Windslash not gonna find Cool as he comes back in, but there's the Zhonya's, and Hatong with a beautiful outplay is gonna die for it afterwards as Uzi picks up that kill. Collateral damage after every member of Vici, and Carry flashes forward. Uzi gonna use his QSS here as well. He's playing beautifully in the backline. Vasily now all on his own, gonna get knocked up from that standard. And Q from Loveling. Gogoing picks up that kill, and 3 are dead for Vici. OMG looking much better.
Yeah, Carry really needed to get the clutch flash W on Uzi, but he already has the QSS completed, was able to get out of that CC, continue the fight. And once Riven's first burst rotation was down, she offers so little. The rest of the team scatters. Vasily goes too aggressive trying to get damage to validate his Banshee Veil pickup, and they're going to lose the inhibitor.
Yeah, Inhibitor going to fall down. I mean, Hatong has picked up a blasting one towards that Void stuff, but hasn't come in quickly enough. And pickaxe now for Vasily, but they've lost this Inhibitor at this stage. And OMG are just really starting to outscale Vici by all intents and purposes.
I'm just so impressed with Gogoing's play in this Cassidy versus Riven matchup. On paper, it's a terrible matchup, but just because he was able to bait Riven into pushing, as we see the Death Sentence come through, Lissandra could take this Lantern.
Yeah, looking to try and get in here and stop Uzi. Of course, his QSS not off cooldown just yet. He does get unstunned, but he is going to die from Hatong here before Gogoing can answer at all. Of course, managed to take a lot of damage off a lot of these members as Cool's poking in with a bit here at the same time. This Baron is what Vici are really looking to take down, as Uzi is going to be dead for another 34 minutes.
Vici can't really commit to the Baron because look at the side minion waves pushing into the massive minion wave in the top lane pushing from OMG. Equally massive minion wave pushing in the bottom lane. Carry does have teleport. Danny needs to use Zoldyma just to get away. No flash available, of course, with the teleport. And you have to think, apart from the one teleport usage, not got a lot out of this summoner choice.
Yeah, not at all. Cool actually takes a lot of damage from that rocket for Vasily, but third dragon is going to be taken here from OMG. Nothing that Vici can do about it, and Cool over the wall secures the dragon nicely. Uzi has respawned here as well, and Vici, they sort of lost their little window of pressure while that AD carry was down. Carry, and as you can see, just in this bottom side of the map, just wants to try and organize their waves, stack them up so that OMG has to deal with them, and Vici can have a little bit more control around this Baron area. So far, OMG's vision control has just been so much better, though.
I can only imagine that because he has a top lane AD carry, that Vasily felt like he was freed up to build a third item Banshee value, to move towards away from damage with a third item. But now we get to a situation where Graves has an embarrassment of AD items. Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, and a Phantom Dancer. Even has the QSS for defense. Once his flash is up, it feels like he's safer in some degrees than Vasily, just because he puts out so much damage that the Bloodthirster double scales with to some degree. And relying on carry for damage when his flash is down is very, very risky from Vici. So Trinity Force Bloodthirster and just a pickaxe, you cannot compare this Corki to Uzi in terms of damage.
Yep, cool. Just hanging out, looking to get a pick here. You can see OMG just have so much damage available. Vasily has barely had his Banshee's Veil on him this whole game, just getting popped left, right, and center from OMG. Marty getting caught out here just a little bit. Look at the burst damage coming through. And the collateral damage from Uzi, of course, just wants to try and pick up the kill. Doesn't even get an assist for it as Loveland going to come through. And this could be OMG's easy Baron, unless Vici can make a heroic move. But they do take the Baron down, and we'll see whether OMG can answer with some more kills. There's Satong actually going very aggressive on Go going. Oh my god, Dandy just gets destroyed. Carry now. Uzi going 1v1 with a Riven. Easily wins that fight as well as Going's going to take down Vasily. Hetong on no health. Baroned up minions heading down the mid lane. And OMG, it was a more difficult game, but they answer back for the 1-1, I think, against Vici Gaming.
Yeah, we saw the early laning. It was going wonderfully well for Vici. They had a significant advantage, but Going's the real star. Able to output so much damage, so much more relevant in fights. Carries Riven. We talked about late game Riven. It was basically anonymous.
Yeah, there's some very cute stuff coming through there, but Marta pays for it with his life at the end. It doesn't matter, though. OMG with the victory in the end against a Vici Gaming that was looking fantastic in the early stages of that game. Of course, looked unstoppable in the first one, but unable to take the victory.
Yeah, it was a closer game than the first game in the series, but it's an important victory for OMG. First victory with Uzi in 3 matches. The Uzi Cloud duo, so much more impressive that time. And Uzi on Grey is not normally an Uzi champion, but able to go that more selfish, late-game focused build, got it really fast, and validated the aggression over the defensive Banshee Veil choice coming out of Vasily.
Yeah, and Vasily, sort of, with that item choice, almost sealed their fate, you have to think, because, I mean, that Banshee's Veil was just so easily popped by the members of OMG. They were doing it every single time. It was LeBlanc popping over, you know, throwing a sigil at him. Didn't really...
Easy choice.
Yep, and Going playing that masterfully as well. He never really looked behind at all in that lane. Really lovely stuff. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to bring us to the end of the night here, of course. On behalf of myself, Papa Smithy, Pastry Time, and of course our whole production crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.